wolf-shaped angels. Saturday 1-2th November 2 28-1, Okami General Hospital. Young Kota Izumi had spent the first 4 years of his life in almost idyllic happiness, living in the coastal town of Okami with his parents, who were also the pro heroes Torrent and Jet Spring, whom formed the team, Water Hose. Kota loved his mommy and daddy, and they loved him and showered him with affection, spending every free moment they had with him. They were the town's heroes, so their little family was greatly admired in Okami, with Kota being the most popular kid in his preschool. He had tons of friends and a pretty cool quirk called water gun, then let him shoot water from his hands. Life was good, and Kota had never wanted for anything. Until today, he wanted his parents to live. It had all happened so suddenly. Kota had been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic parents, both already dressed in their hero gear, and told that a villain was attacking the town. Kota had been scared, but he knew what he had to do. Whenever his parents had to go to work, he had to go to a neighbor and stay with them until his parents came for him. He obediently grabbed his backpack and ran with his parents to their neighbor and waved goodbye and good luck to his mommy and daddy as they ran off in pursuit of the attacking villain. Then it was just a matter of waiting for his parents to come for him. But they didn't. It wasn't until the early hours of Saturday morning that someone did come, but it was his Aunt Shino, aka Mandalay of the Wild Pussycats. Kota had been happy to see her, until he saw her red-rimmed eyes and sorrowful expression, mimicked by her pussycat teammates standing behind her. "Oh Kota, I'm so sorry no one came sooner, it's been a crazy night and we only just got here ourselves," Aunt Shino had said, scooping Kota up into her arms. "Auntie! What's going on? Where's mommy and daddy?" Kota cried. His Aunt Shino grimaced, "They're in the hospital, they're not doing so good." Kota felt ice grip his heart. The revelation of his parents' condition froze him with shock, leaving him silent as his auntie thanked his neighbor for taking care of him, then ran off towards the hospital. What happened next was almost too fast and hectic for Kota to register, he'd managed to get snippets from what the doctors and police were saying. They fought like heroes. No surviving injuries like these. Did all we could, I'm sorry. They succeeded in driving off Muscular, but it's going to cost them everything. A Tau sidekick and the commission president came to see for themselves. Got our orders. Keep them alive as long as possible. No one can help them now, it's just giving them false hope. Call from Muzurifu. She's coming. Kota hadn't truly understood everything, but he'd listened to the doctors talk to his auntie while he and the pussycats were in the waiting room with her. From what he could gather, the villain, Muscular, had been driven off by his parents, but he'd badly wounded them in the process. His mommy and daddy were so badly hurt that the doctors were sure they'd die, saying there was nothing they could do. People from the government and Hero Commission had ordered them to keep his parents alive for as long as possible by any means necessary, promising that help was on the way. But that was a couple of hours ago, and now Kota was nearly climbing the walls with anxiety. He'd cried and screamed, throwing a real tantrum at first, begging anyone that would listen to save his parents. He'd received looks of sympathy and hollow words, praising his parents and telling him he should be proud of them for what they'd done. But Kota was 4 years old, why should he be proud of his parents dying for the sake of strangers? The doctors were useless, waiting on someone else to come and save his parents for them, and Auntie Shino and her fellow heroes were as powerless as Kota himself to help. All Kota could do was hope and pray. He remembered the words of the priests when his family would visit their local shrine. They had said that if you prayed to the gods, then they'd help you. Nothing else was working, so Kota prayed. He promised to be good. He promised he'd give all his pocket money to the shrine. He promised he'd donate all his toys. He promised he'd shave his head and become a priest himself. He promised complete and utter devotion, so long as his parents lived. He didn't want anything else, just his mommy and daddy. Then a doctor came running into the room with a frantic look on his face, and Kota knew his prayers had gone unanswered. "Please come quickly. It's Jet Spring, her condition has worsened again, there's nothing we can do. You need to come in, and say goodbye." Kota's heart shattered, and oh, he cried, running from the room, his auntie and her teammates following swiftly behind him. Kota followed the trail of depressed and panicking doctors until he found his parents' room in the ICU, and promptly threw it open. Kota felt the cold hand of dread grip his insides as he looked at his parents. They were deathly pale and absolutely covered in bandages, with tubes of all shapes and sizes sticking out of them, connecting them to some machines. Their black and brown hair were the only colors that stood out amongst the expanse of white, and the vivid, haunting splashes of red. Blood was everywhere, the doctors were frantically working on his mother's chest, and to Kota's horror, both his parents had pieces missing from their bodies. His father had lost an arm and both legs beneath the knee, and his mother had lost both her hands, one leg and an ear. It looked like they'd been torn apart by wild beasts then ineptly stitched back together. The poor boy was in such a deep state of shock that he almost didn't notice his auntie talking with the doctors. "Recovery girl, what's happened? I thought they would live for at least another day." Auntie Shino demanded. "It's Jet Spring. We discovered a sharp concrete shard that had lodged itself in her chest, dangerously close to her aorta. We hadn't noticed it before, so it's been slowly working itself deeper into her body as we've been trying to save her. It's pierced her aorta now and there isn't anything we can do, she's bleeding out, she has minutes at best." The elderly heroine said, almost crying with frustration, "Damn it, if only we'd summoned her sooner." Kota didn't know who they meant, but he didn't care, his mommy was about to die and no one could do anything. Clinging to his last, fragile hope, Kota dropped to his knees and screamed to the heavens. "Please don't let mommy die. Please. Mommy." And then the door slammed open, and she appeared. Young Kota Izumi would remember that moment for the rest of his life. Standing in the doorway was a girl, looking like a teenager to Kota, with flowing white hair in a ponytail, silver eyes burning with determination, and the ears and tail of a wolf. She was dressed in a short white kimono with red embroidery, and there were red markings on her face. With the morning light forming a halo behind her, those bright silver eyes and that white hair, Kota felt she only needed a pair of wings to complete the image of an angel. She opened her mouth and said the words that answered all of Kota's prayers, "It's okay now. I'm here." Before Kota or anyone else could react, Recovery Girl shouted to the girl, "Amaterasu. Jet Spring's aorta has been pierced, she's bleeding out." Amaterasu immediately swept into the room and headed to Jet Spring's bed. She took a single glance at the woman's chest and then began creating and applying ink to her wounds, carefully weaving it between the tubes of the machines with her fingers and painting it against Jet Spring's gushing blood vessels. With a soft golden glow, the damage was gone and the bleeding stopped, while Amaterasu removed her hands from Jet Spring's chest cavity, holding a small shard of concrete between two fingers. "I healed that wound, but she's lost a lot of blood. Do we have enough to replace it, and are there any other urgent issues?" Amaterasu asked, placing the concrete shard into a dish on a small table of surgical tools. Recovery Girl sighed with relief, "We have plenty of blood, thankfully. Since Manchu and President Kanahana went to get you, we've had a few issues with shrapnel in their wounds making things worse, but other than what you just healed, none of it has been too drastic." Amaterasu sighed with relief, "Then I got here just in time, a few minutes later and I'd have been too late. My rejuvenation technique is miraculous, but not that miraculous." Her silver eyes swept over everyone in the room, taking in who was with her. Izumi had to squash the urge to fangirl over the sight of the wild pussycats, who were stood off to the side with some of the doctors and nurses, but her focus was soon drawn to the little boy slowly edging towards her. Kota froze as those silver eyes met his, but their intensity was lessened by the gentle smile the girl was giving him. "Why, you really came. I cried and prayed, and you came. You saved mommy." Kota cried, rushing forward and hugging Izumi's legs, "Thank you. Thank you." Izumi smiled warmly and knelt down, embracing the crying boy gently, "It's okay. You've been through a hard time, huh? Well, don't worry, I'm not finished yet. I'm going to fix your mommy and daddy right up and make them good as new." Kota sniffled, looking up at her with eyes full of bewilderment and hope, But they're so beat up. They're missing parts. People can't regrow missing parts." Izumi chuckled and scooped Kota up as she stood, holding him with one arm. Kota was a cute little boy, with spiky black hair, dark eyes and dressed in blue shorts and a white shirt, with a funny little red cap that sported two golden horns. She held him comfortably with one arm behind his legs, then approached his mother. Both members of Water Hose were unconscious and on death's door, with open incisions and wounds all over them to allow for the various tubes and machines that kept them alive. His mother was missing her hands, so Izumi focused on the nearest one. "Watch closely, Kota. It's a little gross, but trust me," Izumi said, carefully removing the gauze that covered the stump of Jet Spring's wrist. The wound was fresh, so Izumi didn't need to cut any scar tissue away, allowing her to simply apply her rejuvenation. "Your mommy held you lovingly in these hands, and she will again." Kota watched, transfixed, as that black ink turned gold and began to restore his mother's hand. It took only a few minutes, and then his mother had her hand back. Kota knew that wasn't possible normally, and looked between the girl holding him and the restored limb. Behind the pair, Kota heard his auntie and her teammates gasp in amazement. "Why, you fixed it?" "I did." Izumi smiled, "And I'll fix the rest too. It'll take me a while, but I'll definitely save your parents. I promise you, Kota, that by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, your mommy and daddy will be all better." Kota nodded numbly, truly believing it in the depths of his heart. After what he'd seen, how could he not? Izumi gently set him back on his feet, rubbing his cheek affectionately as she did so. Kota looked up at her with the happiest, most awestruck eyes that Izumi had seen in a long time. He looked a lot like Eri had when they became an official family. "Are you a goddess?" Kota asked, completely seriously. Recovery girl startled, and Kota heard some newcomers choking on their spit behind him, but he had eyes only for Izumi. Izumi's eyes glittered with amusement and she laughed musically. "I'm a hero. The Okami hero, Amaterasu." "Nice to meet you, Kota," she introduced herself. "Amaterasu. The priest at the temple said that was the name of a super important goddess. You really did answer my prayer. Thank you. I'll do anything to pay you back," Kota said, putting his hands together in prayer and bowing to the wolf girl. Izumi smiled softly and gently took his chin in her hand and lifted it so he was looking her in the eye again. "If you want to pay me back, then live a good and happy life. You never need to bow to me. Besides," she leaned in close, whispering theatrically so everyone could hear, "my real name is Izumi Midoriya. My given name is the same as your family name, even if we use different kanji. We Izumis have to stick together." She winked at him, making Kota blush and giggle, smiling broadly. Now Kota knew for certain, if gods and goddesses were real, then Amaterasu the hero was one of them. Izumi had to cover her face with her sleeve to hide her own blush. Kota was looking at her the way that she looked at All Might, with undisguised adulation. It was flattering, and a little embarrassing. "Alright Kota, I'm going to get to work. Let me introduce my family first though," Izumi said, gesturing to the newcomers. She gently took Kota by the shoulders and walked him over to the trio. "These are two of my siblings, my honorary big brother Katsuki Bakugo and my adopted big sister Himiko Midoriya." Izumi pointed to the spiky-haired blonde and the golden-eyed girl. "Hey kid. Had a rough night huh? Well Izuken will fix that, so you can chill," Katsuki said with a small smirk. "Yep. Amaterasu is a super awesome healer, so your parents will be up and raring to go by this time tomorrow." Himiko smiled brightly, her wide grin exposing her pointed canine teeth in a way that reminded Kota of a kitten, a vampiric kitten. Kota bowed politely, the rapid shift in emotions making him feel tired and shy. This increased tenfold when his gaze turned to the little girl between the two blondes. Izumi reached a hand out to gently nudge the little girl forward. "And this is Eri Midoriya, my adopted daughter. I hope you two will get along." Izumi smiled. Eri blushed a bit and shyly smiled. Hello. My name is Eri, it's nice to meet you. I hope we can be friends." The little boy went crimson and nodded vigorously. "Why yeah. We can be friends," he said. His auntie and her teammates were grinning at him, as were Izumi's siblings, but Kota didn't care. Kota wasn't the sort of boy to turn away someone who earnestly asked to be his friend, and besides, Eri was the child of his hero. She could have asked him to be her dog and he'd probably have agreed. Eri responded to Kota's agreement with a blinding smile, and she quickly began to come out of her shell of shyness. Izumi was happy to see it, but as much as she wanted to watch her little girl and Kota play, the hero had a job to do. She looked to Manchu, who was waiting quietly behind her siblings. "I'm going to be busy for a while, so can you take Kaken, Himiko, and Eri to the hotel we'll be staying in? Maybe Kota too?" she asked, looking to Kota's Aunt Shino to see if it was okay. Her fellow heroine nodded in agreement, but Kota shook his head. "I want to stay. I won't get in the way, I promise." Izumi bit her lip. "Are you sure? You won't be able to watch properly, and it'll be long and boring work to watch anyway. Please, I want to stay. Can I?" Kota begged, looking back and forth between Izumi and Shino. "It's okay with me. We'll be staying too after all," Shino aka Mandalay replied, gesturing to her teammates. Since he had his aunt's permission, Izumi had no reason to refuse and agreed to Kota's request. Kota smiled widely, before suddenly turning beet red as Eri took his hand. "It'll be boring and lonely to watch with just the grown-ups. I'll stay too. Kota and I are friends now, and Mama said friends stick together," the little girl said seriously. She turned to the blushing Kota and with a blush of her own, showed him her backpack. "I've got games and coloring books. If we play quietly, we won't be in the way." Izumi didn't even think about denying her, instead feeling overwhelmingly proud of Eri. "Kaken, Himiko, do you mind heading to the hotel and helping Manchu? Eri will be fine here with us." Katsuki looked ready to protest, but Himiko covered his mouth before he could. "Sure thing. We'll get checked in at the hotel and take a look around the town. That way we can show you and Eri around tomorrow, once you've healed Water Hose." Without another word, the sunny blonde dragged her grumpy brother away, following Manchu to their hotel. With her older siblings gone, Izumi turned back to the wounded heroes and clapped her hands. "Time to get to work," she said with a smile. The pussycat sat on the windowsills of the ICU to watch, while Recovery Girl and the doctors moved around the water hose duo, ready to support Izumi as needed. Eri gently led Kota over to an unoccupied corner of the room and sat on the floor with him. Before getting her games and coloring books out, she squeezed Kota's hand. "Don't worry about your mommy and daddy, Kota. Mama promised to heal them and Mama never breaks a promise." Kota nodded, believing her with all his heart. As Eri got out the contents of her backpack, the boy's gaze shifted between what he would play with her and what Izumi was doing. Eri noticed him continuously stealing glances at her mama, which made her happy. She loved when people appreciated her mama as much as she did. "Kota, do you want to see something fun?" she asked. The boy turned back to her and nodded, trying to appear cool and aloof, and failing thanks to the blush on his cheeks. Eri grinned impishly and transformed into her demigod form, making Kota's jaw hit the ground with shock and amazement. Eri already resembled Izumi's demigod form thanks to the white hair and some similar facial features, with only her eyes and lack of freckles differentiating her from a little Izumi, but in demigod form herself, Eri looked exactly like her, just with less curly hair and a tiny horn. "You're like Amaterasu. You're a goddess too." Kota gushed excitedly. Eri preened under Kota's positive attention, though she didn't directly respond to his belief about her being a goddess. She didn't want to lie to her new friend, but she also knew she wasn't allowed to talk about gods and demons with people who didn't already know, so she avoided mentioning it altogether, instead opting to turn a little so her tail could move between her and Kota. "Wanna feel my tail? It's super soft and fluffy," Eri offered with a smile. The boy didn't need to be told twice and immediately began petting the end of Eri's tail, which made both Eri and the watching pussycats giggle. Her tail really was very soft and silky, and the fur was quite thick and fluffy too, making Kota's hand sink in as he petted it. It reminded Kota of petting a real puppy, while Eri felt the same way she did when someone stroked her hair. "This is so cool. But I thought Amaterasu was your adopted mommy, how come you've got the same quirk?" Kota asked. Eri leaned back against the wall and flicked her tail, making it tickle Kota's nose before answering, "Before Mama found me, I was a prisoner to a real bad guy. He hurt me a lot and did science experiments on me. Mama got captured by him too, but she saved me by taking my place in the experiments, then helped me escape. She beat the bad guy and his even bigger, badder boss, and became my mama. I don't really understand how, but everything that happened gave me the same power as Mama. I can turn into a wolf and this shape," she gestured down at herself, "which is like a halfway shape between normal me and wolf me. Both me and Mama can also make ink that we can use to cast cool magic spells. Mama can make sunlight, make bombs, cut things, grow plants, heal stuff, and control fire, and she can summon a neat mirror and sword, and that's only the spells she knows. I can make sunlight, but not do the other stuff, but I've still got my old quirk and I learned a new spell a little while ago." Kota's eyes gleamed. "Whoa, that's so cool. Like real superheroes from comics. It sucks that the bad guys hurt you and your mommy, but you've got really cool powers. What was your old quirk?" The white-haired child poked her horn. "This horn shoots lightning. But it's weird lightning, it doesn't zap people like normal, it makes them go backward. Mama says it's called rewind, and it's like reversing time on a person's body. The longer I use it and the stronger the power, the further back they turn. I can't really control it well, but Mama says it's a good, heroic quirk. If I was better at using it, I could have fixed your mommy and daddy myself," Eri said, looking a little dejected. Izumi, who was currently hard at work restoring water hoses' lost limbs to stop them bleeding as much, heard this comment and without looking up from her work she offered Eri some reassurances. "You've only been training that quirk for 6 months, and it's a tricky one. You'll get better. Just have faith." Kota watched as Eri absolutely radiated with joy at the slightest kind word from her mama. He understood that feeling, he had been the same when his parents praised his own quirk. With a mommy like her, you'll definitely be a big hero and save tons of people. "Can you show me your other spell? The one you just learned?" he asked. Eri nodded happily and put her hands together, using the barrier quirk she'd received from Tengai. A shimmering gold orb appeared around Eri, and Kota poked it experimentally, discovering it to be as solid as steel. Kota tried pounding on it and even stabbing it with one of Eri's colored pencils, but all he managed was a sore hand and a broken pencil. Sorry bout the pencil." Kota apologized. "Sakai. I'll ask Mama to fix it later. Her healing power works on things too. It's called rejuvenating," Eri said proudly. "Rejuvenation, sweetheart," Izumi corrected as she restored Jet Spring's other hand. "Yeah, that. So cool," Kota whispered in awe. From the corner of the room, Mandalay watched her nephew playing with his new friend, waves of pure joy radiating through her. It had really been an awful night and morning. She'd been called to Akuburu from the Pussycats agency near their forest because the doctors didn't expect water hose to live, so she'd need to come and take custody of Kota. Kota had always been a cheerful child, so seeing him completely broken and sobbing by his parents' injuries hurt Mandalay just as much as the sight of her sister's broken body. It had been a rough night, trying to comfort Kota and assure him it would be okay when she didn't believe that herself and while she was trying not to fall apart at her sister's impending death. Mandalay's heart had broken when Kota began praying for a miracle, and even more so when he completely broke down and screamed to the heavens for help. It never occurred to Mandalay that the heavens would actually answer. The Pussycats had heard of Amaterasu, everyone had. She was tied with Hawks for the youngest to ever become pro-hero at only 14, and the whole world had seen her battle with Orochi on the news. They'd naturally heard of her healing too, restoring Hawk's wings and ectoplasm's legs, but even after hearing she was on her way, Mandalay hadn't held out much hope that her sister and brother-in-law would survive. Even Recovery Girl hadn't been able to do anything after all. But it seemed she'd underestimated the power of Amaterasu's rejuvenation. That young heroine had swept into the room and immediately erased the dread and grief that had gripped Mandalay and Kota, healing the injury that would kill Jet Spring with practiced ease in a matter of seconds, then gently held and reassured Kota while she restored one of his mother's hands, proving that she could really save his parents. Mandalay was beyond grateful to Izumi for restoring hope to her nephew, and she was equally grateful to the adorable little girl currently playing with him. Eri, like her mama, had swept into their lives and began making things better, reassuring Kota and taking his mind off the bloody work being done not 5 feet away. The feline hero hadn't expected to see Kota smile and play again for a long time, and yet here he was, laughing and cuddling with Eri, who decided to show off her full wolf form and become an adorable white wolf pup, which Kota was having a great time hugging and petting. It brought a tear to Mandalay's eyes and she offered her own little prayer of thanks. She didn't believe Izumi and Eri were goddesses like Kota did, but she wouldn't be surprised to learn they were wolf-shaped angels. After Eri had gotten her fill of Kota petting her wolf form, she transformed back to her normal human form. Of course, she was still in Kota's arms at the time, so the boy promptly yelped and recoiled with a luminescent blush coloring his cheeks. Eri thought that it was cute. Kota blushed a lot around her. She didn't get it, but it made her happy. "Hey Kota, do you have your quirk yet?" she asked, getting the blushing boy's attention. Yeah. Kota gulped, trying to make his face stop burning. "It's like my parents. I can shoot water from my hands. It isn't very strong though." Eri's eyes lit up. "That sounds fun. Show me," she begged. The child reached for her backpack and pulled out a flask of sweet tea that Granny Inko had given her before she left. She unscrewed the cup from the top and handed it to Kota. "Here, fill this so we don't get anything wet." Kota obediently put his palm over the top of the cup and activated his quirk, causing water to secrete from his hands and drip into the cup slowly. Eri watched, fascinated, until the cup was full, then took it back and looked at the contents curiously. It looked like normal water and a cursory sniff revealed that it smelled like normal water too. She wondered if it tasted the same too. "Is it safe to drink?" Eri asked, cautious about consuming something she didn't really understand. "Yeah, it's just water," Kota said, leaning his head back and pouring some water from his palm into his mouth. Eri, reassured, drank from the cup Kota had filled and found that he was right, it was just plain room temperature water. She drained the cup and then turned back to Kota with an excited gleam to her ruby eyes. "What else can you do with it? How much water can you make? How fast? Can you make it warmer or colder? Does it only come from your palm or can you shoot it from your fingers?" she questioned rapidly. Kota blinked at the onslaught of questions. "I don't know. My daddy's quirk lets him gather water in his body and then expel it in huge waves, while mommy's quirk lets her control water with her hands like it was solid, but she has a cool move where she gathers loads of water into her palms and squishes it really tight, so when she lets go it shoots out really hard. My quirk is more like daddy's, since I can just shoot water from my body, but I can make it and not just store it, and it comes from my hands like mommy's quirk." Eri listened intently, then smiled widely. "I know. We should do an analysis, dear." Izumi gently corrected, trying to coax a tricky bit of shrapnel from Torrent's shoulder so she could heal the nicked blood vessel beneath it. "Mama's super good at it. It's where you look at a person's quirk and try to figure out how it works with clues and experiments. It's like a puzzle." Eri beamed. "We should do that with your quirk and find out how it works." "Really?" Kota gasped. "Yeah. Mama, can we?" Eri asked. Izumi nodded. "Sure, but be careful. Make sure the pussycats can see you and ask their permission before any experiments. If you do a good job of making an analysis report on Kota's quirk, I'll buy you both a treat later," she promised, looking up for a moment to smile at the eager children. Eri and Kota looked at each other with delighted expressions, then scampered off to stand with the pussycats, pausing only long enough to grab some crayons and paper from Eri's backpack. Izumi listened to their excited chatter for a few seconds, before refocusing on the job at hand, namely the near-impossible task of stitching the water hose heroes back together. The young hero knew it was going to be difficult, but the files Manchu provided didn't tell the full story of just how terribly Torrent and Jet Spring had been hurt. They were so badly hurt that Izumi had to heal multiple things at once, giving some rejuvenation ink to Recovery Girl to use, as Izumi's own 2 hands weren't enough to keep up with the damage done to the duo. Muscular was a damn monster, and he'd apparently left an entire building's worth of concrete shards in the bodies of his victims. Izumi compared it to healing All Might, Ectoplasm, and Hawks all at once, times 5. Despite the difficulty, Izumi had made a promise and she intended to keep it. She filled jars with her ink, so the doctors and nurses could help her alongside Recovery Girl and began to methodically heal the wounded duo. The main problem was twofold, the first being blood loss from all the damage they'd taken, the effects of the shrapnel, and the surgery performed to keep them alive. The second problem was their destroyed organs. Both of them had been hooked up to machines that essentially replaced those organs and had their damaged blood vessels connected to a machine that reintroduced their lost blood into their system. Before she could begin healing them properly, Izumi had restored all their lost limbs. The massive gaping wounds left by the missing arms and legs looked like they'd been amputated following being crushed, or in some cases, torn off, but they were also losing blood rapidly and the machines reintroducing their blood couldn't keep up with such heavy losses, so Izumi had restored the limbs first to deal with that problem. Then came the real healing. To heal them effectively, Izumi first had to find and extract every single shard of concrete stuck in their bodies while Recovery Girl and the local doctors healed the damage that she had to do to get the shards out. That process was more finicky than tiring, but Izumi's sharp nose could differentiate between organic and inorganic matter easily, so she was able to find and extract the pieces, using her claws with the delicacy of tweezers. The process took an hour, but Izumi kept working hard, her spirits lifted by listening to Eri and Kota making their analysis in the background. The next 2 hours were spent dealing with most of the bleeding. Izumi had to find every single damaged blood vessel, big and small, and heal it, gradually removing connections to the blood reintroduction machine in the process. On occasion, Izumi actually had to open them up with a scalpel to get to various internal bleeds, though she quickly healed them up afterwards. This was repetitive, bloody work, and between the stress of the situation and the constant drain of using rejuvenation, both by herself and providing the necessary ink to the others, Izumi was beginning to weaken. Still, she was conscious and could stand, as well as use her power, so she kept going. The pussycats took Eri and Kota out for some lunch, while the healing team began the difficult job of organ reconstruction. With the bleeding under control, they had to slowly remove the destroyed organs, construct new ones with rejuvenation, then repair the damaged ones, all while healing the connections between the organs and the rest of the body. This was the longest, hardest part of the process, and it was absolutely grueling for Izumi. Recovery Girl remembered back when she'd first learned Izumi's secrets, as well as how her rejuvenation worked. Izumi had explained back then that organs were much harder to restore due to their complexity and frailty, but Recovery Girl hadn't truly appreciated that until today, when she had to watch Izumi essentially repair or replace every organ in the human body, twice. By some small miracle, the water hose's brains weren't damaged at all, as Muscular had spared the faces of his victims, likely so they'd be easily identified. Unfortunately, Izumi had to do the repair and replace entirely by herself, as while the ink she gave could be used for simple healing in the hands of others, only she had the necessary power and control over the rejuvenation technique to produce new organs and repair the old ones. The pussycats had returned from lunch with the children, and spent the entire afternoon in the ICU with the healers, but it wasn't until dinner time that Izumi finished with the organs, reconnecting the last of them to the water hose's cardiovascular system and finally stopping the bleeding. It had taken about 6 hours, Izumi was shaking with exhaustion, stress, and pain, and the water hose duo were still badly hurt, looking like they'd been hit by a truck and left with broken bones, torn muscles and hellish bruising. But finally, the water hose heroes were no longer in danger of dying. The machines were disconnected, leaving only IVs, a few monitoring devices, and the device that modulated their anesthetic, and Izumi sat down heavily for the first time since arriving. Recovery Girl took one look at the girl and knew something was wrong. Izumi was pale and shaking, sweating awfully and clearly in pain, her wolf ears drooping, her tail hanging limply behind her. "I think we should take a break now. Mandalay, would you and your friends take the children out for dinner? Perhaps meet up with Manchu and Amaterasu's siblings?" Recovery Girl suggested. The children seemed eager for that, their playing leaving them thankfully oblivious to Izumi's condition. The pussycats did notice, however, and immediately agreed, shepherding Kota and Eri out of the room before they took notice of the exhausted hero. As soon as the door was shut behind them, Recovery Girl turned on her heel and began quickly examining Izumi. "Dear, are you alright? Can you hear me?" she asked. Izumi breathed deeply, noticeably wheezy, then nodded. "I can hear you. I'm exhausted. You're clearly in pain too. How did this happen?" "I didn't think your power could hurt you," the once youthful heroine demanded worriedly. I ran out of power. My stamina was exhausted 2 hours ago." Izumi muttered, before being racked with coughs. In truth, Izumi's own power had been exhausted 3 hours ago, but she'd gotten another hour by taking as much power as she could from the brush gods. She'd taken so much that they had fallen asleep, leaving her unable to talk to them until they recovered. Recovery Girl and the doctors didn't know this however, and were deeply shocked by Izumi's words. "How could you still be working if you exhausted yourself 2 hours ago?" one cried. "My power, it uses my stamina sure, but I have a contingency. If I need to use my powers in an emergency, and don't have the stamina, then I can fuel them with my life force instead," Izumi explained. Her fellow healers paled dramatically. That was why Izumi was in pain. She was essentially exchanging her life for the water hoses. "Fool! You could have killed yourself," another doctor scolded. Izumi smiled weakly. "Sorry, but I'm not done yet. They're not fully healed. You are not continuing this. We can continue tomorrow, if you're better," Recovery Girl ordered. "No," the wolf girl shook her head. "I promised. I'm doing it. You know my powers, Recovery Girl. If I die, I'll resurrect once per day with full power." Recovery Girl's jaw hung open. "You've been planning this," she whispered. "You knew you didn't have the stamina to heal them, so you're using your life force and plan to literally work yourself to death so you could resurrect, get your second wind, and complete their healing." "What? You can't. Amaterasu, this is madness." Izumi allowed the doctors and nurses' shouts of anger and worry wash over her before raising her hand. "I'm sorry, but it's already too late. I've used enough life force that my body will soon shut down and die, forcing a resurrection. I heard Kota's cry this morning, right before I arrived. I could feel his anguish and sorrow, so I promised I would heal his parents today." She coughed violently, spitting up blood just as Toshinori used to, before continuing. "I'll admit, I bit off more than I could chew. I'd estimated that I'd have just enough power to heal them without actually dying, but I hadn't anticipated the shrapnel, or the amount of healing I'd have to do to repair its effects. Even so, like Eri said, I never break my promises. You can try to stop me, and I'll die anyway, rendering it pointless, or you can let me do what has to be done." Recovery Girl shook her head ruefully. "You and Toshinori are far too similar. I thought that therapist of yours was teaching you to value your life." "She is, but this won't kill me. With my astral resurrection, it's more like a very quick cat nap. If I was really going to die for good, I wouldn't be doing this." Unless she had to in order to save a life, but Izumi chose not to say that part. Recovery Girl's glare made it clear she didn't need to either. The elderly heroine's hands tightened around her syringe-shaped cane, and Izumi was sure she was itching to hit her upside the head with it, but was holding herself back due to Izumi's condition. The girl grinned despite her pain. She'd be getting a bump on the head as soon as she was done. "Fine." Recovery Girl spat, "but hurry it up. If you collapse and die with those kids in the room, they'll be traumatized, so get it over with before they get back." Izumi nodded weakly, her eyes still burning with determination despite the exhaustion. The doctors and nurses wanted to protest, but Recovery Girl and Amaterasu had been put in charge, so they had no choice but to accept. For the next 20 minutes, Izumi forced herself to unleash all her remaining life force in the form of rejuvenating ink, healing several of the water hose's broken bones in the process. She began coughing up blood more frequently, spitting it into the jar full of concrete shards, and her breathing grew shallower and more pained until finally, Izumi collapsed to the floor like a marionette with its strings cut. Even knowing that Izumi's power would revive her, Recovery Girl and the rest of the medical staff felt their hearts clench painfully at the sight of the girl's dead body. But then, in a flash of golden light, Izumi awoke again, as if she'd only been sleeping. The doctors were amazed at the change. Izumi's skin returned to a healthy shade and she was no longer shaking or in pain. In fact, she was full of excited energy like a dog being taken off the leash. Izumi got to her feet, worked a kink out of her neck, then grinned impishly. "Sorry for my little fainting spell there, shall we get back to work?" The thwack of Recovery Girl's cane bouncing off Izumi's skull was the answer. Izumi had the good sense to apologize, rubbing her new lump as she did so. Of course, while Izumi had been able to bounce back, Recovery Girl and the others couldn't, so they took a genuine break while Izumi kept working. Thankfully, mere broken bones and bruises were nothing compared to missing limbs and damaged organs, so Izumi was able to heal them almost effortlessly, rubbing ink into their bodies like a salve. An hour later, when Kota, Eri, and the pussycats returned from dinner, they arrived to find Recovery Girl and the doctor smiling pleasantly, the nurses bouncing with excitement, and Izumi sitting casually beside the water hose duo's beds, which had been pushed together. Kota's eyes widened and filled with tears, as they once again stared back at the open eyes of his parents. Koichi Izumi aka Torrent and Satsuki Izumi aka Jet Spring smiled happily at their son. Mommy? Daddy? Kota whispered, almost with disbelief. His father nodded stiffly, his body healed but still weak. We're here, Kota. We're so sorry we worried you. It's okay now, we're okay now, his mother added. Kota burst into tears and ran at his parents, leaping into their arms. Their little family embraced, all three of them sobbing with joy, thankful that they could be together again. The water hose duo were officially healed, and Izumi's mission was complete. Next chapter, the Calm Part 1 to be released, October 9, 2021. Hooray, the water hose duo get to live. I know that probably doesn't come as much of a surprise to many of you, but I couldn't stand the idea of letting poor Kota go without his parents. This chapter had quite a bit happening, the heroes healed, Kota becoming a new fan for Izumi, and my personal favorite part, Eri and Kota being adorable together. It was a lot of fun to write Eri being cute and playful, so I hope you enjoyed it. Now on to the big thing that happened, Izumi dying to complete her healing. This was a momentously bad decision on her part, but does serve a purpose, namely showing how poor her mental state is. Her ability to revive once per day has clearly messed with her sense of self-preservation, and that combined with her insistence on never breaking a promise, and her crazy focus on saving people has left her extremely neurotic. It's all her martyr complex again. Next chapter you can expect to see the reactions of her friends and family to what she's done, as well as what the consequences for her actions are, both good and bad. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7-3, The Calm Part 1. Saturday 1-2th November 228 1. Okobura General Hospital. Izumi sat back in her chair, Eri held happily in her arms as she watched the reunion of Water Hose, Kota, and Mandalay with undisguised joy. The now rejuvenated heroes were holding their son tightly between them, thanking him for being brave and profusely apologizing for almost failing to return to him, all while crying uncontrollably. Kota was too emotional to do more than cry and cling to his parents, occasionally whimpering, "Mommy, Daddy." Mandalay was embracing her sister whilst she cried too, thankful that she and her husband were still alive. The rest of the pussycats watched happily from the side along with Izumi, Recovery Girl and the medical staff. Eri smiled happily too, glad that Kota had his mommy and daddy back, though she didn't doubt he would for even a second, her mama had been on the case after all. Not long after the tearful reunion began, the door to the ICU opened and Manchu returned, along with Katsuki and Himiko, who'd spent the day exploring the town. "Hey guys. You picked a good time to come visit." Izumi smiled. "We figured. The old lady messaged this guy and he came and got us." Katsuki smirked, pointing a thumb at Manchu behind him before nodding at the healed water hose heroes. "You worked fast." "Whoa, you really did. I know you told Kota that you'd have them back by the time he woke up tomorrow, but I didn't think you'd fix them before he even went to bed. How'd you manage that much healing in only about 8 hours?" Himiko asked with a slight frown. She and Katsuki knew better than anyone what the limits of Izumi's powers were, and they were now looking at her suspiciously. Izumi chuckled nervously, "Ehe. I worked really hard. Probably a little too hard, but that was my own fault for overestimating myself and underestimating the damage." The wolf girl tried to laugh like it was a funny story, but both her elder siblings narrowed their eyes at her, making her freeze. Izumi gulped, she was in trouble. Thankfully, the arrival of her siblings brought the room's attention back to her, so Katsuki and Himiko wouldn't start scolding her yet, at least not in front of Eri and Kota. While Izumi had been talking to her siblings, Mandalay had been whispering to Koichi and Satsuki about everything that happened since Izumi had arrived, with Kota eagerly providing his own details. Now that Water Hose knew everything they'd missed, they just had to talk to their healer. "Amaterasu," Koichi said, getting her attention, "my wife and I need to thank you. Without you, we'd both probably be dead right now, and our son would be an orphan." "My husband is right. My sister told us what you did. Not only did you heal us, but you helped our son when he was in a dark place. You gave him hope and became his hero. We can never thank you enough," Satsuki added. Izumi's eyes widened. "Your sister? Mandalay's your sister? I thought you two were just friends." "Oh wow, I'd never have guessed that." Though come to think of it, you do have similar hair and eye colors. Mandalay giggled. Naturally, we heroes don't usually boast of our familial relationships in case villains target them, but yes, Jet Spring and I are sisters. We each inherited a quirk from one of our parents, which is why they're so different. I need to thank you too, Amaterasu. I came here today thinking I'd have to bury my sister and brother-in-law, then take custody of my grieving 4-year-old nephew. Thanks to you, they're alive and our family is whole. Kota nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Amaterasu. You saved mommy and daddy just like you promised. You're the best hero ever. Izumi blushed crimson. Ah. You're all very welcome. I'm really glad I could help. I was afraid I was too late when I first arrived. If that crazy EMT hadn't been speeding like a madman, I never would have got here in time to save Jet Spring from that bleed in the aorta. Luck played a part, but this victory was yours, said one of the pussycats, putting their hand on Izumi's shoulder. Izumi turned to find Mandalay's teammates smiling down at her. There was Pixie Bob with her combed back blonde hair that reached her shoulders, her single long bang, and her vibrant blue eyes. Next to her was Ragdoll, who had hip-length green hair and wide yellow eyes. Lastly there was Tiger, the one who had a hand on Izumi's shoulder. He was the only man in the pussycats and had short, greased-back brown hair with a Superman-like hair curl, and blank white eyes that appeared to lack a pupil or iris. Each of the pussycats sported their signature uniform in a unique color and had face paint to accompany it. Mandalay's was red with red whiskers painted beneath her eyes, Pixie Bob's was blue with dark blue dots on her cheekbones, Ragdoll's was yellow with pink whiskers and a pink ring around her right eye, and lastly Tiger's was brown with intimidating black designs around each of his eyes. Now that Izumi wasn't busy saving lives, she was hit by the fact that there were 6 heroes in the room with her, all of whom were looking at her with gratitude. Izumi almost fainted with joy. Oh gosh, it's really an honor to hear kind words from all of you. You guys are some of my favorite heroes. Water Hoses Torrent and Jet Spring, who can fight any fire with their amazing teamwork, and the wild pussycats that specialize and excel in mountain rescue. As someone who prefers rescue work, it's amazing to meet you all. I'd bow, but I don't want to squish Eri. Izumi gushed, turning progressively redder. You're a fan of us? Koichi asked with a grin. Izumi nodded enthusiastically. I love heroes. I know all your quirks and even wrote analysis on each of you in my notebooks. Himiko giggled and walked over to the group, revealing she had some of Izumi's hero notebooks in her bag. She handed Volume 10 to the Pussycats, Mandalay moving to join them, and Volume 9 to the Water Hose duo. Walking past Izumi, she winked at her little sister. I figured this would happen, so I brought the correct books along. Izumi made a funny little whimpering noise as she turned beet red from embarrassment, leaving the heroes to read their entries in her notebooks. The 6 heroes were amazed and flattered by Izumi's notes, and were shocked by how accurate some of her results were. She'd managed to deduce the range limits of Tiger's Pliabody quirk and Ragdoll's search quirk while also deducing some of the strengths and weaknesses of Pixie Bob's Earth Flow and Mandalay's Telepath. Plus, each entry came with a handful of drawings done by Izumi, showing the hero standing normally and then several action shots. Beyond hero work, Izumi's 2 talents were art and analysis, and both talents were on full display in her notes. These are amazing. We heard you offered an analysis service to heroes, but I wasn't expecting this. Ragdoll said excitedly, hey, I know that you're a wolf and not a cat, but do you want to come and join the Pussycats? My search and your analysis skills would make us a great team. Izumi beamed, I'm flattered, but dash. She's got an agency already. Katsuki said, crossing his arms, once Sunny and I become full heroes too, we're forming the Sunburst Hero Agency, so don't try poaching one of our headliners. Himiko nodded seriously, making Izumi giggle. Kaken's right. We've had it planned since he and I were only 3 years old, the wolf girl smiled. Ragdoll pouted, but we'd make such a great team. Oh well. She leaned closer to Izumi and spoke in a stage whisper, if you change your mind, come join us. We can have a green or white version of our costume made for you. It'll be fun. Oi! Katsuki yelled. Everyone burst into laughter, all the stress of the day fading away as they enjoyed Katsuki and Ragdoll arguing over which agency Izumi would join. Of course, Izumi would always be loyal to her siblings and their future Sunburst Hero Agency, but she couldn't help but enjoy teasing Katsuki, who was acting like his old self again. Getting him worked up was the only way to stop him acting overly protective and serious. After the large group enjoyed the laughter, the medical team, sans recovery girl, left to attend to their other duties and get some proper rest, leaving the Water Hose family, the Pussycats, Manchu, recovery girl, and the Amaterasu family to enjoy their evening. Once they'd gone and Ragdoll had ceased teasing Katsuki, Manchu cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Before we continue on, we should address why we came here, the mission to heal the water hose hero duo. Amaterasu, they certainly look like they're in good shape, but what is the actual medical diagnosis of their current condition? The Tao sidekick asked. Izumi, slipping back into her professional persona, stood while still holding Eri and gave her report. Both Torrent and Jet Spring have had any and all injuries completely healed. Everything from missing limbs and destroyed organs to bruises and mild lacerations have been rejuvenated. They are weak at the moment, but given a few days and some rehab with their new limbs, and they should be completely fine. I'd clear them for hero work after 7 days, but I prefer they take 2 weeks off instead to fully recover and warm their bodies up again. Manchu nodded, looking pleased, and gave a cursory look to Recovery Girl. The elderly heroine nodded in agreement. Amaterasu's report is accurate, though I personally wouldn't clear them for work until at least 2 weeks have passed. I'd also recommend they eat light for the first few days, as their new organs need time to warm up. So no, we survived certain death, celebration stakes? Koichi asked with a cheeky grin. Not for at least 5 days. Recovery Girl shot back, Amaterasu worked hard to put you back together, don't spoil her work. Koichi saluted. Yes ma'am, he said, only half joking. His wife and son laughed at his antics while the rest of the room smiled. Compared to the severely damaged man they'd seen earlier, Koichi possessed some much-needed levity. Manchu looked satisfied with their condition and turned back to Izumi. Well, I think we can officially declare this mission complete. Congratulations on another successful case, Amaterasu. Manchu grinned. Izumi puffed her chest out proudly. I'm happy to have helped, she said, a phrase that was becoming her catchphrase after every successful mission. Manchu chuckled. Well, I'm sure you overworked yourself to pull off this miracle in only a day, so I'll spare you the trouble of writing up a report. I'll handle that myself. Ha, that's almost a mission reward in itself. Koichi grinned. Speaking of, I've gotta ask, how much did you get paid for this job? Koichi. Satsuki said, slapping his arm as she scolded him, you can't ask her something like that. What? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just curious how much the government values us. We aren't exactly high-ranking big shots, the man pointed out. Everyone looked to Izumi to get an answer to that question, but the wolf girl just shrugged. I've got no idea actually. I never asked. Katsuki and Himiko chuckled while Recovery Girl rolled her eyes, but the other 6 heroes in the room all looked at Izumi like she was nuts. Izumi didn't really understand why they looked so surprised. She just accepted the missions she was given and did them to the best of her ability. She had a lot of money saved up from her allowance over the years, so Izumi never really worried about paying for things, and if she really needed it, she had access to Sakuya's account for emergencies. Why would she worry about money? You seriously took a job without even knowing the pay? Mandalay asked. Well yeah, is it that weird? Do you guys ask what each job is worth before doing it? Izumi asked, doubting that the pussycats would haggle over pay before rescuing people trapped in the mountains. Tiger shook his head. No, but it's different. We actively patrol and respond as soon as something happens. We're patrol heroes. Izumi nodded, already knowing that. Generally speaking, there were 3 types of active hero, both mainstream and underground, patrol, bounty, and emergency, each characterized by the types of job they did. Most heroes were the patrol type. They roamed their territory in search of problems and react immediately, then get paid based on reports they make after the fact. Bounty heroes didn't patrol and took missions and requests from the commission or government, with each job having a predetermined pay, which could be docked or supplemented based on mission performance. Izumi was the 3rd type, emergency heroes, who were generally part-time heroes due to having other responsibilities, and acted as hybrids between patrol and bounty heroes. They responded immediately when needed, like a patrol hero, and took villain bounties or other requests as they were offered. However, Izumi, who wasn't interested in money, never paid much attention to that aspect of things. Manchu came to her rescue. Amaterasu has never once asked for pay. She's accepted every mission offered to her and responded to every emergency call she's received. She's certainly been paid, and even received bonuses for performance before, but as the daughter of the commission president and someone without many material desires, wealth didn't concern her. I see. I know you've not been a hero for long, Amaterasu, but to not refuse a mission in your whole career is pretty amazing. I'm glad you chose to take ours too. Satsuki smiled kindly, looking remarkably like Mandalay with her gentle, motherly smile. Izumi blushed at the praise. Well, I couldn't refuse. Every mission given to me is someone who needs help. If I hadn't responded to this one, you'd be dead and Kota would be an orphan. I could never ignore that. Katsuki smirked and nudged her with his elbow while looking right at Kota. The moment she saw you had a kid, she accepted. We were packed and on our way here within 15 minutes of her reading that file. Kota beamed at Izumi. Thank you, Amaterasu. You're my hero. Izumi's heart soared and her smile was almost blinding. She'd received praise from those she'd helped before, but Kota's earnest adoration and gratitude felt so much more special. Perhaps it was because his parents and auntie were heroes too, thus making it more special that Izumi held a special place in his heart. You're welcome, Kota. If you ever need me, I'll come running. Izumi promised. We really do need to do something to thank you. Is there anything we can offer you? I know you're not interested in money, but perhaps we can do other stuff. Positive words to the media or sponsoring something you support. Something like that? Satsuki asked. Well, if you really want to do something for me. Izumi began poking her fingers together nervously. Would you give me your autographs? I'm a hero super fan, so it would mean a lot to me. The water hose duo gave her an incredulous look. That's it? You just want our autographs? Ah. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'd never force you or anything. In fact, forget I said anything. Izumi stuttered, holding Eri in one hand as she reached to take her notebooks back. Koichi and Satsuki grinned and pulled the book towards them. We'd be happy to give you our autographs. We're just surprised, you're a pro hero too, you know. Koichi chuckled. Izumi was positively vibrating with excitement as she watched the water hose duo sign their pages, and when they handed the signed book back to her, she hugged it to her chest while trying desperately not to squeal or jump up and down. When she received a tap on the shoulder and turned to find that the pussycats had signed their pages too, Izumi finally lost the last of her restraint and clutched her signed books like valuable treasures while repeatedly bowing and thanking her fellow heroes, much to their amusement. Of course, she was still holding Eri with one arm while doing this, so the giggling girl got a rather amusing ride out of it. Hee mama really loves heroes. Eri giggled, her eyes spinning a little from being shaken about. She certainly does. By the way, what's your name, sweetie? You've been sitting quietly on your mama's lap this whole time and we haven't even asked you. That was rude of us. Satsuki apologized. Eri smiled. That's okay. I'm Eri Midoriya. Amaterasu is my mama. Me and Kota are friends. Koichi and Satsuki grinned like Cheshire cats as their son promptly blushed, but smiled back at Eri. Yeah. Me and Eri played together while Amaterasu was fixing you. We did an analysis on my quirk, and then we did coloring and played heroes. Aries can turn into a wolf puppy. His parents enjoyed listening to their son recounting his day with Eri adding her own comments to the story, making for an exuberant retelling filled with the laughter of the two children. At one point, Kota jokingly teased Eri about chasing her tail, which made the little girl turn into her puppy form and pounce on him, leading to the adults and teenagers watching happily as Kota giggled and squirmed while puppy Eri playfully nipped at his feet and licked his face. Eri turned back to her human form again just as Kota was hugging her, making him suddenly squeak and turn beet red, which caused another bout of laughter. This continued for a while, with everyone relaxing and chatting while watching the children play, getting to know one another and talking about some of their heroic exploits. Other than the children, only Katsuki could say he didn't really have any experience as a hero. The Pussycats, Water Hose, Recovery Girl, Manchu, and of course, Amaterasu all had stories to tell, and even Himiko could talk about her encounter with Jean/Twice, but Katsuki didn't have anything like that, which depressed him. Sure, he had helped defeat the Akomahana alongside his future teammates, but that had been a victory for Izumi and Himiko rather than him, and his assistance with the Kami of Mizutofu wasn't really true hero work, more like enthusiastic community service. Heck, if you counted her helping Izumi against Orochi, even Eri had some heroic experience under her belt. Being faced with this fact ate at Katsuki, and while he felt no resentment to the people around him, he did feel jealousy and disgust with himself. He was supposed to be strong, even Izumi could only beat him in combat if she pushed herself to unsafe levels or used techniques that could kill him, and yet he couldn't do anything to help her. It drove him mad. Katsuki found himself looking forward to the end of this little vacation in Akoburu. He wanted to get back to Dr. Nishikata and talk this shit out before he started going down the same path he'd been on before the Hibana incident. As the evening gave way to night, Eri and Kota finally began to exhaust their seemingly infinite energy and began to nod off. Kota ended up falling asleep in his mother's arms, while Eri turned into her puppy form and curled up around his neck, holding tight like a furry scarf. Izumi and the water hose duo didn't want to risk waking them by pulling them apart, so Recovery Girl arranged for a couple of extra beds to be brought in, so Eri and Kota could share one and Izumi could sleep in the other. There was no way she was leaving Eri to go sleep somewhere else. The children were settled into their bed and were out like a light, Not even Ragdoll accidentally knocking over a metal tray full of surgical tools made them stir. The adults and teens just watched the adorable pair sleeping for a few minutes, before getting back to their prior conversation. Unfortunately for Izumi, Himiko had remembered what she'd said earlier. Izumi, you said earlier that you worked a little too hard to heal Torrent and Jet Spring. You said you overestimated yourself and underestimated the damage. What did you mean by that? Himiko asked, a neutral expression on her face. Izumi gulped, she was in for it now. Still, she couldn't lie. The files I read on their injuries didn't mention anything about concrete shrapnel. It ended up aggravating a lot of wounds and causing bleeds that I had to heal. It increased my workload by quite a bit, but I didn't realize how much until I actually got working. Izumi explained. Everyone looked over to the small glass flask full of blood and concrete shards. There was enough to reconstruct 2 entire bricks, and the sight of the bloody shrapnel made both Koichi and Satsuki shudder at the thought of it being in their bodies. So let me guess, you pushed yourself to the point of keeling over, then ate those bone bites to get you back to your current state, right? Katsuki asked, his arms crossed as he looked at her like a parent scolding his naughty daughter. Recovery girl turned to glare at Izumi, bone bites. You had some of those? Izumi froze, her eyes wide with shock and horror as her hands shakily moved to her belt and pulled a familiar bag of treats from inside one of the pouches. I forgot all about these. I got so into my work that I screwed up. Recovery girl shook her head while Katsuki and Himiko looked livid. Even Manchu looked upset with her now, and the water hose and pussycats were left dreadfully confused. Manchu, his voice eerily calm, asked, if you didn't eat these, then how did you suddenly recover enough to be as healthy as you are now? If you pushed yourself as badly as I believe you did, you should have required at least 4 hours to recover. Izumi gulped and looked at the floor, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. I used a technique. Which technique? Katsuki asked dangerously. The wolf girl flinched. Yamagami art, astral rejuvenation, she answered in a barely audible whisper. Before anyone could stop him, Katsuki punched the top of Izumi's head, giving her a bump to rival the one she'd gotten from Recovery Girl's walking stick. Izumi was seeing stars, at least until Katsuki grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him. You fucking idiot. Do you hate yourself that much? No. Izumi squeaked, looking frantically between her enraged brother and the sleeping kids, afraid he'd woken them. Thankfully they were sleeping like logs and nothing short of a nuclear explosion would wake them, but if Katsuki didn't calm down, that might just happen. Himiko was looking equally infuriated and actually began pacing to try and cool off. Of all the stupid things. I get that you wanted to help water hose, and you did a good job, but that was not the way to do it. There is no way in hell that it was necessary either, she ranted. Naturally, only Manchu and Recovery Girl understood why they were angry, as the former knew all of Izumi's techniques and the latter had seen what she'd done, but Water Hose and the Pussycats were left confused and concerned. From their point of view, Izumi's siblings had just started ranting for no reason, as if she'd committed some awful act to heal Koichi and Satsuki. Pixie Bob went to put a hand on Himiko while Tiger moved between Katsuki and Izumi, lest the explosive blonde smack Izumi's head again. What's going on here? You can't just hit her and expect us not to get angry. Mandalay demanded while gently feeling Izumi's head to feel her lump. Oh please, that was barely a love tap. I've done worse in spars, and so has she. Besides, after what she did to herself, the idiot deserves it. Katsuki spat, ignoring Tiger entirely and glaring at Izumi. Izumi winced and shrunk in on herself a little. Her friends/siblings only ever got angry with her when she did something stupid and reckless, but neither had ever been this angry. Then again, Izumi had never screwed up quite as badly. Thankfully, the other heroes in the room could tell the difference between plain violent anger and anger born of worry, so they didn't immediately jump down Katsuki's throat for his words and instead questioned the teenagers. What exactly did Amaterasu do? What is that technique? Satsuki asked. Katsuki took a deep breath to try and calm himself, before answering the hero with another question, spat out through gritted teeth. How much do you know about Izumi's quirk? The things it lets her do? Not a lot, to be honest. Other than the healing, the wolf and half-wolf transformations, and a few rumored abilities like control over plants. There isn't a comprehensive explanation of her quirk anywhere, and I heard it was actually classified and removed from the register. Ragdoll answered, being the information expert in the group. Seeing as Katsuki was literally seething, Himiko took over explaining their anger. Well, it's complicated and there are a lot of factors, but the important things are, Izumi produces ink which can be used to make different things happen by drawing different symbols and using different colors. It's sort of like a mage casting spells with mana in a video game. One of these techniques is rejuvenation, which is the power to heal. The problem is that Izumi can use her stamina to make the ink, but if she gets too weak, she can't use stamina anymore. For a normal person, this means she just can't use her powers for a bit, but Izumi's quirk can still work, by using her life force. The 6 heroes gaped, finally beginning to understand why Izumi's siblings were so angry. So Amaterasu was exchanging her life force to heal us. Satsuki gasped. Manchu nodded grimly. It literally breaks her body down and turns it into fuel for her quirk. It does a number on her body, to the point I'd be willing to bet some of the blood in that glass flask is hers. Everyone turned to look at the flask of concrete shards, and noticed there was a lot more blood than was expected. Surely not all of it could have just dripped off those shards, some of it had likely been vomited up. Oh my god. Pixie Bob whispered. Oh, you ain't heard shit yet. Katsuki growled, why'd you think this dumbass looks so healthy after hurting herself that much? Kaken, wait. Izumi tried to stop him, but he silenced her with a glare. One of her quirk's other abilities is called astral resurrection. Katsuki began, and immediately, the heroes went pale as the connotations of that name sank in. Of course, they didn't have to speculate, as Katsuki was happy to explain. Once per day, if Izuken dies under any circumstances, she'll be resurrected at full health. When she was a captive of the Shai Hasaikai, that bastard Chisaki literally turned her into a bloody stain with his quirk, and Izuken resurrected from it, building her body back up from nothing. It only works once every 24 hours, but it's a foolproof honest-to-God resurrection from death. Koichi looked like he was going to be sick, and no, she didn't. He looked to Izumi, tell us you didn't. Izumi looked at the floor, unable to meet his eye or speak in her defense. Manchu spoke for her instead. Yamagami Art, Astral Rejuvenation. An emergency super move in which Amaterasu pushes her healing to the limits, healing her patient and using up her energy to the point that she begins using life force. She literally works herself until her body fails and the damage causes a brain aneurysm. Amaterasu dies, then revives herself with astral resurrection, returning to full health and more importantly full stamina, thus allowing her to continue her healing. A suicide move that can heal any person's injuries no matter how severe, so long as they are alive. The pussycats were stunned into silence, and the water hose duo looked horrified. While Izumi was a hero, they still looked at her and saw a teenager. Only 15, and looking younger thanks to her slender frame and baby face, and she had literally worked herself to death to save their lives. Recovery Girl was the first to speak, and she did so with a voice full of resigned anger. You have a suicide healing move. You have an actual suicide move. I knew you were reckless and dangerously selfless, but I didn't honestly think you were that bad. For pity's sake, girl, the elderly hero said, shaking her head. Izumi tried to defend herself, I am not suicidal or anything, I swear. I don't want to die. I love life. I'm sorry I upset everyone, but I'd never work myself to death if I didn't know I'd come back. If I didn't have my astral resurrection, I'd never even consider it. I promise. Himiko, hating seeing Izumi so upset despite her foolish actions, took pity on her and began to calm down. We understand, little sis, but the astral resurrection is supposed to be your ultimate and final defense. Something to save you from the impossible. It's not for letting you recklessly kill yourself. Everyone back home will be furious. They are. Ishiko's voice said over the earpiece. Izumi winced. Ishiko had been in her secret punkle pouch for the whole day, and Izumi assumed she'd spent most of the day asleep or playing games on the tiny computer in the pouch, as she hadn't watched the healing due to her squeamishness, but either Ishiko had been listening the whole time and kept silent due to there being people around who didn't know about her, or Ishiko had only heard the very explanation Katsuki, Himiko, and Manchu were giving the others. The wolf girl couldn't reply to Ishiko without sounding like a mad person to the heroes in the room, so merely bit her lip as Ishiko gave her own scolding. Why is it that when I try to get you to rebel or act out in safe ways like a normal teenager, you blanch and refuse out of fear you'd upset your family, but when your life is in danger, you jump at the chance? By the gods! I wonder if your previous incarnations were this reckless and cavalier with their own lives. I sent emails to Sakuya and Inko about what you did, and they both say you're grounded. Didn't say how long for, but I wouldn't make any plans for the next few months. Izumi's lip quivered, not because she was being punished, but because she'd hurt her family without meaning to. Koichi could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Resurrection, you died to save us. You literally killed yourself to heal us. I don't know if I should drop to my knees and kiss you feet in thanks, or bonk you on the head, wrap you in bubble wrap and lock you up where you can't hurt yourself. Katsuki glared at his little sister. I'll get the bubble wrap. Kaken, I'm really sorry. I love you guys and I hate that I hurt you with my actions. Please, I'll do anything to make up for it. Izumi begged, on the verge of tears. The explosive blonde brushed past Tiger and gripped Izumi by the shoulders, stooping so he was eye level with the girl. Fuck Izuken, you're the biggest pain in my ass, but you're my little sister. My fucking partner. But just like before, I left you alone and you got hurt. I turned my back and you go and get yourself into bad situations. You died again, Izuken. You fucking died. And just like last time, I wasn't there to save you. Izumi's eyes widened. Now she understood. While her kaken would have been mad at her for her self-sacrificing nature regardless, it was the shy Hasaikai thing that was making him react so viscerally. Katsuki was a little odd with the way he processed feelings and the things associated with them, partly due to his QIBD and partly because of his own personality quirks. In his mind, because he had gone to the arcade to fool around with some of his guy friends that day, he hadn't been with Izumi when she was kidnapped, and thus it and everything she suffered afterwards could have been prevented by him, so it was his fault. Now today he'd gone off to the hotel with Manchu and Himiko, and chose to fool around the town with them afterwards instead of going back to the hospital, and so he had once again not been there to save Izumi from pain and death, though this time it was self-inflicted. Like Izumi, Katsuki had a bit of a martyr complex, though unlike hers it was mixed with his guilt for not saving/stopping her, and his inferiority complex over not being as good as her, nor good enough to actually help her when she needed it. The mind was a funny, complex, and sometimes cruel thing, and for both Izumi and Katsuki, it was often a little twisted. Swallowing her pride, Izumi decided to admit the truth. Kaken, this wasn't your fault. Nothing you could have done would have stopped me, because I didn't do it on purpose. That made everyone look at her in shock, though their silence allowed her to explain. You see, while I did promise Kota that he'd have his parents back by the time he woke up tomorrow, I genuinely believed I could do it without risking myself. The shrapnel made that impossible, but I didn't realize until it was too late. As I got tired, I tapped into my emotional support to re-empower myself. Himiko and Katsuki nodded stiffly. Emotional support, in this context, was code for her borrowing more power from the brush gods. Of course, I'm an idiot and forgot the bone bites. I got so focused on my work that I didn't think about food at all, even when sending the kids off for lunch and dinner. Eventually my own energy and my emotional support boost expired, but I couldn't stop. Both Torrent and Jet Spring were better, but not out of danger, and their organs were slowly failing, so I pushed myself and began using life force. I only planned to do enough to keep them alive until I could take a break, but again, I was an idiot. Izumi looked down in shame. I kept thinking, just a little more, and chipping away more and more of my life force, thinking I'd just have to take a longer break later, but that it would be okay because water hose wouldn't be in danger anymore. Unfortunately, by the time I'd gotten them to the point where they wouldn't die. You'd used too much life force and your body couldn't sustain itself. Recovery Girl frowned, remembering what Izumi had said earlier. When the older heroine had tried to stop Izumi, she'd said it was too late, that Izumi was going to die anyway, and that was why she should take advantage of it and work herself to death. If she was going to die anyway, why not make use of it? Recovery Girl sighed. So, you're not as much of a martyr as I worried, you're just an idiot that doesn't watch your own health. Izumi nodded bashfully. Why yeah. I really screwed up. I get hyper-focused when healing, which led to me not watching how much life force I was using. Once it was too late, I decided to just go ahead and use my remaining life force, since it would speed up an otherwise slow and painful death while benefiting the water hose duo. Then once I resurrected, I was at full health and stamina, so since I didn't need a break anymore, I finished healing them. Her siblings and fellow heroes were silent for a few minutes, each watching Izumi carefully. Their anger and horror over her actions had lessened to exasperation, and both Katsuki and Himiko had relaxed considerably. The idea of Izumi overdoing it by accident was a lot more palatable than the idea of her intentionally working herself to death. Recovery Girl and Katsuki both silently decided that their bonks to Izumi's head were punishment enough for her screw-up, while Himiko roughly pinched her little sister's cheeks to show her displeasure, before force-feeding her the pack of bone bites, which was fair, as Izumi hadn't eaten since breakfast. Ishiko relayed Izumi's explanation to her family back in Muzutafu and got a message back that basically said, yes, we understand and believe you, but no, it still isn't okay, so you're still in trouble. Izumi accepted that without complaint. Wow, I guess even prodigies make major mistakes. Pay more attention next time. Pixie Bob commented. Quite. Screw up again, and I'm signing you up for Tiger's special boot camp. I'll whip you into shape so you have so much stamina you'll never need to use life force again. Tiger said threateningly, a terrifying aura surrounding him that made Izumi flinch and nod frantically. I don't think I need search to tell me your weakness. Don't die so easy next time, Amaterasu. Ragdoll chimed in, looking uncharacteristically serious. Considering you saved my sister and brother-in-law, I can't fairly scold you, but please be more careful. You're a role model to Kota and Eri, you don't want to teach them bad habits, right? Mandalay smiled, petting Izumi's head. Koichi nodded in agreement, we're grateful that you saved our lives. Thanks to you, I get to keep living alongside my wife and son. But promise you won't use that technique again unless it's the only way to save a life. No one wants to see their heroes die, even if they come back again. Satsuki finished her husband's sentence. Izumi, relieved at the forgiveness and full of guilt for upsetting them all, nodded with teary eyes. I won't be so stupid again, I promise. Please, forgive me. Forgiveness was given, and the night moved onward with everyone returning to their hotel rooms while Izumi slept at the hospital with water hose and the children. A new day was coming, and despite her troubles, Izumi still had a day of vacation to enjoy. Meanwhile, the woods outside Akuburu. A man rested against the side of a tree, gingerly tapping the slowly healing skin around his left eye, or rather, where his left eye had been. The eye had been lost to the very blow that had left him with a deep, slowly healing scar that ran from his lip to his hairline. The man grumbled, he had been careless and underestimated those two heroes. Who'd have thought two weak little rescue specialists would be able to pierce his defense and wound him, especially with only water quirks. But that bitch, Jet Spring or whatever, had managed to shoot a stream of pressurized water right into his face, slicing him open like a turkey. Of course, he'd promptly reduced her and her pathetic husband to bloody smears, but the stinging of his face limited the satisfaction. Do not worry about the eye. I'll lend you one of mine, as well as some scales to cover that nasty cut. Then you can find another town to rampage in. The man paused to listen to the voice in his head, the voice of his partner for the last 4 years. He'd been rather annoyed with her at first, as she forced him to be more careful with picking his targets, but she did let him have a lot of fun and her presence made his quirk stronger, so it had been a worthwhile partnership. The wounded man was about to reply when his latest targets began talking to each other. He was hiding in the woods along the road out of Akuburu, watching a cop car that had been parked there to watch for him. He'd been plotting to kill the cops and hijack the car, figuring it beat walking to his next destination, but he'd paused his plan when one of the cops went to the radio in his car. The escaping villain didn't want anyone to know what happened until it was too late, so attacking a cop while they were on the radio was a bad idea. The cop was now reporting to his partner what he'd heard, and the report made the villain freeze. You won't believe this, man, but the water hose pair have made a full recovery. You're shitting me. No, really. Remember that ambulance that roared through here this morning? It was carrying that little teenage hero, Amaterasu. Apparently her quirk comes with major healing powers, and now the water hose guys are fully healed. Not a scratch on them. Holy shit. Even Recovery Girl couldn't do anything. I know, right? Man, are we lucky, Akuburu almost lost its heroes. Is Amaterasu hanging around? I kind of want to shake her hand. Yeah, she's apparently spending the weekend here. The Sarge wants all of us on our game so the water hose, pussycats, and Amaterasu can enjoy a calm couple of days. The villain stopped listening to the cops' inane babble. He no longer cared about killing them and jacking their ride, no, now he would be turning back to Akuburu. Amaterasu is like me. A being beyond normal humans. Killing her will be difficult, and not advisable, his partner warned. He didn't care though, he'd barely done any damage in his earlier rampage thanks to those water hose bastards. He had to begrudgingly respect their skills, he'd only destroyed one building and mortally wounded the heroes before being forced to flee because of his wounds. But now that he knew they had been restored, well, he couldn't have that. It would be a real hit to his pride if he blew into town, wrecked one building then fled like a coward. No, Amaterasu had undone his work. But that was okay, he could just do it again. And with that, Muscular began planning his return to Akuburu, once his partner fixed his eye. Next chapter, The Calm Part 2 to be released, October 11th 2021. Well, it looks like things will be getting violent soon. The water hose are healed, but it looks like their enemy is coming back for round 2. Also some sibling anger from Katsuki and a peek at why he's been the way he was for the last 6 months. Izumi basically getting herself killed by accident is meant to show that she's not consciously self-sacrificing, but that she just doesn't pay attention to her own health and isn't above overlooking things. Also, when I said she'd be experiencing consequences, good and bad, this is one of the things I meant, because she healed the water hose so quickly, Muscular heard about it and is coming back, which is not great for her or the town. But on the bright side, those 2 cops would have been killed if he hadn't chosen to turn back, so like I said, consequences good and bad. Next chapter we'll see some exploring of the town with Izumi and her family, some more cute moments with Eri and Kota, and the beginning of the encounter between the healer and the herder. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7-4, The Calm Part 2. Sunday 1/3 November 228 1. Okami General Hospital. After spending an entire Saturday healing the water hose duo, and accidentally getting herself killed in the process, Izumi was looking forward to a more relaxed Sunday spent with her siblings and daughter. She had slept like a log after the stressful day, and didn't awaken until Himiko gently shook her awake for breakfast. Izumi looked around blearily, finding she was the last to awaken, as the water hose family and Eri, who'd slept in the same hospital room together, had already gotten up, and her siblings, Recovery Girl, and the Pussycats had returned from their hotel rooms so they could all eat breakfast together. "Gee, good morning," Izumi said bashfully, stretching like a cat as she got up. "Morning, sis. We've ordered some breakfast from a takeout place in town, so you've got a little time to wash up. Here." Himiko smiled, handing Izumi her overnight bag. "Go change, you shouldn't need your costume anymore this weekend." Izumi nodded and trotted off to the bathroom to take care of her morning routine. She returned a little while later, dressed in civilian clothes with her costume put away in its case. Izumi had opted for a spring green blouse and skirt combo with white leggings and a darker green cardigan for warmth, though her signature big red shoes clashed a bit. Ishiko was hiding in a pocket on the inside of the cardigan, but she was eager to get out and about. The heroes and her siblings noticed that Izumi was still wearing the flint bangles from her costume, however, as well as the ribbon tying her hair back into a ponytail. That was only a minor interest though, as the water hose family and Pussycats were shocked by her appearance for a very different reason. "Amaterasu, your hair and your eyes, they're green." Kōhei gasped. Izumi gave him an amused smile. "Oh right, you've not seen my normal form before. This is my natural hair and eye color. It's only when I use my quirk that my hair turns white and my eyes occasionally turn silver." Kōhei looked Izumi up and down, making the greenette giggle, before he grinned. "Well, Amaterasu is still Amaterasu even when she's not using her quirk, so whatever." "Hey Eri, do you really have green hair too?" Eri shook her head with a small pout. "No. I asked Mama if I could dye it, but she said no." "Too right I did," Izumi said with a smirk as she walked over to where Eri and Kōhei were sat together on the windowsill. She stooped to give Eri a good morning kiss on the cheek while stroking her hair. "Eri, you have beautiful hair. You shouldn't want to change yourself to be like me. I love you as you are and I couldn't possibly love you any more than I already do. Just be yourself." Eri blushed a little but clearly enjoyed her mother's words and gentle stroking of her hair. Kōhei looked a little jealous, so Izumi used her free hand to take off his hat and pet his hair too. It was spiky and much coarser than Eri's, but it was still fun to feel, and Kōhei went bright red in embarrassment, though he clearly enjoyed it too. His parents grinned. "Well, you can certainly handle kids. If it weren't so far beneath your pay grade, I'd hire you to be Kōhei's babysitter." Koichi chuckled. "Ha! You wouldn't be the first. She hasn't done it for a while, but one of the things she did as the kami of Musutafu was babysitting." Himiko giggled. Katsuki shuddered at the thought. He wasn't good with kids other than Eri, so he'd never assisted his honorary sisters when they did that kind of work. The deliveryman arrived soon after with their breakfast, pancakes and waffles from a local diner, so the group happily sat around together and ate, while the water hose duo ate some light, but tasty broth, since their new/repaired stomachs weren't very strong yet. Naturally, Eri and Kōhei ended up getting a little messy with the syrup and whipped cream, but when Izumi went to go and take them to the bathroom to wash up, Kōhei stopped her. "Look at what I can do," he said eagerly, cupping his hands together and making them fill with water from his quirk. He splashed it against his own face, soaking his shirt in the process but washing off the sticky syrup and cream he'd managed to plaster his cheeks with. Izumi raised an eyebrow and was about to tell him that he needed to change his shirt now, but Kōhei touched his hand to the wet patch and it instantly dried, the water being reabsorbed into his hand. His parents and Izumi both gasped in amazement while Eri, Kōhei, and the Pussycats looked proud. Izumi recovered first from her shock. "I see you discovered a few cool tricks during your analysis yesterday." "Yeah. Kōhei can do a lot of stuff with his quirk," Eri said excitedly as she held still, allowing Kōhei to make the water to scrub her cheeks clean too, the poor boy blushing the whole time. As soon as he was done, Eri scurried over to her backpack and pulled out one of her notebooks. Izumi felt her heart clench when she saw what was written on the cover, Eri's Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 1. It wasn't her handwriting, so Mandalay or one of the other Pussycats had likely helped write the characters Eri didn't know. Eri eagerly handed the book to Izumi and stood back with Kōhei so Izumi could read it. The greenette opened the book, with Katsuki and Himiko reading it over her shoulders. The very first entry was a childish picture of Izumi in her hero costume, along with Eri's first ever attempt at analysis, using her beloved mother as the subject. The picture was childish, the handwriting messy, and the analysis itself made Izumi out to be some kind of unstoppable force rather than a hero, showing that Eri couldn't exactly be objective when it came to her, which was fair enough. Eri practically worshipped Izumi. It was nowhere near the level of analysis Izumi was capable of, but the greenette knew at first glance that this was her favorite ever analysis report. She sniffled and worked hard to fight back her tears while giving Eri a watery smile, accompanied by a hug and a soft, "thank you." Eri, seeing her mama was happy with her, practically glowed with pride as she asked her mama to move to the next analysis. Izumi did so and found that this time, it was Kota that had been drawn. The drawn Kota was clearly meant to be a bigger, buffer, adult Kota and was dressed in a white version of the water hose duo's costume, likely as a homage to his parents and his favorite hero. Izumi noticed her signature divine markings had been drawn onto Kota's chest armor. Moving on to the actual analysis, Izumi found herself rather impressed. Whether it was because Eri didn't have a strong bias towards Kota like she did Izumi, or because Kota or the Pussycats were a calming influence, Eri's analysis of Kota's water gun quirk was actually up to Izumi's standards. Or at least the standards she'd had when she was Eri's age. Eri had written, in a mix of crayon, coloring pencil, and felt tip, the various abilities she and Kota had discovered under the supervision of the Pussycats, as well as the experiments they'd done to get those results. Kota's quirk turned out to be the perfect blend of his parents' quirks. His father, Koichi, had the quirk, Torrent, which he'd also used as his hero name, and it allowed him to gather water and store it inside his body, then expel it from anywhere or in any amount he wished. Expelling large amounts of water from small areas allowed him to create pressurized shots without his wife's help. Koichi could store up to 5 gallons of water. It was stored in some kind of extra-dimensional space, similar to how Himiko could store blood for her quirk, and he could store only water, though the source didn't matter, thus allowing him to passively store it from the air around him. Kota's mother, Satsuki, had a quirk called water mold, and it allowed her to use her hands to manipulate water as if it was semi-solid. It only worked with her hands and only with water she was in direct contact with, and like her husband, she couldn't generate water from nothing, but it was still a very versatile quirk. She could shape the water as she wanted and it would maintain its shape so long as Satsuki was touching it, and she could even control the molecules on a deeper level, slowing the movement of the particles and tightening the bonds, allowing her to turn water into ice or evaporate it into vapor, though both techniques required time, concentration, and stamina. She could also compress the water without freezing it, so it shot out like pressurized water blades when she wanted it to. As a side effect, Satsuki's hands were completely immune to anything water-related. They couldn't be cut by pressurized water, frozen in ice, or scalded by boiling water, a useful talent for a hero doubling as a wife and mother. As Eri and he had discovered, Kota's water gun quirk worked like a perfect hybrid, with a few powers neither parent had access to. He didn't have an internal storage place for water, so his water supply was limited to what he could fit in his body, but unlike his father, Kota could generate water within himself over time, or siphon water from his blood or other cells to replenish his supply, though that was dangerous. He could shoot water from any part of his hands and he could shoot it at up to 50 miles per hour, which Eri thought he would improve as he got older. He also had the power to manipulate water with his hands, similar to his mother, though Kota couldn't freeze, boil, or evaporate it. Kota could also absorb water from anywhere, even other liquids or solids, including plants. Kota and Eri had the good sense not to test it on a person or animal, though he had to actively do that and couldn't passively absorb it from the air like his father. If Kota managed to speed up his water expulsion and practice with his manipulation skills, he would become a hero that surpassed his parents and perhaps even backdraft and wash the other two premier water users. Izumi had a vicious smirk on her face as she imagined little Kota using his water to douse Endeavor. That would be a hell of a show. This is amazing. I expected you two would be able to do good work together, but this is beyond my expectations. I promised you both a treat if you did well, but it looks like I'll need to do a little more. Izumi grinned, overwhelmingly proud of her daughter and her friend. Eri looked so happy with the praise that Izumi doubted any treat could make her happier, while Kota looked excited. Really? Yep. Water hose needs a little more rest and then some rehab, and I was going to spend the day exploring the town with Kaken and Himiko, so how about you and Eri hang out with us today? I'll buy you both any treats you want, and even a toy or two if you see something you like. Izumi promised. Now Kota looked as happy as Eri, and both children were glowing with pride and excitement. That's good of you, Amaterasu. Satsuki said, what do you say, Kota? Thank you, Amaterasu. Kota chirped. Thank you, Mama. Eri added. Izumi giggled and pet the children's heads, you're welcome. Good work should be rewarded after all, and since you went above my expectations, the reward has to go above yours. By the way, since I'm not in costume right now, you should all just use my real name. I'm Izumi Midoriya, nice to meet you. Koichi found that hilarious and couldn't stop himself from giggling. Hehe, you're Izumi too. That's our family name. Izumi smirked, I'm aware. The kanji is different though, you guys are flood while I'm spring. It is a coincidence though. Satsuki gave her husband a light-hearted swat around the head to silence his laughter, though she was smiling too. Honestly, forgive my silly husband. My name is Satsuki Izumi, and he's Koichi Izumi, though I'm sure you knew that. The pussycats decided to introduce themselves too, starting with Mandalay. I'm Shino Sosaki. Obviously, Satsuki was Satsuki Sosaki before she married. I'm Ryuko Tsuchikawa, though I'm hoping that last name will change one day. Pixie Bob smiled wryly. Izumi suppressed a giggle. Pixie Bob was the third Ryuko she'd met, after Ryuko Torikago and Ryuko Tatsuma, the commission vice president and dragoon hero respectively. And I'm Tomoko Shiratoko. Ragdoll introduced, waving enthusiastically at no one in particular. Lastly, I am Yawara Chadora. And yes, it is my birth name. Tiger said, tacking on that last bit. As he had once been a she, many people had asked if he changed his name when he transitioned, but Yawara was a unisex name, though favored more for girls. The children, as well as Katsuki, Himiko, and Recovery Girl, didn't bother introducing themselves, as they'd already done so the previous day. Izumi took a moment to memorize the new names, then smiled. Those are nice names. Izumi complimented. As is yours, though calling you Izumi is going to be odd, considering it's the family name of my sister, brother-in-law, and nephew. Mandalay pointed out. Izumi nodded in agreement, before suddenly having a brain wave. In that case, call me Ami. It's a nickname I've used before and it's more casual than my hero name without being confusing like my real name would be. In truth, being called Ami always made Izumi feel happy, filling her with the echoes of emotions she'd felt in previous lives when all her friends had used that name. She didn't have an excuse for most people to use it in this day and age, as everyone was either too professional, like fellow heroes, too respectful, like the brush gods, or knew her more as Izumi, like everyone else. Only Ishiko and Sakuya ever called her Ami, and both very rarely. Ami is a cute name. Okay, when you're off the clock, we'll call you that. Now, you kids should get going. The town gets surprisingly busy on Sundays, so you'll want to get there before it gets too hectic. Satsuki told them. Ah. Good point. Recovery Girl, what are you and the pussycats going to be up to? Izumi asked, helping Eri and Kota into their coats and grabbing her satchel, brought along helpfully by Himiko. I'm going to take the day off to relax here. I'm getting old, and I'll be returning to Utada tonight, so I could use a break, the elderly heroine said. I'll be staying here with Satsuki and Koichi. My teammates will be patrolling the various districts of the town, since the local heroes are out of commission. Mandalay explained. Izumi nodded in acknowledgement, then once she'd said her goodbyes and made sure the kids and her siblings were ready, she allowed Katsuki to lead their small party out of the hospital and down into the town of Akuburu. Akuburu was a fairly small coastal town, quite a lot smaller than Muzutafu, so the beach was quite a bit smaller than Dagoba back home, but it had been much better maintained and so the businesses that lined the boardwalk down by the water were still open and appeared to be doing well. It being November, there weren't many beachfront businesses open that weekend, but there were still a few to cater to those who'd come out to surf in the more turbulent winter waves. The town's main street and shopping district was bustling and there were quite a few interesting restaurants and craft stores, all of which drew Izumi's attention like a moth to the flame. Izumi and Eri hadn't explored the town yet, so they were eagerly looking at everything as Kota, Katsuki, and Himiko showed them around, those three having more knowledge of the place since they'd looked around before. Ishiko, still in Izumi's cardigan pocket, listened to Izumi gushing over the third little curio store before she began wiggling to get Izumi's attention. The greenette paused for a moment to peek in her pocket, whereupon Ishiko looked up with the most pitiful expression, filling Izumi with guilt for forgetting her. Ishiko had been locked up in Izumi's hero pouch or pocket for the last day and a half, and the poor punkle was desperate to be let out to stretch her legs and get some air. Izumi felt terrible for not realizing it, and while she didn't like lying, nor was she good at it on her own, she decided it was time to add a new power to her repertoire of quirk abilities. Great Mother, perhaps I may offer assistance here. Yamagami's voice echoed in her head. The dragon brush god was speaking in a very formal tone, which made Izumi wince. He was upset with her for getting herself killed yesterday. Any assistance is welcome, Yamagami. Izumi replied politely. I will provide a believable excuse to the boy. Simply repeat after me. The dragon god ordered, and Izumi immediately obeyed. Hey Kota, want to see something cool? Izumi suddenly asked. As expected, Kota lit up and nodded enthusiastically while the others wondered where Izumi was going with this. Izumi knelt down in front of him and grinned, I have a technique called Celestial Envoy. It lets me call upon the aid of a tiny fairy-like person who can sneak around and scout for me. Or rather she also has her own special power, letting her store a single item up to a certain size, so long as it isn't alive. Eri and Izumi's siblings quickly grasped what Izumi was planning and kept quiet, suddenly feeling a little guilty for forgetting Ishiko as well. Kota gasped, "You can summon a fairy?" "Well, we call her a punkle, but yes. She has her own personality and is a constant companion for me or Eri. I had to dismiss her since I needed all the power I could get yesterday, but now I can summon her out again." Kota bounced excitedly, though Izumi warned him to close his eyes as the flash of light used to create her punkle companion was bright and would damage his eyes. Naturally, once his eyes were closed, Izumi pulled Ishiko from her pocket, gently placed her in her palm, then used a tiny sunrise with her other hand to create a flash that Kota would notice even through his eyelids, just to sell the trick. When Kota opened his eyes, he gasped and looked at the yellow-clad punkle standing in Izumi's hand, making a big show of stretching. "Whoa! She's tiny. She's so cool. Dang right I am." Ishiko grinned, puffing out her tiny chest. "I am Ami's Celestial Envoy, my name is Ishiko." "Nice to meet you Kota," she introduced, holding out her hand. Kota gently poked out his pinky finger so he could shake the punkle's hand. While Kota was talking with Ishiko, Izumi mentally spoke to the brush gods. "Everyone, I'm sorry for my mistake yesterday. I know it was wrong, and I'll do my best to make sure it never happens again," she promised. There was a moment of silence in her head, followed by a sigh from Yamagami. "It is impudent of me to even need an apology from my mistress. I accept it and apologize for my terseness. It is unpleasant to know the power at the core of my being was the one that hurt you. You're still young and inexperienced. It's to be expected that you mess up. I'm just glad the energy we provided helped." Bakugami said genially. "It is not the place of the subordinate to question their superior. If you believe what you did is right, then you are right. That is the creed of the brush gods." Tashigami declared. Those humans were really messed up. Healing them was the right thing to do, the Hanagami monkeys said, alternating their sentences. Moegami was more in line with Yamagami though, and wasn't very happy with Izumi's decision. "Naturally I forgive you, OkamiAmaterasu. Our power belongs to you, and it is not for us to question your use of it, but I admit to being unsettled by how easily you give your life and health for mere mortals. You are a wolf, my lady, not a phoenix. Your life should not be sold so cheaply." Izumi didn't agree, but she didn't feel the need to argue either. Regardless of their mistress-slash-servant relationship, Izumi didn't want to simply use and command the brush gods, so she allowed them their opinions and cared for their feelings, even if she didn't let those things change her actions. Still, with the forgiveness of her brush gods filling her, she snapped back to attention and noticed her companions staring at her. Her family recognized that she'd been talking to the brush gods, but Kota was confused. "Are you okay, Ami? You kind of went funny there for a second." Kota asked worriedly. Izumi waved him off. "It's fine. Ishiko is a person in every way that matters, so I guess recreating her just takes a bit of mental effort." Kota didn't really get it, but since Ami said she'd be fine, he didn't question it. Ishiko then grinned and jumped over to Eri, before perching happily on her horn. "Ah, finally out and about again. Eri's horn makes for a surprisingly comfy seat. But anyway, now that I can move around freely, I can enjoy the town too. Let's get going." At Ishiko's urging, Eri marched forward happily and began leading the group, with Himiko staying close by to direct her. Kota chuckled and trotted along with the group too, while Katsuki and Izumi hung back a little to talk quietly. "Hey Kaken, where's Manchu? I meant to mention it earlier at breakfast, but got distracted." Izumi asked. Katsuki smirked. "He's holed up at the hotel, writing the report for your mission like he promised. He figured it was only fair, since you did all the work yesterday while he goofed off around town with us." Izumi imagined the flustered Tao sidekick slaving away over a stack of paperwork, before giggling. "You and Himiko may be looking forward to becoming heroes yourselves, but trust me when I say the paperwork is often tougher than the villains." The explosive boy scoffed with his usual confident grin. Someone with his combat skills would rarely be challenged by most crooks. It was only the big-time villains that would cause him trouble. Putting that thought out of his mind, Katsuki picked up the pace a bit to close the distance between him and the others, dragging Izumi along with him, much to the girl's exasperation. Kota was telling Eri about a cool toy shop nearby that sold hero merchandise, and he was trying to convince her to go there so they could pick something as their reward for the analysis. Naturally, the moment Izumi heard the words hero merch, she was practically dragging the rest along with her, getting eye rolls from Ishiko and her siblings, as well as laughter from the children. About an hour later, the group of teens and children emerged from the hero hobby shop with their prizes, each quite pleased with the purchases they'd made. It was a small-town hero merch store, so it only had merchandise of the top heroes and any local heroes, but this made it one of the only places to get official water hose merch without paying the ridiculous markups there were on internet sites or from scalpers. Izumi had happily paid for everything, as the reward for Kota and Eri's analysis, and as apology gifts/peace offerings for her siblings. Himiko had also taken the opportunity to buy some souvenirs for the family back home. Eri and Kota had each bought action figures of Miruko, with Kota also getting a dress-up costume based on his parents' costumes and a figure of All Might. He was disappointed that there wasn't any Amaterasu merch, but Izumi was still a relatively new hero. Eri had also gotten figures of Jet Spring and Torrent, and a dress-up costume of her own based on Miruko. It was age-appropriate, being a cute dress modeled after Miruko's costume rather than a leotard. Katsuki had also gotten some deluxe model kits for figures of the water hose duo, preferring figures he could build rather than pre-made ones, while Himiko bought only cosplay outfits, specifically of the water hose duo, Mandalay's red pussycat uniform, and a much more accurate Miruko leotard. Ishiko, indulging her pervy side a bit, bought figures of Tiger and Torrent, both of which were bigger than she was by a wide margin. She was going to put them in the dollhouse she lived in and admire them like statues. The tiger figure would get some special attention, as a muscular man that could rock a skirt like that was definitely someone Ishiko could appreciate. For souvenirs, Himiko had bought some water hose-themed t-shirts for the men and some wild pussycat-themed blouses for the ladies, though she also planned to get more traditional souvenirs later, which Izumi thankfully wouldn't have to pay for. Izumi bought herself pretty much every figure and model she didn't already have, save for the Endeavor model kit, and was also convinced by Himiko to get her own Miruko cosplay too, so she, Himiko, and Eri could match. Izumi had taken one look at the leotard and wished she was small enough to fit into the largest size of the kid-friendly version, but alas, while she was small, Izumi wasn't 10-year-old small. Izumi didn't think she had the figure for the costume, as while she did have curves and muscles, she was slender as opposed to Miruko's bronze Amazon physique. Still, she'd try it and hey, if it looked good then she could take a picture while in her demigod form and post it to her hero persona's official social media. Maybe it would lead to her getting to really meet Miruko, or perhaps have Miruko wear an Amaterasu cosplay when such a thing became available. It was a common thing on a hero's social media, to see two heroes wearing the other's costume. Hawks, All Might, Ectoplasm, and Present Mike had done that themselves not that long ago, and the sight of Uncle Toshi dressed as Present Mike would be a happy memory that fueled Izumi's inner fangirl for years to come. After making all the purchases, getting thanks from her companions, and paying the shopkeeper to send most of their purchases to the hotel they were staying at, Izumi had shelled out a good few thousand yen. The shopkeeper had been practically salivating with all the purchases they were making, even after offering a 50% discount once Kota spilled that Izumi had healed water hose. When Izumi thanked the man but refused his discount, paying in full instead, the delighted shopkeeper almost did a happy dance right in front of them, though Izumi didn't blame him, she'd spent enough to put his kids through college. Upon leaving the store, Kota led the group down to the beach where the best restaurants were, so they could have lunch. It was as they were deciding which one to go to that someone finally approached Izumi, apparently recognizing her. Unfortunately, this was not a good thing. "Hey there. You a hero, kid?" Izumi blinked and turned to the source of the deep, smug-sounding masculine voice. She found herself looking up at tall, buff man wearing combat boots, denim jeans and a black tank top. The man was huge, easily 6 feet 7 inches and covered in muscle, each of his exposed arms having muscles bigger than Izumi's head. He had short spiky blonde hair, almost identical to Katsuki's, but a lot shorter, a mocking grin, and small black eyes, or rather, a single small black eye. His right eye was normal, but his left eye was completely red, sclera and iris both, with a black slit for a pupil, making it appear reptilian. This comparison was made more apt by the fact that there was a jagged, scar-shaped pattern of black scales that ran from the left side of his upper lip, though and around the reptilian eye, and up to his hairline. Eri and Kota huddled together, both frightened by the man, while Ishiko stood protectively on Eri's horn, her tiny needle-like sword poised to defend them. Katsuki and Himiko were wary and subtly moved to cover the kids, Himiko behind them ready to grab them, and Katsuki in front, ready to shield them. Izumi was especially cautious, she could feel something malevolent within the buff man, and his smug grin was anything but comforting. "What makes you think I'm a hero, sir?" Izumi asked, her polite tone strained by her suspicion. The man grinned, "'Cause I know you, you're that Amaterasu brat, the one that undid all my work here with those other two heroes." Izumi's eyes widened as she realized who she was fighting. Behind her, Kota gasped in horror as he too realized. The man pulled back his arm, his quirk causing his muscle fibers to multiply and poke through the skin, augmenting and strengthening him until his entire right arm was a mess of exposed muscle, easily as big as Izumi's entire body. The name is Muscular, and I'm here to kill you, he roared with an insane grin, slamming his fist down on top of Izumi. Next chapter, The Storm to be released, October 13, 2021. So, this was kind of a short filler chapter to be honest. I'm not too happy with it personally, but it's like this mainly because the Part 1 and Part 2 were originally one chapter, but I felt it was too long for the kind of chapter it was, so I split it up at the most logical point. We still had a few important things happening though, like the setup for the battle and a few character moments, so I don't think it's too bad. Izumi now gets to enjoy the second consequence of her screw-up, she gets to fight a potentially dangerous foe without her resurrection as a safety net. Not good for her, but at least she now has the chance to avenge the water hose injuries. Next chapter will begin the fight for real and carry a few fun surprises. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7 to 5, The Storm. Sunday 1/3 November 228 1. Okoburu Beach. The man pulled back his arm, his quirk causing his muscle fibers to multiply and poke through the skin, augmenting and strengthening him until his entire right arm was a mess of exposed muscle, easily as big as Izumi's entire body. The name is Muscular, and I'm here to kill you, he roared with an insane grin, slamming his fist down on top of Izumi. Kota and Eri screamed as Izumi disappeared beneath the mass of muscle, while Himiko and Katsuki both gasped, though they didn't hesitate for a second, each grabbing one of the children and jumping backward to get some distance from the villain. Izumi! Ishiko cried. I'm okay, the seemingly crushed girl yelled. Muscular tooted, staring down at the girl before him, who transformed into her demigod form. Instead of dodging backwards and risking the villain taking a swing at her friends, Izumi had ducked and dodged, rolled forward and caused Muscular's attack to overshoot and hit the ground behind her, where his massive bulk hid her form from her friends. Now in the perfect position to strike, Izumi leapt from her kneeling position and slashed her clawed hand upward, aiming for Muscular's undamaged right eye. She wasn't quite quick enough though, and muscle fibers quickly shot from Muscular's cheek and formed a barrier that protected his face, though Izumi's claws did manage to cut quite a few of the fibers. Izumi's eyes widened as the sliced ends of those fibers began to twitch, then shoot out at her, wrapping her hand up and preventing her from escaping. Now you're mine. Muscular roared with a bloodthirsty grin, swinging his other fist at Izumi's trapped form. The fist had been turned into a mass of muscle fibers, just like his other one had been, but Izumi couldn't dodge thanks to the muscle fibers trapping her. Thinking fast, Izumi unleashed her anti-restraint super move. Tashigami Art, Sigma Slash, she cried. This technique caused Izumi to secrete black ink in dozens of tiny lines all over any trapped part of her body, before using each tiny line as a power slash, shredding her bindings from the inside. Each individual slash was weak and small, and wasn't designed for attacking an enemy, only escaping bindings, and even then it didn't work on metal since Izumi's power slash couldn't cut through any but the thinnest metals. As an additional side effect, since Izumi can only secrete ink from her skin, she can't use this move without destroying her clothes as well, though thankfully she only needed it to free her hand and not the rest of her. Muscular flinched as the muscle fibers holding his prey were shredded by dozens of tiny blades, but the girl wasn't fast enough as his fist was millimeters from her. Izumi grit her teeth as she took the punch, just barely having the time to summon her mirror between herself and Muscular's fist, but that did little more than reduce the damage a bit. The blow hit her like a sledgehammer and Izumi was sent flying backward, clocking the back of her head against Muscular's other arm, which was still outstretched from his initial attack. It was half buried in the sand of the beach. The punch sent her flying and the unintended blow to the back of the head meant Izumi began spinning through the air, leaving her both dizzy and seeing stars as she managed to land on her hands and knees. Ugh, thank God for my training with Kaken and All Might. If those two didn't enjoy bashing me over the head so much, that might have knocked me out. Izumi muttered, using rejuvenation to heal the bump on the back of her head, and the bruise Muscular's punch had left on her arm. The villain was still grinning manically as he shook his hand, the fibers over his knuckle equally bruised from punching Izumi's mirror. Damn, you're just like those water heroes. I thought they were one-trick ponies, then they managed to slice my damn face open, he laughed, pointing at his serpentine eye and the black scales that covered the wound water hose had inflicted. You've got some tricks too. This will be fun. Izumi narrowed her eyes and quickly created a grenade-sized cherry bomb, then chucked it at Muscular. The man pulled his hand out of the sand and caught it, then smothered it with his muscle fibers before it could go off, though he winced at the pain when it finally exploded, and there was copious amounts of smoke being released from his loosening fibers. Izumi frowned as the man pulled his muscle fibers back into his body, while ripping off the burned ones. While he was distracted by that, the girl dashed over to her siblings and the children. Himiko, Kaken, take Eri and Kota back to the hospital and protect them and the water hose duo. Then alert Manchu, the pussycats, and the police and have them come assist. I'll hold him off while you escape and keep him busy until help arrives. Izumi ordered, nodding in acknowledgement to Ishiko, who leapt onto her shoulder. The punkle never left Izumi during a battle. Himiko nodded immediately and picked up Eri, but Katsuki wasn't happy. No. Sunny can get the kids to safety alone, let me stay and help. I'm a better fighter than you, I can help, he argued. Izumi winced but held her ground. I know Kaken, and I wish I could have your help, but without a license it's illegal, and I can't just give you permission. I'm sorry Kaken, but I need you to protect Eri and Kota. Katsuki growled angrily, but his retort was cut off by Muscular. Fuck off brat, this is between the grown-ups. Muscular roared at him as he charged forward, throwing a massive punch at Katsuki. Izumi knocked Katsuki aside with her shoulder, then blocked Muscular's fist with her mirror. The blow was so powerful that Izumi had to use all her concentration to keep her mirror locked in place, and the effort gave her a nosebleed. Ami! Kota screamed, beginning to cry as he looked at the man that had hurt his parents, and was now hurting his hero. Muscular briefly turned away from his struggle against Izumi's mirror to stare at the boy, another brat. Even smaller and weaker than the last one, get lost, before I squash you. Katsuki snarled at the insult, but Kota just stared at the villain, why you hurt my mommy and daddy. That made the villain pause, so, you're those water heroes brat. Your bitch of a mom took my left eye. I wouldn't have been upset if she died like she was supposed to, but since she's alive, I'll take your life instead. Muscular ceased pushing against the mirror and instead turned to run at Kota. Katsuki quickly grabbed the boy and made a run for it, with Muscular hot on his heels. I won't let you. Izumi screamed, sending her mirror after him. It smacked into the back of Muscular's fist just as he was about to swing it at the boys. Muscular countered by allowing the muscle fibers on the back of his hand to stretch out and grab it, holding it in place. The villain thought that would be the end of that, but Izumi just smirked. Bad move, she declared, using her control over the trapped mirror to force Muscular into punching the ground, then punching himself in the face to stun him, before finishing by having the mirror fly up into the air, dragging Muscular with it, then slamming itself and him into the concrete of the boardwalk. Muscular groaned in pain, having been too stunned from punching himself to create muscle fibers to cushion his crash. Izumi watched him complain with satisfaction, then turned to her friends. Run. That won't keep him down for long. Retreat and get help, she ordered, before manipulating her mirror to drag Muscular, who was still stubbornly holding the thing with his muscle fibers, back onto the beach. Katsuki grit his teeth in anger, but he still obeyed. He quickly joined Himiko, still holding Eri, and began to flee the area with Kota in his arms. The children were both afraid, and Kota was crying in the face of his parents' attempted murderer, and while he didn't want to leave, Katsuki knew that protecting the kids was the priority, so he ran alongside Himiko, heading back to the hospital while releasing small explosions and screaming to the local population to evacuate to the hospital and bunker down. The police officers that heard the commotion began to assist Katsuki in alerting the populace and ensuring they were out of the way, before heading to the police station to group up and equip themselves with anti-villain riot gear. Izumi grinned to herself as she listened to Katsuki's explosions get further and further away. Her brother was doing well, evacuating the civilians and spurring law enforcement to regroup and ready themselves for a counterattack. Now all she had to do was defeat Muscular, or keep him busy until reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Muscular may have been stupid, but he wasn't that stupid, so after Izumi had dragged him back to the beach and forced him to punch himself again, he'd finally gotten the hint that holding onto her mirror was probably more effort than it was worth, so he released it and allowed it to return to Izumi's side. Recognizing the villain as the overly aggressive, stupid, and angry type, Izumi decided to taunt him a little in order to irritate him into making mistakes. Well, congratulations, you figured out to let go of my mirror. Too bad you were too dumb to do it after the first punch to the face, or after being made to kiss the concrete road. Honestly, I've heard of big dumb thugs with big muscles and tiny brains, but I figured they were a myth. Izumi mocked, borrowing some trash talk from the Hanagami monkeys, since she wasn't great at insults. Muscular roared, you bitch, before charging at Izumi again. He produced enough muscle fibers to make his left arm larger than the rest of his body, then slammed it down right on top of Izumi. The girl quickly created a beach ball-sized cherry bomb and detonated it, using the explosive force to rocket her away from the impact zone and inflicting minor burns to Muscular's massive arm. Muscular snarled and recoiled, most of his muscle fibers retreating back into his arm, though the burned ones wouldn't fully retreat, so the villain tore them off with a grunt of pain in order to let new ones grow. Izumi took note of this while planning her next attack, though when Muscular's eyes snapped back to her, his previous smug grin returned with a lecherous twist. Oh ho! Is the little hero girl going to fight me in her panties? How cute! You're a little young and scrawny for my tastes, but I won't say no to a little show, the man laughed mockingly. Izumi rolled her eyes. While she was immune to the effects of her quirk, naturally her normal clothes weren't, so her civilian clothes had been heavily damaged by her cherry bomb escape method. Her cardigan had been reduced to a single sleeve, her shirt was barely covering her bra, and her skirt was about 3 inches shorter. Instead of being embarrassed though, Izumi grabbed the remnants of her clothes and tore them off completely, opting to simply discard them rather than repair them with rejuvenation. Why bother wasting stamina to repair clothing that would likely get damaged again? Muscular gave a perverted laugh, before realizing what Izumi was actually wearing for underwear, a large white sports bra and matching white spats/boy shorts. All of Izumi's underclothes, save a few joke gifts from Himiko, were like this and was made via the same method as her hero costume, so her powers wouldn't affect them. They made her look a little like an Olympic sprinter, and Izumi had specifically chosen the design so she could maintain modesty in situations like her current one, when she was caught on the hop by a villain and didn't have her costume, which was also why she was still wearing her flint bangles. Izumi smirked at Muscular's disappointment. What? Not as appealing as you thought it would be? I'm a little offended, she mocked. Muscular snarled and augmented the muscles on one of his legs, using it to spring him forward and letting him launch another augmented punch from his right fist. TCH, as if I'd be interested in some scrawny hero bitch. I'll snap you legs like toothpicks, he yelled. Izumi evaded the punch by jumping up and landing on the back of the swollen arm, then used it as a jumping off point for some extra height. Once she was as high as she could get, Izumi used another cherry bomb to blast her back down, landing a devastating spinning axe kick to the top of Muscular's head. The blow would have knocked him out if he hadn't covered his entire head in a shell of muscle fibers. Damn it, those legs are more powerful than they look. Muscular griped, his head spinning a little from the force his muscles couldn't completely disperse. Izumi flipped backward and landed on her feet daintily, then gave a mocking curtsy. Careful, little Muscular, I may look skinny, but I can crush a watermelon between my thighs. Your head would only be a little tougher, since there's nothing inside it, she said teasingly. She really could too. During their summer trip to LA, she and her family had naturally smashed watermelons on the beach, which had led to seeing who could smash them with just their bodies. Izumi and Himiko had gained many admirers among the men of LA after proving they could crush a watermelon with their thighs and a little effort, though All Might and Kaken had scared them off shortly afterwards by showing they could do the same with only one hand, and an explosion, in Katsuki's case. Muscular, growing tired of Izumi mocking him and not taking him seriously, charged at her again, this time carefully controlling his muscles and reconstructed them to suit speed over raw strength. He'd inflicted more damage on himself with his old tactics, and the wolf girl was far too light on her feet to be caught by his massive blows. Muscular needed to wear her a little first, land a good hit on her legs to slow her down, and then put her down with a flurry of blows before finally catching and crushing her. His new plan proved effective and Izumi found herself being forced to dodge faster, and even blocking or parrying some blows. She tried to focus on blocking with her mirror, as if she used her arm or leg to block these weaker blows, Muscular could catch her in his muscle fibers again, which would cause Izumi to lose time cutting her way out with another Sigma slash, which would in turn lead to her getting clipped again. Thankfully, even with his new strategy, Muscular didn't come close to the level of All Might, so Izumi found herself ducking and weaving through most of Muscular's attacks with relative ease. Unfortunately, this left her with the same problem All Might often did, finding a window to counterattack. I need to plan a way to defeat him, she thought, matching Muscular's rhythm and dodging with the minimum amount of movement. His quirk allows him to manipulate his muscle fibers freely, using them to augment his limbs for attack, form barriers for defense, and even tie me up, though it looks like there's a range limit. Blunt attacks are useless against him, and my claws aren't enough to cut the thicker masses of muscle. Izumi decided to get some distance, so instead of trying to find an opening to counter, she created a tiny cherry bomb that she could flick into Muscular's face. It exploded with the relative force of a firecracker and did little more than surprise the villain, but that gave her the chance to hop backward quickly and get some space. She'd established that her mirror and claws were useless unless Muscular was stupid enough to tie up her mirror again, so she had to decide what power to use. Sunrise would just be a distraction. Power slash might be useful, if I aim carefully enough to clip him, otherwise I might kill him. Sumagari would have a similar problem. Cherry bomb doesn't seem to be enough to get through his muscle fibers, and using Greensprout to bind him is risky if I don't know the upper limit of his muscle fiber generation, she mused. Inferno would likely work. He wasn't able to regenerate or retract the fibers that were burned by the cherry bomb, so burning his fibers could provide an opening. Muscular quickly rubbed the spots from his eyes after the cherry bomb blew up in his face, then charged at Izumi again. He was working to counter her too, getting in close and keeping her occupied to stop her getting distance and setting up a plan or a complex technique. Izumi frowned. He seemed well versed in her weaknesses, though he wasn't able to exploit them very well. He was either an idiot or Izumi's mockery had made him sloppier than she'd thought. It was probably both. Izumi, if this guy can continuously make new muscles, then it might not be possible to wear him out. A stamina battle would be risky here. Ishiko warned. I know. Izumi cried, narrowly avoiding a punch in the face by tilting her head. The pressure of the missed punch actually hurt her ear as it blew past. This guy is solidly built and his defense is impressive. Unless I can stop his quirk long enough to deliver a strong blunt force attack to his head, I'll need an alternative. Ishiko frowned and kept herself tightly tied up in Izumi's ponytail. Apparently Muscular had been listening though, and he'd figured out where Ishiko's voice was coming from, so he lunged to grab Izumi's hair, planning to squash the punkle in the process. He got close enough to freak Izumi out, so even as the wolf girl dodged, she retaliated with a small power slash. Izumi had aimed carefully, and the slash sliced clean through the augmented muscle and cut the skin of Muscular's arm. It was a glancing blow, but it was enough to make the villain back off a bit. Tricky bitch. That stings you know, he growled. Good. Maybe it'll teach you not to go grabbing me. Izumi retorted, using Muscular's distraction to get a little distance again. With a few feet between him and her, Izumi began watching him closely. The villain had repaired the muscles that had been cut by her power slash, but based on the trickle of blood leaking out, the cut to his body hadn't been repaired at all. Ishiko, do you see that blood? Izumi asked. Yeah. He can't heal his normal body and only repair his manipulated muscle fibers. Ishiko replied. Izumi shook her head gently, no, I don't think that's it. He can't repair himself at all, he can just grow and control his muscle fibers. When they're damaged, he just grows them out longer and ties the frayed ends together like string. That's why he can use the fibers I cut, but not the ones I burned. So any injury you inflict on his main body should be effective. Or any fire-based attack on his muscles. Ishiko said. Yeah, but the fire-based attacks just slow him down. I saw it before when he was burned by the cherry bomb explosions, he just ripped the burnt parts away. Izumi pointed out. Ishiko scoffed, but that's an opening. Now we know how to hurt him. Izumi nodded, one good blow to his exposed head, or I bleed him into unconsciousness with countless cuts. The punkle shuddered, messy, but he is a villain and we can fix him once he's in custody. Let's go. Izumi grinned, I have just the move. Tashigami art, lambda slash. It was Izumi who charged forward this time, each finger already dripping ink for her power slashes. She could launch the attacks at range, but that increased the chances of her missing or Muscular moving the wrong way and taking more than a glancing blow. If she attacked from close range, she could ensure each slash was just enough to clip the villain's body, giving him shallow but painful cuts. Her plan quickly proved effective. Muscular swung his fists at her with reckless abandon and each time, Izumi would dodge and use a tiny power slash, only an inch long, to leave a small cut on his body. Sometimes she underestimated how much thicker the layer of additional muscle was and didn't quite reach Muscular's body, or she'd only leave extremely shallow paper cut-like wounds. Those certainly stung and angered the villain, but they didn't bleed enough to make it worth it. After managing to riddle Muscular's body with tiny cuts, Izumi leapt out of the fray again to take stock of what she'd done. Muscular was bleeding heavily, despite having no visible wounds. He'd repaired the armor of muscle he bound himself in after every cut, but he didn't heal the cuts themselves, leaving his protective layer of muscle to ooze blood that was slowly staining the sand red. The beach proved to be an advantage for Izumi, who was experienced at fighting and training on sand thanks to her time with Dabi at Dagoba, while Muscular had often slipped or stumbled on the loose ground. Between the extra effort he had to put in to compensate for the unstable footing, and the slowly growing blood loss, Muscular was growing tired and lethargic, his attacks slowing with every passing moment. Surrender, Muscular. Face justice for your crimes, and this fight will end. You can't beat me now, you've lost too much blood and I'm still fresh. Plus, the police and other heroes will be here any moment. Izumi said, you've lost. Muscular sneered, you think a few paper cuts is enough to beat me? I'm the fucking lover of carnage, the carnal murderer. Blood and crushed corpses is my bread and butter. No way am I letting a little brat like you put me down. I'll show you just what I can do. His muscle fibers began twisting and flailing like unearthed worms. Izumi, believing a big attack was coming, summoned her mirror to shield her while she prepared to dodge, all while also edging to the side so that the sea was behind her instead of the town in case Muscular's big move caused collateral damage. To her surprise however, Muscular's muscle fibers actually retreated into his body, exposing his true form beneath. Izumi could see the damage she'd inflicted to Muscular's body. Dozens of cuts riddled his arms in such a way as to make the girl think of her own scars, inherited from Eri, while almost as many cuts could be seen through slashes in his pants. There were even some on his chest and back, which became more obvious as Muscular ripped off his tank top to expose his naked upper body. Izumi was confused by the odd actions and was weighing up the pros and cons of attacking now that he was vulnerable, but she was quickly shocked into inaction. Smaller muscle fibers began to poke out from the skin on either side of each cut, and like stitches, they wrapped around to the other end of the cut and pulled the skin taut, essentially closing the cut. Muscular was using his own muscle fibers to stitch up his cuts, completely stopping the bleeding in the process. And since the muscle fiber stitches were completely under his control, there was no chance he'd reopen the wounds as he fought. It was an ingenious use of his quirk that Izumi hadn't even conceived of him using. Muscular, oddly enough, seemed a bit shocked too. So this really does work. Doesn't feel half bad, but it's finicky as fuck. Well, whatever. He muttered, before quickly reapplying his muscle armor. His reaction made Izumi narrow her eyes. Something was fishy here. Muscular seemed surprised by his own abilities, implying he wasn't used to them, which meant one of three things. 1. He had taken trigger, but he didn't seem to suffer from the black tongue that the drug usually inflicted, though he did act as manically as one would expect. 2, which was much less likely, was that he'd received his quirk somewhat recently, either as a late bloomer or from someone like Izumi giving it to him. 3rd, and the one Izumi was leaning towards. Demon possession. His solid red left eye and the scar consisting of black scales definitely supported that theory. Deciding that Muscular was likely dumb enough to brag about it, Izumi decided to simply ask him. Hey meathead, what's with the eye and scales? You got a little friend hiding in your head? Muscular grinned smugly, ha. She said you weren't stupid, but I didn't think you'd figure it out just from my face. Yeah, I've had a partner for the last 4 years, and she's shown me how to do some cool shit with my quirk. After the water hose bitch cleaved my face open, she lent me her eye and these scales to cover the damage. I think they make me look pretty intimidating, and they don't even fuck up my good looks. Izumi scoffed, meh, I give you a 4 out of 10. You sassy little bitch. The wolf girl smirked, happy to be correct. As odd as it sounded, a demon possession was the best solution for this situation. Trigger had to wear off, which could take hours if it was the high-quality American stuff, and Izumi didn't know what she'd do if Muscular had been given his quirk, while a demon was easy to deal with. She just had to get an opening to use Sunrise. So, does your partner have a name? Izumi asked, still buying time for backup to arrive. Yeah, it's a Komanur. Muscular said, completely unconcerned with revealing her identity. Izumi heard Ishiko gasp, but she paid her no mind. She was too busy grinning like a loon, something Muscular was unnerved by. Akumanur was the one that Moegami had warned her about. The last of the 4 brush demons sent to possess future villains. That mean that once Izumi purified her, she'd receive both a new power and will have disrupted the evil one's plans. It did make Izumi feel bad for insulting Muscular though. He was simply being possessed and manipulated after all, like Kaken, Himiko, Jean, and Dabi had been. Good to know. Don't worry, I'll purify her and free you from her influence. I have an in with a police detective with a truth quirk, so once this is over, I'll make sure you're cleared of any crimes she made you commit. Izumi promised, smiling kindly. Muscular gave her a strange look, hesitating for a moment as he tried to figure out what she was talking about. Izumi interpreted that as him resisting his possessor, and she quickly charged forward, the mark of the sun already on her palm. The villain snapped out of his hesitance and swiftly pulled back his fist to punch the girl. I've got no idea what you're talking about, but I'm going to squash you. I think the fuck not. Izumi blanched at the loud cursing, and quickly looked to the sky to find the source. Muscular did the same, his good eye widening as he quickly coated his head in a hood of muscle fibers, just as a furious Kaken came barreling down from the sky. The boy used explosions to make him spin head over heels repeatedly, before putting his hands together and slamming his combined fists down on Muscular's protected head with a devastating explosion-powered double hammer fist. Mortar hammer fist, the boy roared as he made impact. The force of his blow was enough to push Muscular almost a foot into the ground and resulted in quite the crater in the beach. The heat seared Muscular's muscle hood, and left him unable to control the fibers, but the hood had saved Muscular from 90% of the blunt force trauma such a blow would normally cause, leaving him seeing stars rather than nursing a caved-in cranium. Katsuki tooted as he leapt over to where Izumi was standing, staring at him in disbelief. TCH, was hoping that would do more damage. Kaken. Why are you here? You were supposed to get the kids out of danger then send the heroes and police. Izumi scolded furiously. I did. I got Sunny and the kids to the hospital and used my quirk to get everyone's attention in town, making them head there too. I also sent messages to the heroes and cops, but the cops are taking forever to get ready and those pussycat guys are making sure the town is clear before they come. Katsuki explained. Izumi grit her teeth, good to know, but why are you here? You don't have a license and you just attacked the villain with your quirk. Do you have any idea how much trouble you could be in after this is over? I don't care. Katsuki snapped, I'm sick of leaving you to do everything yourself. I'm not going to stand back and do nothing, like a little bitch, while you get hurt protecting people. Besides, you ain't got your astral resurrection right now because of that fuck up yesterday, so you need the help. Izumi glared at him furiously, but it was too late now. He'd already used his quirk to attack Muscular, and with a move that would normally be lethal, so unless he actually murdered Muscular, then the situation wouldn't get any worse. Fine. It's too late now. Izumi scowled, clearly not happy with the situation. Katsuki smirked, on the bright side, I brought you a present, he said, showing Izumi the familiar case that he'd managed to stuff into his hoodie pocket. It was Izumi's costume case. I figured you might need this, and considering you're fighting in your underwear in the middle of November, I'm guessing I was right. Izumi took the case with a small smile, thanks Kaken. Keep an eye on the villain and don't engage him alone, or in melee combat. I'm going to go change. Muscular, recovering from the brief dizzy spell, scowled, what? You're leaving me with the brat while you go change. Oh don't worry, I'll be back to kicking your butt in a second. Izumi retorted. The villain growled and lunged forward, but Izumi suddenly clashed her flint bangles together, producing a spark that ignited some quickly made red ink to create a fire controlled by her inferno. The flames rapidly expanded and formed a burning tornado around Izumi, concealing her completely from view. Muscular hissed at the heat coming from the tornado of flame, and backed off a bit. He'd already had to tear off the fibers burnt by Katsuki's explosion, and he wasn't keen to repeat that. For one very tense minute, Katsuki and Muscular glared at one another, neither moving to engage the other, until the fire tornado finally sputtered out and revealed Izumi now dressed in her hero costume, her civilian shoes placed in the case, which Ishiko had hidden with storage before going into her protective pouch. You used a freaking fire tornado to change into your hero gear, that's pretty fucking hardcore. Katsuki grinned. Izumi almost smirked, but she was still a little upset with him. She turned to glare at Muscular, her mirror floating beside her left forearm while the Tsumagari floated beside her right one. This is our first time fighting together for real since the Akumahana incident. Don't mess this up, Kaken. Katsuki scoffed and moved to stand beside her, getting into his combat stance and grinning viciously at his foe, wouldn't dream of it, Izuken. Good, now follow my lead. This guy is going down. Next chapter, Akumanure Part 1 to be released, October 15, 2021. A quick note, replies to comments/reviews might be late today, since I'm having a bit of a schedule shift. And thus ends the one-on-one between Izumi and Muscular, and begins the two-on-two battle with Katsuki backing up Izumi and the inevitably about to arrive Akumanure taking the driver's seat from Muscular. It was kind of a short first phase to the fight, but honestly, there isn't much more I could do with the guy whose whole thing is, make muscles big then punch real hard. At least it gave me an excuse to show off a couple of Izumi's super moves, as well a bit of banter which is always fun. It looks like Izumi isn't the only teen in Akuburu with terrible decision-making skills either. Katsuki might be useful for the coming fight, but he may have also just made a lot more trouble for himself and Izumi later down the line. Also, note that Izumi genuinely believes Muscular is just being controlled and that's why he's being a villain, but that doesn't mean she's right. Next chapter will begin the real fight, and we'll finally see Akumanure in Muscular's demon form. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7-6, Akumanure Part 1. Sunday 1-3th November 2 2081, Akuburu Beach, Izumi and Katsuki stood a short distance from Muscular, standing side by side and glaring at the villain, who glared right back, especially at Katsuki. Muscular was clearly not happy to be dealing with Katsuki, who was just a kid in his eyes. Sure, Katsuki was taller, broader, and more battle-ready looking than Izumi, but Izumi was a trained hero that had taken down demons like Muscular's partner and even killed Orochi, while Katsuki was just a kid with some insane combat skills. Muscular resolved to kill the brat quickly and get back to the real fight, and who knows? Maybe his death would make Amaterasu kick it up a notch. Katsuki narrowed his crimson eyes at the villain, noting his glare. He'll be aiming for me first. Any advice? Dodge, don't block. He's purely close combat and can manipulate his muscles to an incredible degree. Ranged attacks would be best, but we need to get close at least once. That eye and those scales are due to demonic possession by the brush demon Akumanure. Izumi informed him. The explosive boy grinned, so he's the last of the future villains that got possessed then, same as Sunny, Doubles, and Sudi. What's its power? Izumi shrugged. The brush god version, Nuregami, possesses waterspout, which is basically like Inferno but with water. So his power is the opposite of water? Would that be fire or ice? Katsuki asked. Izumi shook her head. No, Moegami's power was fire and became ice when he was corrupted. The brush god with the power of blizzard will have fire as his powers instead, so it must be something else, but I can't think what. Right, so unknown power, unknown weapon, unknown true form, muscle augmentation with an unknown limit, and almost invulnerable to blunt attacks. Any more good news? Katsuki asked sarcastically. Izumi nodded. He can use muscle fibers to stitch his cuts. I tried bleeding him with lambda slash but he just closed the wounds. Didn't heal them though. Katsuki growled, so blunt attacks won't get through his defense and sharp attacks can be closed too easily. So we need energy attacks. That works. The burns from explosions stop him from retracting and controlling the affected muscle fibers. He has to rip the damaged parts off before he can use them again. If we can inflict enough burns to him, we should be able to make an opening for sunrise. Izumi explained. Before Katsuki could reply, Muscular grew bored of waiting for the teens to make a move and launched himself at them. He aimed a powerful punch at the ground between them two of them, forcing each teen to jump in an opposite direction and allowing Muscular to quickly leap after Katsuki now that he was away from Izumi. Switching to his high-speed tactics from before, Muscular began throwing a flurry of rapid jabs at Katsuki, but the blonde was as slippery as Izumi and evaded his attacks with practiced ease. After all, he trained with All Might too. Izumi quickly ran at Muscular, planning on striking him from behind and getting his attention back on her since she had the only physical defense against him. As she ran, she was impressed by Katsuki's dodging. The boy wasn't as graceful or skilled in evasion as her and Himiko as he lacked their agility and flexibility, but he compensated by using small explosions to propel him around the coming blows. The hero's approach had been nearly silent, so Muscular didn't know she was there until her hand slapped against his back. The villain's partner screamed in his head, ordering him to stop her, so he quickly spun around to break the contact and try to hit Izumi with a backhand. Izumi ducked the spinning attack and slashed Sumigari against the back of Muscular's legs, aiming for his Achilles tendons. She missed by mere millimeters due to the slowness of the massive sword and the speed of Muscular's quirk, but at least the shallow cuts she'd left had been painful for him. Muscular stitched the wounds and just barely managed to create a shield of muscle around his head again as Katsuki threw an explosive punch to the distracted villain. Damn brats, he screeched, ripping off the burnt fibers and performing a spinning kick on Katsuki. The explosive boy jumped back to evade the kick, but found his shoulder being clipped by the villain's heel, sending him spinning back with a now dislocated shoulder. Kaken! Izumi cried, seeing her brothers wince of pain. With a growl, she performed another Tashigami art, lambda slash to riddle Muscular with cuts, forcing him to retreat and close the wounds and giving her the chance to rush to Katsuki's side. Katsuki, despite being sent spinning, had been able to steady himself by using an explosion from his uninjured arm to counter the spin, though the force had further damaged his shoulder. Hold still while I heal this. It'll hurt a bit. Izumi warned, before quickly snapping Katsuki's shoulder back in place before he could reply. The boy winced, then glared at the villain while Izumi used rejuvenation on him. He's tough and damn strong, but he's fucking sloppy. He's got no real combat training or experience, he's the type to just crush everyone he fights with his quirk. That spinning kick was probably the most technical move he could pull off, and even that only hit because I was too close to evade in time. Izumi finished healing him and looked back at Muscular. I inflicted more damage, but aside from it causing pain, it hasn't had much of an effect. My attack on his tendons was too slow. Why use the sword and not power slash? Katsuki asked, rolling his repaired shoulder. Wrong angle. I wanted to cut the tendons, not chop off his feet. That's called unnecessary dismemberment in hero regulations. Izumi smirked. Katsuki barked out a laugh. Ever think how fucked up it is that the profession we both dreamed of since we were babies has the concept of necessary dismemberment? Kaken, I'm a reborn goddess with a dragon, a boar, a rat, a rooster, and 3 monkeys living in my head. I've stopped questioning things. Causes less headaches. Izumi replied cheekily, making her brother laugh harder. A short distance away, Muscular began to fume. He was furious, these kids weren't taking him seriously at all. Any damage he'd inflicted to either had been healed by Amaterasu, and while he'd sort of fixed his own damage, it was draining his energy to maintain so many of his muscle stitches. If things kept going like this, he'd lose. I warned you. Amaterasu is not someone to be trifled with. She has defeated 5 other brush demons and 3 of them were possessing adults with powerful quirks, his partner whispered in his head. Muscular grit his teeth, I don't see you helping. It is only my power augmenting your own that allows you to use your muscle stitches and strengthen your heart enough to allow you to perform the larger attacks. Should I stop helping, your own quirk would cause you a heart attack and the wounds inflicted by Amaterasu would bleed you into unconsciousness within seconds. The villain froze. That was true, without his partner he'd be dead or captured by now. Amaterasu hadn't figured it out yet, but he'd been using the strengthened version of his quirk from the beginning. Normally, he was limited in the size of his augmented body by how strong his heart was. If he passed his limit, his heart would struggle to pump blood around the bulkier body to fuel him. Thanks to Okami augmenting his power, he could strengthen his heart like any other muscle, effectively removing his limit entirely, as well as manage the more fine-tuned control needed to stitch his wounds. Technically he didn't need her for that to be possible with his quirk, but he lacked the mental prowess to do it unaided. As Muscular grumbled, Okami spoke to him again, good, I see you understand. Let me take over from here, we must regain the advantage and my power is needed. Muscular didn't argue or offer any resistance as he felt his partner's influence spread through his body, moving beyond the red eye she'd lent him and filling him completely. He suddenly found himself switching places with the demon, now becoming a passenger in his own body while Okami took control. Izumi immediately noticed the change, sensing the sudden shift of the darkness within Muscular, while Katsuki noticed the change in the man's posture. The villain they'd been fighting had always moved like the standard macho tough guy, swaggering and flexing his muscles when he wasn't swinging his fists around like a dumb ape, but now his entire demeanor changed. He stood straight and stretched his limbs, retracting any unnecessary muscles and relaxing completely, his face becoming oddly peaceful, a sharp juxtaposition to his previous smug sneers and furious growls. The fact that his intact right eye was now completely red with a black slit for a pupil, much like his left eye, was the final confirmation the teens needed that Okami was now exerting full control of Muscular, rather than just influencing him as Izumi believed. Get ready. Izumi warned, the danger level has gone up. The possessed villain looked over at the wolf girl and bowed politely, greetings, OkamiAmaterasu. It is an honor to face you today. Forgive the rudeness and depravity of my partner, he isn't one to show proper respect. Izumi looked surprised, not only was the voice overlapping Muscular's oddly feminine and seductive sounding, but it was also far less beastly than the other brush demons. I've never been spoken to so politely by a demon. Is this an attempt to throw me off? It won't work, she warned. The demon host shook his head, of course not. Today will end with your death or my purification, no other outcome is possible. However, demon or not, I see no reason to be disrespectful to a goddess, especially one who has slain hundreds of demons, conquered Yamata no Orochi, and purified 5 of my brush demon brothers. Katsuki scoffed, this one's got a silver tongue. Let's hurry and blast it out so we can purify him and get back to our vacation. I am female. I know my host is male, and a rather brutish one, but I do not wish to be lumped in with him. He is a necessary tool, nothing more. Okami growled, almost losing her temper. Izumi raised an eyebrow, clearly the demon didn't enjoy the host she'd been ordered to possess. Don't worry, once I purify you and remove your influence from him, I'm sure Muscular will become a decent person again, just like Jean. Okami frowned, you believe I have influenced this man? I see, that would make sense to you, given what had been done to the previous hosts you faced. Nevertheless, I fear you will be disappointed. Izumi sensed the suddenly swelling of demonic power within Muscular, and quickly stepped closer to Katsuki, knowing what was coming next. Hold your breath, she ordered. Katsuki complied and an instant later, a massive cloud of corruption smoke began to pump out of the possessed Muscular's body, covering the Okobra beach in a thick miasma of black and purple. As always, the stink of the smoke reminded Izumi of rot, though this time it came with the additional stench of a festering wound which would have made the girl gag if she hadn't been prepared. Katsuki had his nose and mouth covered by his hand, and his eyes shut tight to avoid the stinging smoke, but Izumi had to endure the smell and the stinging due to her sensitive nose and the need to keep an eye on the enemy. Once the fog seemed to settle, Izumi allowed her inner light to explode outwards, driving off the fog and revealing that she and Katsuki had both been brought into the astral plane. As Izumi looked up at the blood-red sky, she remembered the last time she'd been here, all the way back before the Shai Hasaikai when she'd saved Dabi from Akumamo. Katsuki opened his eyes and looked out across the sea of black clouds, remembering his own times in the corrupted version of the astral plane. Both teens snapped back to attention as they noticed a sinister red aura surrounding the possessed villain stood a few feet away from them. He, or rather, she is about to transform. Izumi noted, remembering the pattern that always played out during these brush demon battles. Which animal is she? Katsuki asked. The snake. Katsuki's grin suddenly returned with full force. Perfect. I wasn't there to help with that snake Orochi, but this might just make up for it. Prepare a sunrise to purify this place. When she's transformed, I'll buy you a few seconds to cast it. Izumi nodded, the mark of the sun already on her palm from her previous attempt to purify Muscular. Akumanure sighed as she stretched again, enjoying the feel of the corrupt astral plane. Allow me to slip into something a little more comfortable, she said, before Muscular's body began to change. Instead of growing like most of the brush demon hosts did, Muscular actually began to shrink, just as Himiko's had when she'd been possessed by Akumatachi. Muscular shrank down to the size of a teenager, only a little taller than Katsuki and with a much leaner physique that made him look almost skinny. His boots were ripped off and both his hands and feet became covered in black scales, similar to his scarred face, and his nails became red claws. The cuts Izumi had inflicted healed themselves completely, and instead of muscle fibers, tiny snakes began to grow from Muscular's skin, covering his limbs and twisting them into spring-like spirals. Next, his short blonde hair lengthened and turned into scales, before bonding with his neck to form a cobra-like hood, including two sharp fangs that jutted out from the top of the hood. Lastly, two pythons seemed to grow from each of his shoulders, giving him a hydra-human hybrid appearance, while a third, much longer python grew from his lower back like a tail. Akumanure sighed with relief and began stretching her borrowed body, making it twist and flex in unnatural ways that no normal human could do, showing off her flexibility. Once she was content, she clapped her hands together and a bolt of lightning struck the ground beside her, seemingly originating from nowhere. A large black drinking gourd with a yellow lightning bolt engraved on it was left sitting where the lightning had struck, and Akumanure picked it up with her tail snake. Ah, it is good to be back in a proper serpentine form, though its flexibility is still a pale comparison to a true snake. Allow me to introduce myself to you formally, OkamiHeroAmaterasu and Katsuki Bakugu. I am the infernal brush demon known as the Serpent of Thunder, Akumanure. The serpent demon said, performing a formal bow to Izumi then nodding politely at Katsuki. Now, let us begin. Izumi quickly channeled power to her mark of the sun, ready to cast sunrise, but the snake on Akumanure's left shoulder suddenly spat some red ink at her, disrupting her and forcing her to dodge. Considering the lightning bolt she used to summon her dark instrument, and her introduction as the Serpent of Thunder, Izumi gathered that her powers revolved around lightning and electricity, so it was probably a good idea to avoid being hit by her ink. Izumi saw the spot that had been struck by Akumanure's ink, expecting some sign of electrocution, but instead the ink shaped itself into a red lightning bolt shape before remaining inert. Kaken, watch out for the ink. I'm not sure how it'll work, but it'll have something to do with electricity. Izumi warned. Katsuki growled, fucking lightning powers. Izuken, I'll take point, you support from the rear. The explosive boy rocketed himself towards Akumanure with his quirk, aiming to keep her occupied. The snake demon began shooting ink from the mouths of the snakes on its shoulders, forcing Katsuki to use his explosions to dodge since he was in midair. Each missed ink shot became another lightning bolt emblem on the ground, but Katsuki was more concerned with slamming his fist into the cobra-hooded demon, so he increased the power of his explosions and slammed into Akumanure's torso. The demon put up no resistance and was sent flying a good distance, though she merely extended her spring-like limbs unnaturally, using them as grappling hooks to drag herself back to the ground. The moment the demon landed, she found the clouds beneath her turning gold and the sky above changing to match, before the gold of the pure astral plane and the black/red of the corrupt one began to spiral in on itself, becoming the contested astral plane. Her slitted eyes flicked over to where Izumi was pointing at the sky, having used her distraction to complete her sunrise technique. With a hiss, Akumanure felt her power decrease. Clever, using the human to distract me while you took some of my control away, reducing my power in this place. I suppose I should take you both more seriously, she said, before using her coiled legs to spring forward and begin a bizarre, squirming dash towards Izumi. Izumi charged forward to meet her in a clash while Katsuki blasted himself after the two females. Seeing that Akumanure was planning an attack with her claws, Izumi prepared her divine instruments, aiming to block Akumanure's melee strike with her mirror before slicing off the demon's shoulder snakes with Tsumagari. After only a few steps however, Izumi saw Akumanure smile. You are in position, the demon said, before clicking her tongue. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of the sky and struck Izumi, passing right through her body and hitting the red lightning bolt mark left behind by Akumanure's first ink attack, which Izumi had just moved over as she charged. Izumi screamed in agony as her body spasmed from the searing lightning, her thoughts scrambled by the pain. All she could think was that she was lucky that her comms in Ashiko's pouch was fully insulated, or they'd be fried. Of course, with her body spasming from the after effects of the electricity, Izumi couldn't move or dodge, leaving her completely open to Akumanure's follow-up attack, which came in the form of a clawed hand aimed at her heart. Izuken! Katsuki screamed, pushing his explosive power to a dangerous level to shoot himself at his little sister. The force of the explosions nearly broke his wrists, but it provided him with enough speed to reach Izumi before Okami, allowing him to grab the paralyzed girl and throw her behind him. With Izumi behind him, the boy quickly snatched up her mirror, which had fallen to the ground after she'd been electrocuted, and raised it just in time to block a slash from the snake demon. Katsuki groaned under the force of the blow and the weight of the mirror. The solid disc of iron was damn heavy and Okami's unaugmented arms could strike with almost as much force as Muscular's weaker augmented punches. Okami hissed as her claws failed to leave a mark in the mirror, then opted to extend her arms outward and around Katsuki, aiming for his back and Izumi's prone form. Unable to block or dodge while also protected Izumi, Katsuki instead chose to attack and shot an explosion at the back of the mirror, shooting it forward and into Okami's torso. The snake demon coughed harshly as the metal struck her ribs and sent her flying backward, her arms coiling around her like snakes. Glaring at Katsuki, Okami had her shoulder snakes begin shooting ink at him again, which Katsuki quickly blocked with Izumi's mirror. As he blocked, he shouted back to Izumi. "Damn it, I can't deal with this bitch by myself, Izuken. If you can't fight, then get us back to our world so we can regroup," Katsuki demanded. Izumi, now finally free from the muscle spasms caused by the electricity, slowly got to her feet and used rejuvenation to repair the burns and other damage done by the lightning strike. "Sorry Kaken. I got caught off guard," she apologized. "How the fuck did she zap you? I didn't see her do anything special," Katsuki asked, his eyes focused on the demon who was still firing ink blobs at him, covering Izumi's divine retribution with small red lightning bolt emblems. "It was the ink. All brush gods and brush demons manifest their powers through their ink. I think Okami can summon lightning either to or from those marks she makes," Izumi theorized. She hadn't noticed the mark beneath her until she'd been struck by the lightning bolt, but now that Izumi was looking for it, she found that it was gone, likely disappearing after it was used. Katsuki frowned, "So she can summon freaking lightning to hit her dumbass graffiti tags," he muttered to himself. A sudden realization hit him and he looked down at the mirror in his hands, the metal mirror covered in lightning summoning marks. He lifted his eyes, making eye contact with Okami, who smiled and clicked her tongue. Katsuki's eyes widened. "Shit," he cried, trying to drop the mirror. Unfortunately for him, the snake demon had been setting him up and the lightning bolts were already heading for the mirror at, well, lightning speed while 4 rapid-fire shots of red ink were heading towards Katsuki from the demon's shoulder snakes. Even if he let go of the mirror in time, Katsuki would have to dodge to avoid being hit by the lightning, an almost impossible task with human speed, but he couldn't dodge in any direction without getting hit by one of the 4 ink shots. He was essentially stuck, dodge or stay still, he was going to be hit by the lightning either way. The explosive boy released his grip on the mirror and braced himself, closing his eyes as he awaited the pain of electrocution. The pain would never come however, as Izumi quickly took control of her mirror and shot it forward, blocking one of the ink shots just as a combined 15 lightning bolts struck its iron surface. The resulting flash and sparks caused Katsuki to fall backward, mildly hurt by a few stray volts that had arced towards him after the bulk of the lightning had hit the mirror, but they were thankfully weak enough to inflict only superficial burns and some numbness in his arms. "Holy shit, that was close," Katsuki breathed, his heart beating madly. "It really was. We can't take risks in this fight, the lightning is too fast to dodge if we get hit by the ink. Good thing I don't need to touch my weapons to control them." Izumi sighed with relief as she pulled something from one of her pouches. "Here, take this. It's a small comm link so we can talk to each other Nishiko if we separate. Put it in while I heal your arms," she ordered, noting Katsuki's mild burns and the shaking in his wrists. Even while stunned, she'd noticed the force of the explosions Katsuki had made to reach her in time. Katsuki took the small device and put it in his ear while Izumi slathered his forearms in rejuvenation ink. Okami wasn't going to let them recover though, and began firing more ink at them, aiming to either hit them directly or cage them in by marking the floor. With the comm link in his ear, Katsuki could hear Ashiko shout a warning to Izumi. "Izumi, ink attacks inbound." The wolf girl didn't look up from healing Katsuki, instead raising her arm lazily to manipulate her tsumagari into blocking the ink. The large sword was more than long and wide enough to block all the incoming shots, giving Izumi all the time she needed to finish healing Katsuki. "Thanks Izuken. You got a plan?" Katsuki asked, twisting his healed wrists carefully. Izumi turned back to their enemy. "With all my past brush demon battles, save the OkamiHeroAmaterasu trio, I used their own techniques against them. Okami is flexible enough to make hitting her a pain, and since I need direct contact with her chest to perform sunrise, she can simply block it with Muscular's quirk. But if we can trick her into zapping herself first, then the resulting stun should give you both time and an opening to purify me, correct?" Akumanura said, smiling pleasantly as she slowly walked towards the teens, a clever plan, and one that would definitely work, if not for a certain flaw. You see, I was warned of how you defeated the other brush demons and developed my tactics to counter them. Izumi narrowed her eyes as she and Katsuki got into their combat stances, her divine instruments ready to protect them from sudden ink attacks. And Akumahana thought he had a way around my plans too, and he still lost. What makes you so confident the same won't happen to you? Akumanura's smile grew wider, almost unnaturally so. My power allows me to create lightning marks with my ink, then summon lightning to strike those marks and anything between them and the sky. I can choose which marks to strike and which ones to leave alone. So tell me, even if you manage to get my ink to hit me, why would I allow my lightning to strike a mark on my own body? Izumi grimaced and Katsuki sneered as the demon continued, I was warned of your various powers too, including the reflective powers of your mirror, so naturally I won't be using lightning on any marks that get on the reflective surface, so you cannot use true reflection on me. I have prepared myself to counter all of your tactics. Also, feel free to discuss your plans with your human ally, my sense of hearing is second to none and I can lip read, so no matter what you do, I will hear it and prepare. The wolf girl bit her lip, this might have just gotten a little tougher. She frowned. Akumanura might not be the brash and boastful type like the other brush demons, but she didn't need to be. She had planned for Izumi from the beginning while Izumi hadn't been able to plan for her at all, since she hadn't known her form, her powers, or her host's quirk before the fight began. Plus, Izumi still didn't know the upper limits of the demon's abilities or what Akumanura could do with the gourd weapon held by her tail snake. Sunrise only worked with direct contact of the chest over the heart, so Akumanura could use Muscular's quirk to create a muscle barrier to stop the technique from working. Power Slash would counter that, but it would likely kill Muscular unless it hit from the side of the muscle barrier, cutting it away and exposing the demon's chest without actually cutting it, but Akumanura would simply regrow the barrier in an instant, potentially trapping Izumi's hand and crushing it if she wasn't quick enough to escape. Fire, such as from Inferno or the explosive powers of Kaken or Cherry Bomb, would stop her from simply repairing the damaged muscle and would give Izumi a window to attack, but the timing would have to be perfect, hitting the freshly sliced muscle fibers the instant after Izumi had cut them with Power Slash. All that was theoretically possible if she worked together with Kaken, but it required them to keep Akumanura still for several seconds while they attacked at close range, leaving them open to a lightning counterattack or a devastating muscle-augmented counterattack. The serpentine Akumanura would never stay still long enough for that, and Izumi doubted she could restrain her effectively. The snake was too slippery to be restrained easily with the vines and trees of Greensprout, especially since the lack of foliage in the astral plane meant Izumi had to set the technique up, exposing what she was doing, and even if she had a restraint tight enough and strong enough to stop Akumanura breaking or slipping free, the restraint would crush Muscular the moment Akumanura was purified, and Izumi couldn't remove the restraints while performing Sunrise. And the cherry on top of this impossible situation? Any plan Izumi had would require teamwork with Kaken, which would mean communicating her plan to him, something they couldn't do with Akumanura around. If they spoke to each other, Akumanura would hear and prepare a counter, and Kaken didn't know the hero sign language yet, so silent communication was also impossible. They could speak through their comms, but that would require them to separate, splitting the demon's attention and then praying that the speaker was also out of the demon's hearing range, and since Izumi would be the speaker, that would mean leaving Kaken at the mercy of a demon he couldn't really hurt. Izumi paled, making Akumanura smile even wider, as she realized just how stuck she was. Akumanura had managed to counter all of her strategies before she'd even made them. She couldn't think of a single plan that would allow her to defeat the demon without killing Muscular, or putting Kaken in the path of almost certain death. I don't know what to do. Izumi muttered angrily, we can't plan if we can't communicate, and we can't beat this guy without a plan. Katsuki growled to himself. He was beginning to regret not taking part in those signing classes that Izumi had taken, and neither he nor Izumi were good enough at a second language to communicate a complex plan through it. Fuck it. Izuken, stay back and observe, I'll see just how effective this snake bitch is in a real fight, the explosive blonde declared before shooting himself at the smiling snake. Akumanura raised her coiled arms to block, smiling the whole time. It was time to show these children that Orochi was not the only snake demon with terrifying power. Next chapter, Akumanura Part 2. To be released, October 17, 2021. Another quick note, I will be later than usual replying to some comments today due to continuing schedule changes at my work. Akumanura finally shows herself, and she's proven to be a bit different from the previous demons. She's just as cocky, but she's more dignified and intelligent. She knows how powerful Izumi is after her victories against Orochi and the other brush demons, so the lightning snake isn't about to take risks. She's actually prepared for Izumi's tactics, and has a seemingly impenetrable defense. This chapter was a bit short compared to most opening battles, but the full fight was too long for one chapter and this was honestly the best place to cut it without extensive rewrites or going below my minimum length per chapter. Also just realized that we've officially hit a word count of 500,000. Next chapter will be a lot longer, and we'll have the rest of the Akomanur battle. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7-7, Akomanur Part 2. Sunday 1-3th November 228-1. The Astral Plane. Katsuki slammed his fist into Akomanur's open palm, the snake having moved at incredible speed to catch his explosion-powered punch. He scowled at the pain in his knuckles, not expecting the black scales of the demon's palm to be so hard, but he wouldn't be stopped by such a thing. Akomanur's clawed fingers wrapped around his fist, trapping him in place while the snakes on her shoulders opened their mouths, preparing to fire ink shots at point-blank range. I don't fucking think so. Katsuki growled, using his free hand to fire a large explosion that consumed Akomanur's upper half. The smoke of the explosion concealed whatever damage he'd done, but it wasn't enough as the demon's grip on his fist was still strong. Katsuki released another explosion, this time from his trapped hand, forcing Akomanur to release him. Katsuki then took the opportunity to get behind the demon, aiming for the tail snake that held Akomanur's bizarre gourd weapon. He aimed an explosion at it, hoping to either break it or knock it away, but the tail snake shot ink at him and forced him to back off. Before Katsuki could attack again, the smoke of his earlier attacks cleared, revealing that Akomanur's previously exposed human characteristics had been replaced by a squirming mass of snakes. The sight of the vaguely humanoid mass of reptiles made Katsuki recoil in shock, especially as his explosions had left only minor scuffs in the snake's hard black scales. He tried to back away, but even with her face covered, Akomanur could still see him via the eyes of her lesser snakes and she promptly uncoiled the snake that made up her spring-like leg and swept it out in a kick that extended for almost 12 feet, forcing Katsuki to jump in the air. Once he was in the air, Akomanur uncoiled her arms and shot them at Katsuki like grappling hooks, while her tail and shoulder snakes shot red ink again, essentially preventing Katsuki from using his explosions to dodge in any direction without being grabbed or hit by ink. Panicking, Katsuki could do nothing but guard the punches, which slammed into his forearms with enough force to snap them. "H!" he cried, as he was sent flying several feet. He tried to cradle his broken arms as he rolled with the impact, thanking his lucky stars that the ground in the astral plane was made of fluffy clouds. Unfortunately, Akomanur had no intention of letting Katsuki get back on his feet, and immediately prepared to shoot a massive blast of red ink at him, determined to hit and electrocute him. Katsuki couldn't dodge fast enough without his explosions, and with his arms broken he couldn't use them without risking blowing the damn things off completely. Izumi may be able to heal lost limbs, but it took time that they didn't have in the middle of a combat situation. Thankfully, Izumi wasn't about to let that happen. The moment she saw that Katsuki couldn't dodge that last blow, she had begun running full pelt towards Akomanur. She'd not gotten close enough in time to stop the punch that broke Katsuki's arms, but she had gotten there in time to stop the snake's ink shots. Reflector style, 4 winds, she cried, sending her mirror forward in a somewhat improvised version of the normal 4 winds combo. Usually the blows landed against, in order, the back of the head, the kidneys, the chin, and then the gut. This time however, the 4 strikes were focused on the 4 main heads of Akomanur's reptilian form. The first slammed into the back of the right shoulder head, then the mirror swung around and hit the left shoulder head in the mouth. The mirror then dived down behind Akomanur, slamming into the tail head, before going down further, between Akomanur's legs, and shooting upward with as much momentum as possible, inflicting a massive uppercut to the demon's chin. Thanks to their scales, the snakes had taken no real damage from the heavy strikes, though they were left dizzy by the force of the blows. Taking advantage of Akomanur's dizziness, Izumi stuffed a small cherry bomb into the mouth of the left shoulder snake, then detonated it. The resulting firework-like explosion severely burned the snake and actually made Akomanur recoil in pain, giving Izumi the time she needed to rush to Katsuki's side and heal his broken arms. Katsuki grimaced as he heard the cracks of his bones snapping back into place, his eyes never leaving his enemy while Izumi was busy. "My explosions are useless against those scales, but your cherry bomb managed to hurt the fucker's shoulder snake," he murmured, trying not to let on how much his arms hurt. Izumi nodded without looking up from her work. "Her scales are too tough, I doubt anything other than a power slash or tsumagari slice will get through them. My cherry bomb only worked because it was in the snake's mouth, where there was no protection." Katsuki nodded. A few feet away, Akomanur was recovering from Izumi's attack by retracting the snakes she'd covered herself with to defend against Katsuki's explosions. The boy noted that this was a combination of the demon's transformative powers and Muscular's quirk. She was using the quirk to produce muscle fibers to shield her, but she turned those fibers into small snakes to make them more effective, in the same way she transformed Muscular's body to make it more effective for herself. That was why her human parts had seemingly turned into bundles of writhing snakes. Now that the protection wasn't needed though, the snakes turned back into muscle fibers and were pulled back into the body. The burned shoulder snake was then ripped off and messily devoured by Okami, before a new head grew from the unburned section left behind. Katsuki reported all this to Izumi as she worked. The girl nodded and quickly finished the healing and turned back to face her opponent. I'm going to test Power Slash and Sumigari against those scales. If they don't work, then we have no options and need to retreat. I'll need to get close if I want to avoid murdering Muscular by mistake, but I'll need you to help. Follow closely behind me and be ready to dodge at a moment's notice, she ordered, before reaching back and drawing a circle of green ink on Katsuki's shirt. With a quick cast of bloom, the circle was filled with grass. Any reason you decided to grow some grass on my shirt? Katsuki asked with a smirk. A plant source for vine. If you or I can't dodge enough by ourselves, I can use that grass to cast vine and pull you or myself to safety. Izumi explained. The blonde nodded in understanding and his smirk transformed into a look of anger and irritation as he focused on their enemy. He and Izumi braced themselves as Okami watched them carefully, allowing them to make the first move. The snake demon admitted to knowing how Izumi operated and was focusing on devastating counter-maneuvers and laying traps with her lightning marks, so she allowed the teens to make the first move. A moment of tense silence passed, and was followed by sudden rapid action. Izumi sprinted at the demon, keeping her body low to make herself a smaller target while Katsuki followed only a single pace behind her, keeping the girl between himself and the demon but preparing to grab her and dodge at a moment's notice. Once they were a mere arm's length from the Okami, the demon rapidly covered herself in her muscle fiber-turned snake armor to protect herself from any sudden melee strikes. As the serpent demon did this, Izumi noticed the snakes on the demon's shoulders, specifically noticing how they drooled ink in anticipation while swaying back and forth, occasionally forming shapes resembling a perfect letter S. Seeing this gave Izumi a flash of inspiration, but that was something to think on later. Now she needed to finish probing her foe's defenses. Putting her hands behind her back so only Katsuki could see them, Izumi extended the index finger on her right hand, pointing towards the left to signal that was the direction she was heading. Katsuki grunted in acknowledgement and the duo suddenly dodged to the left, each perfectly synchronized with the other. Okami didn't turn, her main face covered by her snakes and thus unable to see, but the three lesser heads on her shoulders and tail followed the teen's movements and prepared to shoot ink at them just as Izumi prepared a small power slash. The snakes were quicker than Izumi and fired their shots before Izumi could, but Izumi quickly summoned her mirror and allowed the ink to splatter against the reflective side, knowing the demon would never trigger those lightning marks willingly and giving Izumi the opportunity to test something later. With the snake's attacks blocked, Izumi dispelled her mirror and shot a power slash at Okami's chest. Since she was attacking from the side. And the power slash was short, Izumi's cut was only a glancing blow that made the demon hiss in pain and carved into the chest by about half a centimeter, but that was enough. Izumi had confirmed that her power slashes could cut through the demon's scales. Now she just needed to test if Sumigari could do the same. It was also time to try out the trick she'd come up with by watching Okami's snakes. Kaken, back, she yelled. Katsuki was about to leap back, but then his eyes widened as he saw ink bleed through the back of Izumi's costume, which naturally allowed her ink to pass through it, since it was made from her hair and cells. The ink formed recognizable words, make a smoke screen then head left again, I'll test Sumigari against the right shoulder snake. The boy grinned, got it. Izumi smiled and the two teens moved like they were going to leap back, only to feint and swap positions so Katsuki was in front. He clapped his hands together while making an explosion, minimizing the force of the blast while making sure to kick up a good plume of smoke that quickly blinded Okami. Izumi and Katsuki were prepared for it though, and were able to easily switch back to their original formation and move to the left again, bypassing the serpent's back and instead aiming for the creature's right shoulder. Okami's only warning was a flash of light within the smoke, which was the light that accompanied the summoning of Sumigari. Izumi used her power to swing the heavy blade, effortlessly slicing through the snake's neck and lopping off its head. Okami hissed in pain and began flailing blindly, unable to see the teens through the hot smoke. The duo opted to retreat to a safe distance, both grinning with satisfaction that they'd managed to finally do something effective against the demon. Once they were a few feet away and it became clear that Okami still couldn't tell where they were thanks to the smoke, Katsuki turned to Izumi with a questioning look, pointing to her back, which was now clean of ink. Izumi grinned and held up her arm, secreting ink in the form of hiragana characters. I got the idea watching the snakes. They kept making a shape like an S while drooling ink, making me think of writing. Since we can't communicate verbally without her hearing us and you don't know sign, I figured this plan would be best. It's one-sided since you can't talk back, but it's better than giving our plans away, she wrote. Katsuki chuckled in amusement, the sound of which seemed to alert the demon and make her realize they weren't near her anymore. Izumi thought it was a little ironic, normal snakes didn't really have much in the way of hearing, focusing on smell and heat to detect other creatures, but Okami seemed to have amazing hearing. She guessed it was different for demons. Now knowing where the teens were, Okami felt safe to leap to the side, escaping the slowly fading smoke screen. The demon had retracted most of her muscle snake armor, but the cut sections on her chest were still present, as was the wound left by Izumi's power slash. The sight of the cut, along with the missing snake head on the demon's right shoulder, made the teens smile. Now they knew that while blunt strikes and heat wouldn't work, both power slash and tsumagari could pierce the demon's scales. Well done. You've proven to be worthy of the caution our master has for you. I'm afraid I have to attack more seriously now, the demon warned, the wound on her chest healing before the severed snakes regenerated too. The ones that had been part of the demon's chest armor retreated into her body, while the shoulder snake just squirmed and glared at Katsuki. Izumi took note of the information she'd gathered. Okami couldn't see them personally if she had her face covered, but she could still see through her tail and shoulder snakes. Those snakes were also the only ones that produced ink, otherwise she'd have bombarded them by now. The extra snakes were just transformed muscle fibers, courtesy of Muscular's quirk. Blunt attacks were pointless, sharp ones would work, and fire only worked on the parts without scales. The beginnings of a plan were beginning to form in her head. If she could blind the other snakes, slice through the armor blocking the chest, burn the sliced sections to stop them regenerating, and avoid getting hit by ink/lightning, then Izumi could have a chance of casting Sunrise. She was about to communicate this plan to Katsuki, when Okami's tail snake moved and drew attention to the gourd it held, the demon's dark instrument. It appeared that Okami was preparing to use it. Brace yourselves you two. Who knows what'll come out of that thing? Ishiko warned. If it's some kind of electrical energy cannon, then I'm officially calling bullshit. Katsuki griped. Izumi almost smiled in response, until the tail snake pointed the mouth of the gourd at the teenage duo, allowing Izumi to see inside the black instrument. She could see the flickering yellow of electricity as well as swirling storm clouds ready to spill forth, and for a moment she almost thought Katsuki had been right. However, rather than fire a beam of electricity like Katsuki described, the gourd swelled up for a few seconds before suddenly releasing a massive stream of storm clouds only a little lighter in color than the corrupted clouds that made up half of the contested astral plane's floor. The clouds billowed out of the gourd at an incredible rate, and seeing as they were fully charged with lightning, the teens did not want to be caught inside them, so they both turned tail and ran from the encroaching mass of storm clouds. Izumi transformed into her wolf mode and gently tossed Katsuki onto her back as she ran away, leaving Katsuki to use his explosions as boosters to help her run faster. Even with that speed, the clouds came fast and managed to briefly catch Izumi's tail, making her yelp from a mixture of the cold temperature and static electricity. Izumi, desperate to get away from the freezing, shocking cloud, decided to perform a Bakugami art, rising firework. She secreted ink on the bottom of her back left paw in the shape of the mark of Bakugami, allowing her to create a large cherry bomb that quickly detonated and launched her and her passenger far from the cloud. The clouds soon stopped expanding and the duo landed safely from their explosion-powered jump, with Katsuki hopping off Izumi's back so she could transform back to her demigod form. What was that yelp, Izuken? Katsuki asked worriedly. Those clouds are freezing cold on top of being full of static. Whatever you do, don't get caught inside. Izumi warned, shuddering a little. Her tail wasn't touching the clouds anymore, but she could still feel the phantom chill of the clouds against her rear. Before Katsuki could reply, Okami's fist suddenly shot out from the clouds and aimed to punch him. He sidestepped and hit the uncoiled arm with an explosion, knocking the punch off course and causing Okami to retract the arm several feet back into the storm clouds. Moments later, the other arm shot out, aiming at Katsuki again, only to twist at the last moment and shoot towards Izumi instead, who swiftly blocked the punch with the flat of tsumagari. This time, the fist flopped to the ground before slowly recoiling back into the clouds, likely aching from punching the solid metal of Izumi's glaive. As soon as the fist disappeared into the storm, several shots of red ink suddenly began flying out at the duo, coming from multiple directions and aimed carefully to stop them from dodging effectively without being hit. Izumi manipulated her mirror over to Katsuki to protect him while using her sword to protect herself, resulting in both divine instruments being plastered with red lightning bolt emblems. What the fuck is going on here? How can she see us? Katsuki cursed, the smokescreen shut her down completely before. Izumi racked her brain for a moment before coming up with the solution. It's the temperature. She can't really see us at all, but like a snake, she can detect us through our body heat. The smokescreen was hot and full of ash, disguising our heat and making it impossible to tell us apart from any part of the smoke. These clouds are cold though, so we probably look like hot red blobs in a mass of cold blue. You are correct. Akumanure confirmed, her voice seemingly coming from the entire cloud. My dark instrument allows me to produce any kind of storm cloud I wish by mixing static and vapor inside the gourd. I had originally planned to use this to fill the sky with clouds and then unleash a massive barrage of lightning, but I've decided to copy your earlier tactic with the smokescreen and hide myself within the clouds. I can see you with my heat vision, but you cannot see me. What's more, you can't even enter these clouds without risking death. She's right. Ishiko warned, even if you could withstand the static and freezing temperature, you'd be blind as a bat and in the middle of an enormous mass of water vapor. A single lightning bolt striking any part of it. And we'd be fried. The water would conduct the lightning and zap the shit out of us. Katsuki cursed. He was even more furious now, as he'd essentially just been made useless. He had two real things going for him in a fight: incredible hand-to-hand combat skills, which were useless since he couldn't enter the clouds to fight the snake bitch, and his explosion quirk, which would be severely hampered by the cold water vapor. Katsuki was useless and all he could do now was grit his teeth and clench his fists. Izumi was only a tiny bit calmer. Akumanure had already proven she could uncoil her spring-like limbs and then extend them several feet away from her, and Izumi didn't know what the max range of her ink shots were, so planning around that would be impossible. The demon could see and attack them with impunity, while they couldn't see or attack her at all. Damn it, just as I had worked out a plan to stop her. Izumi scowled. So what now? Do you have a plan for getting rid of the clouds? If I can't punch that snake bitch or hit her with an explosion, then all I'm good for is a distraction. Katsuki admitted angrily. I doubt you can make an explosion big enough to blow away these clouds, Katsuki. And even if you could, Akumanure would just make more with her gourd. We need to destroy that before we do anything else. Ishiko pointed out. TCH, can we even tell where the gourd is through that mess? Katsuki asked bitterly. Izumi sniffed the air, her frown growing with every inhale. The entire cloud is giving off Akumanure's scent. I can't detect her, and the remainder of Muscular's scent on his clothes has been completely overpowered. My nose is useless here, and she moves silently so my ears are no better. I'm completely blind. Katsuki's eyes widened. Fuck. He muttered. Things were looking bad. Should we retreat? We could get water hose and have them use their water quirks to counter the clouds, or ragdoll search. Hell, we could even get Snowball and bust out that fusion/possession form you used on Orochi. Izumi shook her head. If we retreat, she'll just come after us and drag us back, probably destroying parts of the town in the process. We can't afford to bring the others in, and I won't risk possessing Eri again. Then what about possessing me? Katsuki offered. Won't work. Possession isn't the same for me as it is for demons. I could only possess Eri because she was completely open to me and trusted me more than herself. Besides, aside from the body, all I gained from possessing with Eri was a stronger version of her quirk. Her rewind gave me infinite stamina and regeneration, allowing me to power the techniques needed to defeat Orochi. Even if I possess you and gain super explosion powers, they won't help much against these clouds unless they're strong enough to blow through them and destroy the gourd producing them. Izumi pointed out. The explosive blonde sighed. If they were that strong, then Muscular would be killed. So we're stuck. Izumi reluctantly nodded. She really wished she'd kept a few of the quirks she'd redistributed for the government. If she'd kept Barrier, or at least borrowed it from Eri before the fight, Izumi would have been able to put one up and just march through the cloud. Maybe I can try dashing through in wolf form. Tank the static and hope I won't get zapped before I find Akumanure and drag her out. It's a hell of a gamble, and all that moisture is gonna feel awful in my fur. Hehe, like that time Himiko convinced you to doggy paddle in the pond at the park. Ishiko giggled, trying to keep the teen's spirits up. Katsuki smirked. I remember that. You got algae in your fur. Izumi rolled her eyes and was about to retort, when inspiration struck. Algae. I'm an idiot, she suddenly cried, slapping her hand against her forehead. Not gonna argue with you there, Izuken. Katsuki grinned teasingly, but what did you remember? I've been going through my powers one by one to see which I could use and judging them all useless, but I've been overlooking one of them automatically, because it's almost always useless. But this time, it'll be our saving grace. I know how to beat her now. Izumi cheered. Of course, while Akumanure had been happy to remain silent and still while Izumi and Katsuki bemoaned the futility of fighting her, she wasn't so eager to do the same now that Izumi had a plan, so she promptly began attacking again, firing ink blasts at them and occasionally launching her fists out to try and grab them, or a single sweeping kick to trip them. Izumi and Katsuki were almost caught off guard by the sudden attacks, but they were skilled enough to quickly get back into the swing of things. Katsuki, back. Izumi ordered. Katsuki immediately nodded and moved behind Izumi, moving in tandem with her as she dodged and blocked with Tsumagari. While she was releasing ink onto her back in the shape of words to non-verbally explain her plan to Kaken, Izumi was also looking at the reflective side of her mirror. It was still stained with the red ink lightning bolts from the shots she'd blocked earlier, so Izumi carefully licked her finger and swiped it at one of the marks. As she'd hoped, her wet finger wiped some of the ink away, and the moment the lightning bolt mark was damaged, Akumanure's power over it failed and the entire mark melted away. Izumi had to apply some real brain power, but she managed to clean off her mirror while also dodging and writing her plan onto her back. By the time the marks were cleaned off, she'd finished writing her plan and Katsuki had read it all. "This is crazy, but it just might work. I'm ready on your mark." Katsuki gave a feral grin, already imagining Akumanure broken before the might of their team up. Ducking beneath another blast of ink, Izumi nodded and the two teens charged at the mass of storm clouds, Katsuki running closely behind Izumi. Right before they hit the clouds, Izumi dodged to the side and cried, "Explosion check, go full power." Seeing that Izumi was prepared, Katsuki launched a full power, double-handed explosion into the clouds exactly where she signaled. Akumanure braced, wondering if they'd found a way to make her cloud cover ineffective, but after the loud flash and bang of the explosion, as well as Katsuki's cursing as he fractured his wrists again, the clouds had barely shifted. "It seems you only managed to hurt your friend. Shall I assume your final plan was a bust?" the demon's voice echoed. Izumi scowled and quickly healed Katsuki. "That was just a test to see if I was overthinking things. Now that I know the explosions won't work, I'll start my real plan." Akumanure narrowed her eyes, watching through her thermal vision as the red shape of Amaterasu raised her hands and pointed them at the clouds. The girl didn't have Gekigami's thunderstorm or Kazagami's gale storm techniques yet, so there was no chance of her blowing away the clouds or zapping Akumanure through them. Izumi just smiled as she cast her technique, Hanagami Art, Otoheim's Garden. Akumanure almost laughed. Otoheim's Garden was one of the moves used against Orochi, so the demon knew of it, but it was a virtually harmless utility technique. It used the water lily part of the greensprout technique to produce aquatic foliage on bodies of water, allowing Izumi to create footholds to stand on water or use the foliage as a plant source for vine. Water lily was easily the weakest and most useless of Izumi's techniques, only facilitating other moves. The serpent demon swiftly changed her mind when she saw all of her clouds suddenly disappear, replaced by algae and seaweed. "What?" she cried, watching as her cover disappeared. Izumi grinned as she charged directly at the distracted demon. While Water Lily was the least useful of her techniques, Izumi was a master at finding the usefulness in weak and apparently useless abilities, and she knew the technique inside and out. All of the greensprout techniques, Bloom, Water Lily, and Vine, used Izumi's green ink as fuel to create the plants, but Water Lily had a quirk to it. It made itself more efficient by diluting the ink with the water it had to be cast on, essentially allowing Izumi to create more plants at the cost of consuming some of the water. Combining this with the fact that aquatic plants naturally absorbed water like any other plant, and the result was a surprisingly fast way to clear large amounts of water, such as could be found in clouds. The entirety of Akumanure's cloud cover had been consumed by Otoheim's Garden, though due to the huge ink requirement and all the other ink-based techniques Izumi had been using, the girl had been almost completely drained by the move. Izumi just barely had the energy left for a sunrise and a few more simple techniques, so her plan had to work, else she and Katsuki would be dead. The two teens swiftly separate, with Izumi charging from Akumanure's right side and protecting herself with the divine retribution, while Katsuki charged from the demon's left and was being guarded by the Tsumagari. Akumanure briefly panicked and began firing ink shots without thinking, desperate to make the teens back off, but they were protected by Izumi's divine instruments. The demon then tried to force them back with her extending arms, but couldn't get close without being sliced by the Tsumagari or batted away by the mirror. Akumanure grimaced, "This isn't ideal since you have a counter now, but I have no choice." "Have a second dose of storm clouds," she declared, preparing the gourd held by her tail snake. "I don't think so." Izumi yelled, leaping towards the gourd with the intent of smashing it with an axe kick. Akumanure was quick though, and quickly turned so she was fully facing Izumi, putting her own body between the wolf girl and the dark instrument. The demon blocked Izumi's kick by putting up her muscle snake armor, but by turning towards Izumi, she had exposed her back and her weapon to Katsuki. "Bad move." Katsuki grinned viciously, aiming an explosion at the gourd. Akumanure paled and tried to move her tail snake away so the gourd would avoid the attack, but Izumi was still in the fight too. With a finger painted with green ink, Izumi created a series of vines from Katsuki's shirt, using the grassy spot she'd put on him earlier, and had them wrap around the tail snake, preventing it from moving. Normally the snake could just slip through the vines, but that wasn't possible while holding the demon's gourd. Akumanura could only gasp, privately impressed by the teen's planning and teamwork, as Katsuki blasted her gourd to smithereens with a massive explosion. The shards of her broken gourd flew in all directions before turning into black smoke and disappearing, the clouds that had been created inside it dispersing now that Akumanura didn't have the tool needed to manipulate them. Very clever, but you're open, the snake demon suddenly cried. While Katsuki's explosion had destroyed the gourd, it had also burnt away the vines holding the tail snake, and a good portion of his own shirt too, freeing it. The moment Akumanura cried out, her tail snake shot forward and sank its fangs into Katsuki's forearm, making him scream as a mild electric shock weakened him long enough to allow the tail snake to wrap around his arm completely. In addition, the tail snake's venom was its ink, so a series of red lightning bolt-shaped blotches appeared on Katsuki's skin, coating his arm from the wrist to halfway up the upper arm. Kaken! Izumi cried, preparing to rush to his side. Stop right there, Amaterasu. Akumanura warned, take one more step and I'll trigger the marks. Katsuki Bakugo will be struck with enough lightning to instantly kill him. Even your rejuvenation can't revive the dead. Izumi froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. No. Kaken. Katsuki growled. His hand may be wrapped up by the snake demon and riddled with lightning marks, but that didn't mean he was out of the fight. He propped Tsumagari, which was still floating in front of him, against his trapped arm to shield his torso. Akumanura saw this through the eyes of the tail snake and raised an eyebrow. You think that you can use that sword like a lightning rod, correct? You believe that by putting it so close to the marks on your arm, the lightning I call to strike you will instead be drawn to the blade. I'm afraid you are mistaken. My lightning isn't like the naturally occurring kind, it strikes only the marks and whatever gets in its way, it doesn't strike anywhere else, the serpent told him. Maybe not, but it still passes through shit like normal lightning. Katsuki yelled, gripping at Akumanura's tail with his trapped right arm, if you trigger that lightning now, it'll zap me, but it'll also zap you and give Izuken the opening to take you out. Akumanura paused for a moment, before smiling softly, you are correct. If I use those marks, we'll both be struck. You will die, and I will be purified, but your death will break Amaterasu. She will gain my purified power, but lose you. It will be no problem for my master or remaining demon comrades to come alone and finish her while she's broken. Katsuki laughed mockingly, oh fuck off with that shit, Izuken ain't that weak. Izumi disagreed. Kaken. Don't. I can't. I can't lose you. Izumi cried. Tears were streaming down her cheeks at the idea of losing one of her precious friends. No, Kaken was more than her friend, he was her brother. The man she shared her dreams with. They'd been together since the cradle and gone through so much beside each other. Incident after incident, Izumi and Katsuki had comforted each other and drawn from the other's strength. If Katsuki died, he'd be taking a big part of Izumi with him. Katsuki was thinking much the same, but the moment he saw Izumi preparing to give up to save him, he screamed at her, don't you fucking dare give up. Izumi's eyes widened, be but Kaken, you'll dash. I don't care. Since the beginning, I've been aiming to be the best, to be number one. But I keep fucking up. You had an awesome plan to beat this bitch and I fucked it up by being caught. I fucked up by letting myself think I was better as a kid because I had a cool quirk and you didn't. I fucked up by not standing by you when you were thought quirkless. I fucked up by turning my back on you after Auntie Inko got attacked. I fucked up with all that shit back at Hibana. I fucked up by not being there to help you with the Shai Hasaikai. And I fucked up today, by letting my damn pride get a hold of me and joining this fight I had no right to be in. I keep fucking up over and over, but I sure as shit ain't gonna fuck up so badly that you lose your life for me. Katsuki declared, before turning his eyes back onto Akumanura. Do your fucking worst, you goddamn worm. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, the future number 1 hero and partner to Amaterasu and Himiko, the future number 2 and 3. And I ain't gonna be a burden, he roared, Izuken, attack. While the pain in her heart almost paralyzed her, Izumi took strength from Katsuki's confidence, just as she always did, and dried her tears before charging forward. Akumanura scowled and shook her head. Then we both meet our ends, Katsuki Bakugo. Disappear with the rolling thunder. A massive rain of lightning bolts came shooting out of the sky, but Katsuki merely grinned madly, eat shit worm, you're dying by yourself. And then, in a move that shocked both Izumi and the demon, Katsuki slammed his left hand into the edge of the Tsumagari and released a huge explosion. The force of the explosion and the weight of the sword sent it slicing through everything in its path, and what had it been propped against? Katsuki's arm. Katsuki screamed in unbearable pain as the Tsumagari sliced through the flesh and bone of his arm, severing him from it with a single clean cut. Katsuki fell to the ground, clutching the stump just below his shoulder and watched through tears of pain as his severed arm, still held by Akomanu's tail snake, was struck by dozens of lightning bolts, sending countless volts of electricity through the demon's body. It would have been enough to kill a normal person, but the demon was simply badly shocked. "Izuken, do it now!" Katsuki cried. Izumi shook off her surprise and continued her plan. She quickly summoned the Tsumagari back to her hand and used it to attack Akomanu's chest, doing her best to ignore her brother's blood as it dripped down the blade's edge. "Glaive style, 3 shears!" Izumi shouted. Using her powers to manipulate the Tsumagari, Izumi delivered 3 slashes to the demon's chest, carving an upside-down triangle into the mass of snakes that covered it. The slashes left shallow cuts in the skin beneath the snake armor, but it successfully exposed Akomanu's chest, as the snakes protecting it were beheaded. The demon prepared to immediately regrow the snakes in order to stop Izumi's purification. The shock of the lightning wore off quickly since I am the demon serpent of thunder. "I'll heal immediately and spoil Amaterasu's plan," she thought. Before she could do that, however, Izumi chose to suddenly duck as opposed to jamming her hand forward to cast Sunrise. The demon was briefly confused, until she saw the reflective side of the divine retribution, which had moved behind Izumi as she used the Tsumagari. Akomanu looked at the mirror, seeing her exposed chest in the reflection. Her eyes widened and Izumi grinned. Reflector style, true reflection. A massive explosion suddenly shot out of the mirror's reflective surface. It smashed into Tsumagari and knocked her onto her back, toasting her scales and searing any exposed flesh. Akomanu cried out in pain as she tried to figure out what had happened. Impossible, true reflection has to absorb an attack in order to reflect it. When did she absorb an explosion? What? Right before they hit the clouds, Izumi dodged to the side and cried, "Explosion check, go full power." Seeing that Izumi was prepared, Katsuki launched a full-power, double-handed explosion into the clouds exactly where she signaled. Akomanu braced, wondering if they'd found a way to make her cloud cover ineffective, but after the loud flash and bang of the explosion, as well as Katsuki's cursing as he fractured his wrists again, the clouds had barely shifted. Akomanu gasped with realization. It wasn't a failed attempt, she made him hit the mirror so she could absorb his attack. The mirror was cold, so I couldn't use heat vision to differentiate it from my clouds and predict what would happen. They planned this from the start. The demon was snapped from her thoughts as she looked up to see Izumi standing over her, slamming her palm down over the burnt skin of Akomanu's chest. The demon tried to quickly repair the decapitated snakes, but found Muscular's quirk wasn't responding to her. She briefly thought he was rebelling against her control, until realizing the point of the explosions. Izumi had cut the snakes cleanly with her blade, then used the explosions to burn the exposed meat, preventing the demon from regenerating them. Muscular's quick didn't work on burnt muscle fibers, but when turned into snakes, the scales were too resilient to heat and flame, so Izumi had exposed the meat inside them before burning them. "I thought I prepared for everything, but these humans." Amaterasu used that human's power like it was her own, and he trusted her completely. Their combination was almost flawless. Okami Amaterasu, Katsuki Bakugo, is this what a hero team is capable of? Those were her last thoughts before the mark of the sun on Izumi's palm began to glow. Izumi finished the fight with one last cry. "Sunrise." Akomanu whimpered in pain as the power of Izumi's sunlight began to flood her body, cracking it apart and chasing out the corruption smoke that was her life's blood, all so she could be reformed as her true, brush god self. Just as the light was about to envelop her completely, the serpent demon locked eyes with Izumi, before she gave the wolf girl one last serpentine smile. "Well fought. Humanity suits you, sun goddess. Farewell." And with that, the last of the darkness vanished and Akomanu was reduced to mere balls of light, slowly reforming into their original shape. Muscular's body snapped back to its true self, and he staggered towards Izumi for a few steps, reaching out to her. "Why you," was all he managed to say, before he flopped forward, unconscious. Izumi quickly caught the man and gently lowered him to the floor of the astral plane, which had once again returned to the pure, untainted sea of gold and white that it usually was. "Don't worry, Muscular, I'll sort everything out for you when we go home," Izumi promised the sleeping man. Mind helping me out first?" Katsuki groaned, sinking to his knees and gripping the stump where his right arm had been, trying to stem the flow of blood. He'd torn off the remainder of his shirt to use as a tourniquet in order to stop himself bleeding to death. "Kaken. Just hold on, I'll have you fixed in an instant," Izumi said urgently. She ran to his side, briefly stopping to scarf down some holy bone bites to regain her stamina, then shooting a fireball at his discarded arm with Inferno so it would be destroyed, before she got on her knees beside Kaken in order to build him a new arm with rejuvenation. As she worked, Katsuki began to relax and his pain-filled grimace was replaced by a satisfied smirk. Heh, this time it was me who lost a limb fighting against a snake monster. Does this make up for not being there with Orochi? He asked, only half joking. Izumi scowled, if I wasn't currently healing you, I'd smack you for that comment. I understand that you felt guilty for not being there to help me with the Shai Hasaikai, Kaken, but this was reckless and stupid. I'm glad I had your help, but the consequences for you could be really serious. Even with Orochi, I had my provisional license, but you aren't even a hero student yet, she scolded, taking more time than usual to rebuild his arm, since she was fairly tired from the battle. I know, and I'll take responsibility. But considering you fucked up and got yourself killed yesterday by overdoing your healing, can you really get mad at me for being reckless and stupid? Kaken pointed out. Besides, I'm your partner, right? Is it wrong for me to come help you? Izumi growled, it is when you're doing it out of some weird desire to repent and punish yourself, she snapped, I know you Kaken, you've got almost as many issues as I do. You did this and allowed yourself to be hurt because you felt bad about not helping me with Chisaki or Orochi. You practically admitted it when a Komanure caught you. You've always been like this, thinking you should have done things differently than punishing yourself for not doing so. It was the same when you were possessed during that Hibana mess. Katsuki looked away, I have no idea what you're talking about, Izuken. Yes you do. You were offered a place in the Commission's experimental junior hero program, but you refused. If you'd accepted, you'd either be a full hero like me, or at least have a provisional license by now, but you rejected it so that it would be my thing and to punish yourself for what a Kumabaku made you do. Back then you hurt yourself and set yourself back to repent for what the demon did, and now today you've hurt yourself and potentially endangered your dream out of some screwed up desire to make amends for something you could not have prevented. Izumi yelled, finishing Katsuki's new arm and then promptly punching him in the healed shoulder. Okay. Katsuki yelled, rubbing what would surely become a bruise, I get it. I shouldn't have done it. But it wasn't totally my fault. I made a mistake, the same as you did yesterday. Izumi raised an eyebrow, a mistake. Katsuki nodded, yes. I got Sunny and the kids to the hospital and delivered your messages, just like you told me to. But then I heard that the pussycats would be delayed evacuating the town, and the cops were regrouping and taking their sweet-ass time doing so. I don't know what happened alright, I just got a bad feeling and I moved. Your body moved on its own, the wolf girl said, smiling a little as she sighed. I guess. I was already in the air and on my way to you before I really registered what I was doing. Izumi laughed softly and sat beside, crossing her legs. I know the feeling. All Might once told me that all the best heroes have stories like that from their younger years, where they ran headfirst into danger without a thought because their bodies moved on their own. It's a sign that deep at the core of your being, you have a heroic spirit. Katsuki smirked, puffing his chest out with pride, heh, I knew I was awesome, do you think I could use that as a legal defense when the cops get on my ass about this? Izumi giggled, probably not, she said, before sighing, I'll talk to them. I won't be able to save you from all the consequences of this, but I'll tell them that I gave you permission to fight when you returned, before you hit Muscular. It should stop you from getting more than a slap on the wrist. Won't that put you in trouble? The boy asked. Izumi shrugged, I might get fined or some other token punishment, but it won't be anything serious. It's not illegal for me to give permission to civilians, but it could get me written up for poor judgment, so we'll see. Katsuki grit his teeth, you shouldn't do this, he didn't want her to suffer for his mistakes again. And you shouldn't have come back to the battlefield. Like you said, we're partners Kaken. I am telling your mom though. The explosive boy paled, that was going to be a loud conversation, looks like he'd be joining Izumi in her grounding. Within her protected pouch, Ishiko chuckled, you're both idiots. Still, you work together like real pros, she complimented over their comms. Now look sharp, our new friend has been waiting patiently. Izumi and Katsuki both stiffened for a moment before looking over to where the snake brush god had finished reassembling itself from the light expelled from the dying Akomanure. The purified being had been watching them with amusement for the last several minutes, completely forgotten by the two teens. Ehe, sorry for ignoring you. We were kind of having a moment after I healed Kaken's arm. Izumi laughed nervously, bowing her head a little in apology. You are more than forgiven, great mother. You and your human comrade deserve my most sincere thanks for saving me, and my humblest apologies for causing you harm, the restored brush god said, bowing her head. Izumi waved off the spirit's apologies and took a good look at the restored being, Nuregami. As expected for the snake brush god, Nuregami took the form of a large white scaled snake, about the size of a python. Like all brush gods, she bore Amaterasu's divine markings on her face, as well as a long red line of scales that ran down her spine, starting at the base of her skull and stretching to the tip of her tail. On her head, Nuregami sported a pair of feathery protrusions, similar to the tufts of fur that Amaterasu had on her wolf-formed shoulders, only these ones were positioned as if they were the snake's ears. Izumi suppressed a smirk at the sight of them, maybe that was why Akumanura had been so good at hearing them. Strangely, instead of wielding her instrument like the other brush gods and brush demons, Nuregami was actually sitting inside her own divine instrument, which took the form of a large spherical glass bottle with a tiny spout and a ring of gold around the bottom that was modeled like waves. Nuregami filled most of the bottle, and the rest was filled with sparkling blue water while the spout was sealed shut by a simple cork. Nuregami. Despite being sealed inside her bottle, Nuregami could float around at will, and speak as easily as any other brush god. Izumi wondered how that worked, but decided to simply dismiss it as a part of Nuregami's godly power, which like all such powers defied physics. Nuregami, it's good to meet you again. Izumi greeted politely, no thanks or apologies are needed, I simply did my duty and helped my friend. Nuregami smiled kindly, I see that your humanity has heightened your natural kindness. I feared that you would inherit some of their cruelty or ignorance, but it seems that fear was unfounded. Humans aren't so bad, but you'll see that for yourself after watching them from inside me. Izumi returned the serpent's smile. Nuregami chuckled, I'm sure I will. Your human companion fought well, and I can sense his loyalty. To think he would sacrifice his arm to stop me. I am very impressed. Katsuki grinned, pleased with the praise, thanks. Gotta admit, since your demon version was all respectful, I figured you'd be more aggressive. You know, what with you being opposites and all. Nuregami shook her head, preening a bit, nonsense. Be it a god or a demon, a true serpent maintains proper etiquette. We are the cunning, silver-tongued masters of stealth and deception, no snake worth their scales would act like a chaotic beast. Izumi and Katsuki both thought back to Orochi, which Nuregami could tell from their expressions of disbelief. The white serpent huffed, Orochi was no true serpent. He was a pure demon, born of pain, hate, and grudges. He may have been a snake at first, but his cruelty, power, and arrogance grew until he became more like a dragon than a snake. Rotten serpent, do not denigrate the proud dragon race. You snakes are merely jealous that we dragons were those of your race who ascended to the sky. Yamagami snapped within Izumi's head. That was the moment that Izumi learned that brush gods could speak to each other through some form of telepathy. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible for the brush gods to have private conversations in this way, so Izumi and the others were stuck listening to the inevitable argument between the snake and dragon brush gods. Katsuki just stood there confused, wondering why Izumi was wincing and blushing, unaware of the tirade of insults that the reptilian gods were exchanging in her head. Izumi was left wondering how the dignified Yamagami and the smooth-talking Nuregami could know more curse words than Katsuki. Could we get back on topic? Kaken and Ishiko can't hear you and this is getting kind of rude. Izumi asked. Of course. My apologizes, great mother. Now, I must return to you soon to regain my strength, but before I do so, is there anything you wish to ask me face to face? Nuregami asked. Izumi thought about it for a moment, then nodded, yes. Years ago, Bakugami warned me that the evil one was sending 4 brush demons to possess people he foresaw becoming villains. You were one of them, as were Tashigami, the Hanagami trio, and Moegami. Now that his plan has failed, do you know what the evil one is planning next? Or where the other brush gods are? Nuregami hummed in thought, I don't know what the evil one is planning exactly. After Bakugami revealed his plan for the villains and you defeated a few of them, recruiting them to your own cause in the process, he ceased telling us. However, I do know that Akumayumi, the rabbit brush demon has not yet been sent to possess anybody, while Akumite and Akumakasu, the ox and sheep demons respectively, are currently possessing humans with some role in the evil one's plans. As for the remaining 3, Akumakabe, Akumageki, and Akumakaze, the cat, tiger, and horse, I do not know. I haven't heard about them being sent to possess anyone, nor did I know where they were staying before I was sent to possess my own target. Izumi smiled as Katsuki and Ishiko made a note of the new information. So we have 2 confirmed possessions out there, 1 demon that was being held back, and 3 unaccounted for. It's not much, but it is helpful. Ishiko said over the comms. But didn't you tell me earlier that the meathead mentioned getting possessed 4 years ago? Around the same time as Sudi and Sunny. So wouldn't this info be out of date by now? Katsuki pointed out. Nuregami shook her head, no. My host and I had regular contact with a handler by the name of Jiren. He would bring us to a warehouse where the evil one would manifest and give us orders. I confirmed my siblings' locations as best I could at the time, which was 5 days ago, right before we came to the town we were fighting in before. Izumi gasped, Jiren. That was the guy that tried recruiting Dabi and set him up with the RV on Dagoba Beach. The guy that tried to corrupt him by making him fight the demons in the Devil Gate every day. Seriously. What did he look like? Katsuki demanded. Nuregami shook her head, I couldn't say. I only saw him through my host, and Jiren possesses a power that renders the target's memory foggy for about 5 minutes before and after its use. Apologies, but I cannot help more with that. Izumi, Ishiko, and Katsuki frowned disappointedly. Dabi had said the same thing, but at least with a second statement they might be able to form enough of a quirk profile that they can search for the man in the quirk registry. Is there anything else at all? Izumi asked. Not much. The warehouse was never the same one and the evil one never appeared physically or in a recognizable shape, and other than Jiren, no other living things were present during these meetings. I did hear a name however, apparently the person possessed by a kōhei is in a place called Muscular, but I do not know who the person is or where this Muscular place is, the serpent said apologetically. Izumi's face lit up, Muscular is my hometown. Kaken and I live there. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a kōhei. It can't be that hard. We've just got to find someone important or connected to you whose personality suddenly changed. Katsuki smirked. Before any more words could be spoken, Nuregami visibly began drooping and the bottle she was contained within stopped floating, instead settling in the clouds below. Forgive me, but my power has reached its limit. I must return to your side, Great Mother, the serpent said, panting a little. Izumi nodded in understanding, and reached over to gently pat Nuregami's bottle. Okay, join with me and rest. Nuregami smiled and began to glow. I, Nuregami, the god of water humbly return to your side, and return to you my celestial brush technique, waterspout. Fare thee well, daughter of the sun. With the word said, Nuregami was completely enveloped in light that shone so brightly, Katsuki had to avert his eyes. Only Izumi, with her immunity to it, could watch as Nuregami's form changed into that of a small orb of light, emblazoned with the kanji Nur. Izumi reached down to retrieve the orb and press it into her chest, fusing herself with Nuregami's essence and triggering more memories of the past. Izumi witnessed herself, in her previous life as Amaterasu, speaking with an old man and a humanoid sparrow wielding 2 flaming torches. Izumi recognized the humanoid sparrow as a member of the ancient sparrow clan that Kigo was descended from. They were standing in a large dried-up hot spring with a gaping hole in the middle, and after a conversation in which Izumi could not make out the words, her past self and the old man leapt into the hole. Izumi watched as her past self led the man past the dangers within the hole, then dug at the soil in the spot he ordered. The result was a massive torrent of hot water that washed Amaterasu and the old man out of the tunnels and promptly filled the hot spring, restoring it to its former glory. The sparrow began to dance in gratitude, and the dance summoned stars from behind the clouds above, which formed a constellation in the shape of Nuregami. From there, Izumi watched as the dancing sparrow accidentally lit himself on fire with his torches, leading her past self to control the water of the hot springs to douse him. With yet another set of memories restored to her, Izumi opened her eyes to find herself, Kaken, and Muscular back on the beach of Okoburu. Izumi smiled, glad to be done, whilst Katsuki growled to himself. Still no sign of the heroes or cops. Do you think they came here then moved on when they couldn't find us, or did they never show up in the first place? Katsuki grumbled. Izumi shrugged, it doesn't matter. We should get Muscular to the hospital for a checkup, then call for Detective Tsukachi so we can prove he was possessed. Katsuki looked over to the big lug, who was slowly coming to. Oh good, he's waking up. I don't have to drag his bulky ass. Izumi giggled and knelt beside the recovering man. Without a komanura inside him, Muscular didn't have a left eye anymore, and the scales that covered his facial wound was gone, so Izumi had to heal it with some rejuvenation, along with the damage she'd done to a komanura. It was a good thing Doi had packed enough holy bone bites for 2 days, and that Izumi remembered them this time, as she wouldn't have the stamina left to do anything otherwise. The eye was a bit difficult to restore, but once it was back in place, it was child's play to close and heal the rest of the wound, returning Muscular to his old appearance from before he attacked Okoburu. Muscular, now healed, got to his feet shakily, rubbing his head like he was suffering from a hangover. Ugh, what the fuck is going on here? It's a long story, but you were possessed by a demon and made to commit a lot of crimes. Don't worry though, a friend of mine is a police detective with a truth quirk, so he'll clear your name. Izumi promised with a smile, standing up and offering a hand to the massive man. Muscular growled and lunged at her, making Izumi yelp and jump away from him. Katsuki glared furiously at the man. What the fuck are you doing? You stupid little shits. That stupid snake's power was so damn useful for my rampages. And you took it away, you bitch. Well, I'm going to rip it back out of you. Muscular roared, once again wrapping himself in muscle fibers and leaping at Izumi, aiming to take her head. Next chapter, Blood on Her Hands Part 1. To be released, October 20th, 2021. And so ends the demonic schemes of Okami. It was a tough one, and honestly one of my favorite battles. I tend to create the full power sets of the villains before I write the battle, so I was having trouble how to find a way for Izumi to realistically win the fight, but I think I managed to come up with something both entertaining and in character for everyone. Katsuki got his moment to shine, as well as a chance to show he was just as crazy and reckless and self-sacrificing as Izumi. The battle wouldn't have been possible without him. On the downside, while Okami is beaten and Izumi now has the power to control water as well as fire, she still has to deal with Muscular. Assuming he was just corrupted and healing him was a big mistake on Izumi's part, but how tough can he really be without demon help? Next chapter will finish up the Muscular portion of the story, though we still have 2 chapters after that to wrap up the arc. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7 to 8, Blood on Her Hands Part 1. Sunday 1/3 November 228 1. Okami Beach. Izumi was really beginning to curse her luck. She had come to Okami simply to heal a couple of injured heroes, but it seemed that between demons, villains, and her own mistakes, that simple mission had become needlessly difficult. Overworking herself to death because she overdid her healing was foolish, especially since it cost her an astral resurrection that might have been needed and she'd forgotten the stamina-restoring snacks that Doi had packed into her costume pouches, but Izumi accepted that as her screw-up and so she took proper responsibility. What wasn't her fault was the attack from Muscular, Kaken's boneheaded, and honestly kind of sweet, decision to jump back into battle to help and protect her, Okami's attack, and then the follow-up attack by a newly purified Muscular. Honestly, Izumi just couldn't catch a break this weekend. The wolf girl easily ducked beneath Muscular's wild swing and then created an exercise ball-sized cherry bomb, the biggest she could make, and kicking it into the man's midriff. Muscular covered himself in protective muscle, though there was noticeably less of it now, and was quickly blown a few dozen feet away. The moment Muscular crashed into the sand, Katsuki was at Izumi's side. "The fuck is going on? I thought you purified this prick," the boy cursed, small pops and crackles coming from his palms as he began to really lose his temper. "I thought so too. This has never happened before." All the others possessed by a brush demon immediately went back to normal once they were purified. Izumi said worriedly. Had she messed up? Nuregami had been properly purified, so she'd assumed everything was okay. But then why was Muscular still attacking them? Muscular quickly pulled himself from the crater he'd left in the sand and scowled furiously at the burnt muscle fibers covering his legs and abdomen. He ripped them off with a roar and grew fresh ones in their place, then attacked Izumi again. Aside from having his original eye back and having his quirk return to the non-empowered, Muscular wasn't any different than he was before the Okami fight. If anything, he was weaker, angrier, and sloppier. Considering the power of the foe they'd just beaten, and their experience sparring with All Might, Izumi and Katsuki almost lazily dodged the man's flailing attacks, which consisted of layering his arms with more and more muscle to make them bulkier before trying to bludgeon them to death. If either team was hit head-on, they'd be dead, but dodging was so easy that the chances of them being hit was nearly nil. After fighting Okami, this motherfucker is a serious anticlimax. Katsuki frowned. Do we try and purify him again, or just knock him out? Izumi hummed and thought, it's probably better to knock him out and then try to purify him while he's unconscious. How are you doing for stamina? Katsuki flexed his newly restored arm, then carefully worked a kink out of his neck. I'm at about 60% I think. I didn't actually use that much energy against the demon, I just kept fucking up my arms and that drained you more than me. Speaking of, how's your own energy? Doi packed 2 portions of my holy bone bites into my costume pouches since I was going to be gone for 2 days. I ate some a few minutes ago, but between healing your arm and Muscular's eye, I'm back down to about 40%. Izumi replied with a smile. Damn, you lost that much stamina just from that? No, the bites don't restore me to 100%. They usually only restore around 50% at best. 60% if it's a day with lots of sunlight, but it's almost winter, so you know how it is, the girl shrugged. As the teens chatted and dodged, Muscular's face grew redder and redder from anger, humiliation, and overworking his body. At this rate, he'd give himself an aneurysm before he hit either of the teenagers. Of course, while Izumi and Katsuki were fairly energetic thanks to their trained bodies, simply dodging without fighting back was just a drain on their reserves, so once they both saw an opening, they thrust their palms forward. Katsuki used his explosion quirk to release a moderate strength blast, while Izumi used Cherry Bomb to make an explosion of matching strength, once again sending Muscular flying away. The formerly possessed villain began a tirade of swearing, muffled by the fact his head was half buried in the sand. Izumi and Katsuki took the opportunity to decide what to do next. should we just go with your original plan to bleed him to unconsciousness with tons of little cuts? Katsuki suggested. The wolf girl shook her head. No, I'm still not sure if he can still use his muscle stitches to just close the cuts. He's a lot weaker now that his quirk isn't being boosted by Okami, but those stitches were more about control than power. Theoretically, he should still be able to use them. If you can stop him covering his head with muscle fibers for a second, you can knock him out with one strike. Ishiko said over their comms. Sounds good. How should we do it? Izumi asked. Flash fry him with Inferno, the punkle suggested. Let's just blast him with explosions. It's worked so far. Katsuki added his own 2 cents. Izumi thought about it for a moment, then grinned. Let's go with the explosions. In fact, I already have an idea for a combo move. Katsuki grinned like a Cheshire cat and at Izumi's urging, stepped closer so she could whisper her plan into his ear. Muscular was only just pulling his head out of the sand, and he lacked Okumanu's hearing, so he had no way of telling what they were saying. When Izumi pulled away from Katsuki's ear, the boy's grin had become positively feral. Damn, I love your plans. Let's do it. Give me so real heat. Katsuki demanded. Izumi clashed her flint bangles together to create some sparks to ignite her red inferno ink, and after tossing a few balls of flame at Muscular to stop him simply charging at them, Izumi began manipulating the flames into a ring that wrapped around Katsuki's hands. The flames were as close to Katsuki's skin as they could get without hurting him, which was very close, since his hands were heat resistant, and within seconds, the heat was beginning to make his palms sweat profusely. Katsuki's palms always sweat more than most people's as a side effect of his quirk, which allowed him to produce nitroglycerin sweat from his palms, but with the heat of Izumi's inferno making him sweat even more, his palms were releasing the stuff like a faucet. Once they had a fair amount, about a pint, Izumi redirected the last of her flames to surrounding Muscular and once again slow his charge towards them, then began the next part of her plan, the part that utilized her newest technique. Nuregami's technique, Water Spout, was essentially identical to Moegami's Inferno, only instead of using red ink to control fire, it used blue ink to control water. Izumi couldn't create water, but she could use Water Spout to control any other water source, and other liquids too so long as they contained water. One such liquid was Katsuki's explosive sweat, which was still sweat and thus contained water even if it also contained absurd amounts of nitroglycerin. Izumi touched a few drops of blue ink to Katsuki's pooling sweat, taking control of it and then manipulating it towards Muscular. Since she had a lot of experience in manipulating her ink for Inferno, Izumi was able to quickly get a handle of Water Spout and promptly coated Muscular's entire body in an extremely thin layer of Katsuki's sweat, making the now confused villain splutter and cough as he looked down at himself, staring dumbfounded at the film of foreign sweat. You're up, Kaken. Izumi cried, dropping her control over the flames around Muscular so they would splutter out. Katsuki ran forward and ducked beneath a punch from Muscular before slapping his palm against Muscular's chest. He released an average strength explosion, which immediately ignited the film of his sweat that coated Muscular. The layer of sweat was thin enough that the explosions that went off all over Muscular's body were just damaging enough to burn his muscle fiber armor and make him shriek in stinging pain, as if small firecrackers were going off over every inch of his skin. Muscular staggered back a few steps, completely unable to use his quirk now that his muscle fiber protection had been burned. He began frantically ripping away the damaged fibers, almost passing out from the pain, but he was too slow. Izumi ran to join Katsuki and both leapt into the air with the power of explosions/cherry bomb, before flipping and landing a synchronized heel drop onto the top of Muscular's head. Robbed of his protection, the blow immediately knocked Muscular into unconsciousness, and he flopped face down in the sand before Izumi or Katsuki could land after their attack. The two teens stood side by side, and without looking at one another, they grinned and bumped fists. Ha! Take that. This is our collaboration art, Sunburst Firework. Katsuki bragged. It was probably overkill, but this guy is pretty hardy. Izumi mused. That was totally wicked, came a sudden childish cry. The teens' eyes widened and they wheeled around to see a small crowd of people had arrived just in time to see their final combo move. Most of the crowd were police officers in riot gear, but Manchu and the Pussycats were present too, as were the water hose duo, who had hobbled there in their hero gear, much to the anger of Recovery Girl, who was also present. Most shockingly of all was the presence of Himiko, Eri, and Koda, the latter of whom had been the one to cry out in amazement. Izumi was shocked by their arrival, but her shock quickly turned to anger. What in heaven's name are you all thinking? The police and the Pussycats I can understand, but why did you allow Himiko and the kids to come here? This was an active battle zone, it was dangerous. And why are the water hose heroes here? They still need time to adjust to their restored bodies before getting back to hero work. Izumi scolded, glaring at Himiko and the adults before looking worriedly at Eri and Kota. Eri eagerly ran over and hugged her with relief, while Kota was looking back and forth between Izumi and Katsuki with a starstruck expression. Himiko and the adults looked sheepishly at the angry wolf heroine while Katsuki decided to keep his mouth shut, lest his own indiscretion from earlier be brought up. "Well, we came because we learned you'd won," Himiko tried to explain. Izumi didn't look convinced. "Considering we dealt the knockout blow literally as you showed up, I have a hard time believing that." "It's my fault." Eri mumbled ashamedly, unable to look up at her upset mama. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" the wolf girl asked, kneeling down to be on Eri's level. "I told them to come," Eri admitted. Izumi raised an eyebrow. "Okay, could someone explain this to me? I know Eri can be convincing when she uses her puppy dog eyes, but I have a hard time believing you'd all come running just because she told you." Recovery girl hobbled forward with her cane. "I'll explain. I told these fools to just let the police and healthy heroes help." She glared at Koichi and Satsuki, who shrank under her gaze, but they were convinced everything was okay now. "You see, not long after your unruly brother exploded himself across the town." She glared at Katsuki this time, who tried whistling nonchalantly to hide his intimidation. Eri started to feel strange. "She said you had disappeared somewhere, and that she felt like she was being called there too." Izumi frowned. Eri had somehow been able to tell that Izumi had been pulled into the astral plane. Izumi hadn't been there since she'd forged the connection between her and her child, so she had no idea that the little demigoddess would be able to tell when she went there. At the same time, the sounds of explosions and battle coming from here suddenly stopped. "We were worried, so Ragdoll and I used our quirks. I wasn't able to connect with you, Bakugu, or the villain. It was like you vanished," Mandalay said. "Yeah, and I couldn't find any of you with search. Your kitten was right, it was like you were gone. We thought you both had been killed, along with the villain. We were about to come running when Manchu told us not to. Eri also said you were alive, but somewhere else. Since there was no sign of you, we decided to hold tight until the police were completely prepared." Ragdoll explained. Izumi nodded in understanding, keeping an eye on Muscular. While Mandalay and Ragdoll were talking, the police had taken Muscular into custody and cuffed him with quirk restraining handcuffs, then Recovery Girl had used her quirk to heal him up a bit. Once she was satisfied that Muscular was restrained and healing, Recovery Girl took over the explanation again. "Poor Eri was practically climbing the walls, and Himiko wasn't much better. The Izumi family almost exploded when they learned that the villain attacking you was Muscular, but we tried to keep them all calm." Then Eri began glowing. "Glowing?" Izumi asked. Eri nodded. "I felt really warm and happy for a little while, and I got some weird pictures in my head, like a dream. I saw a white snake stuck in a bottle, and then I saw you and the snake playing in the water, but you were in your wolf form. It looked really fun. When the pictures went away, I knew you'd won, so I told everyone. I confirmed it with search. You and Bakugu looked a little tired, but your power was still strong, while the villain was hurt and really weak." Ragdoll said. Izumi began pulling on her lower lip in thought. "Eri was able to sense when I entered the astral plane, and she experienced a vision of some kind when I regained Neragami. I knew the spiritual connection between us was quite strong, but I didn't realize it was that strong. I need to keep an eye on this." Snapping out of her thoughts, Izumi sighed. "Kaken and I ended up fighting Muscular in my pocket dimension, the astral plane. That's why you couldn't find us," she said, suddenly very glad that they'd chosen to present the astral plane as part of her fake Okami quirk. "We defeated him and came back here, which must have been when you detected us, Ragdoll. Unfortunately, this guy was tougher than I thought and got back up for round 2. You saw us deliver the knockout blow as you arrived. We thought everything was okay, which is why we came. We couldn't stop Koichi or Satsuki from putting on their costumes and coming with us, and since we were all coming here as one group, we thought it better to have Himiko and the kids with us, rather than leave them alone." Tiger explained, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Izumi narrowed her eyes on Himiko, who gulped nervously. It sounds more like Himiko wanted to come along and used Eri's vision as an excuse. Sorry. I really was sure the battle was over though, I wouldn't have let the kids come otherwise. Himiko promised meekly. The wolf girl facepalmed and grumbled under breath while using her other hand to pet Eri and ensure the little girl knew she wasn't angry with her. "It's okay, Eri, you didn't do anything wrong. The grown-ups should have been more responsible." "Quite right. It's very frustrating when people do irresponsible things that endanger their health, isn't it?" Recovery Girl said, smiling with faux sweetness. The Muzutafu teenagers and the water hose duo looked down in shame. "I guess I have no right to complain about Kaken or Himiko after my own screw-up yesterday. Looks like all 3 of us are going to be grounded for the foreseeable future." Izumi sighed with defeat. Himiko and Katsuki nodded miserably. Their mothers were going to have some choice words for them when they got home. I already sent them messages. Lady Sakuya and Inko are not happy, and apparently Mitsuki said that if you hadn't already healed Katsuki's arm, she'd have used the disembodied one to beat him over the head. Ishiko said with amusement. Katsuki growled, fucking snitch. Hey now, I'm all for teenage rebellion until it nearly gets you killed. You lost your arm because you fucked up, and only got it back because of Izumi's powers. She might not be there the next time you make a mistake like that, so suck it up and take your lumps like a man. Ishiko replied with the same false sweetness as Recovery Girl. Katsuki grumbled, but he couldn't really argue with that. At least Himiko would be catching hell right alongside him for basically forcing the heroes to bring her and the kids into the battlefield. Kota, who'd been in an awestruck silence since his earlier shout, finally managed to find his voice again and immediately ran up to Izumi and Katsuki, almost vibrating with excitement. You guys were so awesome. You were making fire and weird water, and the guy that hurt my parents kept getting slapped back with fireballs, and then you hit him with weird water, and Katsuki hit him with an explosion and it was all like, boom. And then you did a cool finishing move right on his head, and he was all blah. You totally kicked his butt. Kota said, eyes glittering, Ami and Katsuki are amazing, and you're a team like mommy and daddy. Katsuki smirked and ruffled the kid's hair. Kota had left his hat at the hospital in the rush. We're actually a hero trio, with Sunny over there as our stealth and infiltration specialist. We're going to be the Sunburst Hero Agency. That's so cool. Kota beamed, see, can I join you when I grow up? I can make water that Ami can use that blue ink stuff on. Kota and I could be the second team in the agency. Eri added excitedly, making Kota blush. Izumi, Katsuki, and Himiko chuckled and nodded. Being a hero is hard work, but if you two work hard with your schooling, train your bodies, and get into a good hero program, then I bet you could become even better than us one day. Izumi said approvingly. Well, once I'm number 1, Izukan's number 2, and Sunny is number 3, we'll need a couple more to round out the top 5. Hope you ankle biters can measure up. Katsuki smirked, a hint of challenge in his expression. Hee, I'm going to have to work hard. You've both got great quirks, so I'll need to up my game if I don't want to lose my spot. Himiko giggled. Eri and Kota both nodded enthusiastically and began chattering to each other, trying to think of cool combos they could do together, and what their hero names and costumes should be. In the background, the police tried to figure out how to move the unconscious Muscular, who apparently weighed a ton. They eventually gave up and left him handcuffed on his back until the prisoner transport showed up. While the police and children were distracted, Recovery Girl and Manchu asked Water Hose and the Pussycats to watch the kids while they took the teenagers aside for a chat. Once they were just out of the other's earshot, Manchu turned to Izumi, what really happened with Muscular? We saw you control water, which you couldn't do this morning. Muscular was possessed by a Komanur, the corrupted form of Nuregami, the snake brush god of water. Once Kaken and I beat her, I gained the power of Water Spout. Izumi explained, demonstrating by using some blue ink to manipulate some water from the ocean. She wished she could use it on her own ink, but apparently her ink didn't contain water like normal ink did. Wait, does that mean Muscular isn't a bad guy? Himiko asked. Izumi shrugged, I don't know. He attacked us again after he regained consciousness, which is why we were fighting him when you arrived. I thought I screwed up the purification somehow, so I was going to try again once I knocked him out, but then you all showed up. Manchu frowned, I don't see how you could screw up purification. You just cast sunrise on their heart. If it worked to purify a Komanur, then you did it right. Perhaps Muscular was just a villain on his own. I'd ask Nuregami, but she's sleeping off the exhaustion of the battle. Katsuki nodded, then suddenly stiffened as a thought occurred to him. He turned to Manchu with a growl, if I ever meet your boss, Prophet, then I'm going to kick him in the balls. Himiko snorted while Recovery Girl and Izumi looked scandalized. Manchu gulped at the boy's threatening glare, Why? He knew what would happen. You told us back at the manor that this trip would be very good for me and a nice trip to the coast for Sunny and Snowball. He knew I'd end up helping Izumi fight that snake bitch. Katsuki accused. Izumi blinked in surprise, then thought back to the message from Prophet that Manchu had delivered. She groaned and face-palmed again, the message said it would be an electrifying vacation. He really did know. I don't get it. Himiko frowned. Akomanura used electricity and lightning powers. Katsuki explained. Himiko's eyes widened, oh. You know what, if we meet Prophet, I'll hold him while you kick him in the balls, she said, not amused. Manchu felt like he should defend his boss, but considering how irritated Katsuki was, he decided it would be better to just stay quiet. No use. Going down with his boss after all. Tell us exactly what happened. Recovery girl ordered. For the next several minutes, Izumi and Katsuki gave Himiko and the two heroes a full blow-by-blow account of all three phases of the fight, from the first Muscular fight on the beach, to the Okami battle, to Muscular's short-lived reprise after he'd lost the snake's power. The listeners were horrified upon hearing Izumi was struck by lightning, but that only lasted until they got to the part where Katsuki lost his arm. Himiko rushed forward to hug her brother and closely look at his restored arm, while Recovery Girl muttered darkly about foolhardy teenagers. Manchu decided that he definitely wouldn't be saying anything to defend Prophet. The man had manipulated this situation to match his predictions. Hell, Manchu was inclined to kick him in the balls himself. Hey, get the fuck off me, pigs. The group spun around to see that Muscular was now awake and had been hauled to his feet by the police. His hands were cuffed in front of him, but even with his quirk restrained, he was damn strong in giving the police one hell of a fight. Man, that's the second time he's woken up only minutes after being knocked out. What kind of monster endurance does this guy have? Izumi muttered darkly, preparing to march over and help the police. Now might be a good time for another sunrise. That way we can confirm for certain if he's got some residual corruption, or if he's just evil naturally. Manchu suggested. Have you got the stamina left for that? Himiko asked. Izumi nodded, just about. Using water spout without practice drained me a little more than I expected, but I should be good for a while longer. She said, creating another mark of the sun on her palm. Himiko and Katsuki stayed back along with Recovery Girl while Izumi and the other heroes, sans the water hose duo, began to slowly surround the struggling villain. None of them were taking the situation too seriously. Muscular's quirk was restrained and no human could break the restraint cuffs, so there was no chance of Muscular getting free, even if he could shake off the police. There was also nowhere to run. Muscular wasn't very fast without using his quirk to boost his leg muscles, and the path leading off the beach was blocked by police officers. Izumi felt like everything was fine. She would regret that thought for the rest of her life. Muscular suddenly roared with anger and shoulder slammed one of the officers holding him, before kicking another and head-butting the last, managing to bruise and stun all three even through their riot gear. Izumi used Greensprout to make vines from a nearby storefront's potted plants, but rather than restrain Muscular, she used them to grab the stunned officers and pull them to safety before Muscular could stamp on their heads. While Izumi was doing this, Muscular was looking around like a feral beast, screaming and roaring incoherently as he tried to break the cuffs. The heroes surrounding him began to slowly move in, with Manchu and Tiger moving first while the female members of the Pussycats stayed back. Pixie Bob briefly considered making an earth beast with her earth flow quirk, but the sand of the beach was too cumbersome to work with compared to proper earth and soil. Like a trapped beast, Muscular lost all sense of reason and instead of trying to flee, he attacked. He ran at Tiger, aiming to tackle him to the ground and get his hands around the other man's neck. Tiger was prepared though, and used his pliabody quirk to effortlessly dodge the charge, bending himself around Muscular and then punching him in the back of the head. This proved to be a mistake however, as the moment Tiger turned to land his punch, he and all the other heroes gasped in shock as they realized who was behind Tiger. Eri and Kota. The two children had stopped playing when Muscular woke up, and had taken to hiding behind Tiger since he was the biggest and closest hero to them at the time. In their overconfidence, Tiger and the others hadn't noticed them, with only Izumi briefly checking their positions before pulling the officers to safety. But Izumi had assumed Tiger knew they were there, at least until the man had dodged and accidentally exposed the children to the rampaging villain. Muscular grinned viciously as he saw his chance, and after tanking the blow to the back of his head, he ran at the children. Eri and Kota froze in terror, and the heroes were hot on Muscular's heels, but they had reacted too late and the man was right on top of the children before they could do anything. As fast as she could, Izumi manipulated the vines that she'd used to save the officers, making them strike forward at incredible speed towards the kids. She managed to wrap them around the kids' waists and began to pull them to safety just as Muscular lunged for them. Eri felt Muscular's fingers brush the tips of her long white hair as she was pulled to safety just in time. Kota wasn't so lucky. Muscular managed to grab the boy by the neck and held him in an iron grip. Izumi hesitated and stopped her vine from pulling him, afraid that she'd break Kota's neck if she kept pulling while Muscular had him in his grip. The villain grinned triumphantly as he tore away the vines around Kota's waist and then held him in front of him, one large hand around the boy's throat and the other on top of his head, gripping his spiky black hair. Kota! Izumi and Eri both cried. Let our son go, you bastard! Koichi demanded, preparing to run at the man. Muscular growled and shook Kota, making the boy cry out in fear, stay back, or your kid dies. I don't need my quirk to wring his fragile little neck. The heroes and the police all froze. Muscular wasn't bluffing, he was really going to kill Kota if they approached. Izumi grit her teeth in frustration. She considered blinding the man with sunrise, or using waterspout with the ocean behind him to catch him off guard, but she quickly dismissed those plans. It would take a fraction of a second for Muscular to twist Koda's head around, snapping his neck and killing him, and Izumi didn't have a technique that could stop him in time, at least not without hurting Koda as well. Koda was whimpering and crying softly, his eyes clenched shut in terror. He could barely breathe with Muscular's hand around his neck, and the hand in his hair was heavy and pulling his hair a bit. He wanted to be brave like his parents and his heroes, but he was only 4 years old. It made him feel like a wuss in front of Eri, but he couldn't help crying. The heroes glared at the villain, but he had them over a barrel, and he knew it too. Muscular's smug sneer was infuriating to see, but Satsuki swallowed her pride for the sake of her son. "What do you want?" she asked stiffly, working hard to sound demure so as not to piss off the man holding her precious child. Muscular chuckled darkly, "Oh, I want quite a lot of things, but first, I want all of you heroes to back the fuck off. Same as the cops. All of you go stand over there or something," he ordered, gesturing with his head to the beachside store whose flower pots Izumi had used for Vine. Obediently, everyone moved over to the store, never taking their eyes off Muscular or his hostage. Pleased with their obedience, Muscular looked at one of the cops. "You, come undo these damn cuffs." The officer gulped, "I can't. We aren't allowed to keep the keys to quirk restraints on us while we're in the field, in case a captured criminal stole it and escaped. We'd need to take you to the police station to remove the cuffs," he said truthfully. Muscular growled, and Koda yelped as the man's grip on his hair tightened. Satsuki and Koichi almost charged mindlessly at hearing their child's pained cry, but they were restrained by Mandalay and Tiger. "Stop, you're hurting him," Izumi yelled. "Shut the fuck up," Muscular roared angrily, shaking Koda again. Muscular was dumb, but he wasn't that dumb. He knew that there was no way he'd actually be freed if he let them go to the police station. If he ordered one of the cops to go, they'd warn their friends and Muscular would be taken out by a sniper while he waited. He realized then and there that he'd be spending the rest of his life behind bars, but he'd break the pride of these bastard heroes before that happened. "I want those water hose fuckers and the wolf bitch to come down here. Stand in front of me," Muscular ordered. Slowly, Izumi, Satsuki, and Koichi walked back onto the sand of the beach and stood side by side about 10 feet away from Muscular. The villain grinned at their obedience. "You three have caused me a lot of fucking headaches. You water hose bastards kept me so busy when I first arrived here that I barely got to destroy anything, and I didn't even get to kill a single person. Plus, you cost me my damn eye, though the wolf bitch seems to have fixed it up." Muscular leered and winked his healed eye at Izumi, making her stomach turn with disgust. "I was willing to let it go, since I basically beat you both to death, but then Little Miss Sunshine decided to undo all my hard work and heal you. That pisses me off." The villain then turned his attention completely onto Izumi. "And you, sunny little wolf bitch, have been a fucking pain in the ass from the moment I laid eyes on you. You sliced me up, blew me up, and burned me to a fucking crisp, and on top of it all, you stole away that stupid snake that was making me stronger. It's 'cause of you that all my plans for the future got wrecked. I'm not as dumb as you think I am, I know there's no way out of this now." Izumi felt a horrible sense of foreboding. Muscular was planning something. Muscular looked Izumi and the water hose duo in the eye, looking from one to the next before settling on Izumi. "Everything is over for me. But I'm not going to be the only loser today. I couldn't kill any of you fucks. But well, if I can't kill the parents." His grip on Koda tightened. "Then I can kill the child." Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the villain made his final proclamation. He began to twist Koda's head, the boy screaming in fear and pain. The police, the heroes, Katsuki, Himiko, and even Eri began to rush forward, their bodies moving on their own in a desperate attempt to stop the inevitable. Koichi and Satsuki were screaming as they ran forward too, but neither would be fast enough. Izumi remained rooted to the spot, her silver eyes staring into the cruel black eyes of Muscular, who was smirking triumphantly as he watched her expression of shock and horror. In a single instant, Koda's head would be twisted 180 degrees. His neck would snap, and he'd die instantly. Muscular would have killed an innocent boy while Izumi gawped like a fool. She couldn't allow that. She had to do something. Koda was innocent. He was just a kid. He was Eri's new friend, and a fan of Izumi and Katsuki. Hell, he was Katsuki's first fan. He was 4 years old, and Muscular, he was willing to snuff out his life as nothing more than a final, petty vengeance. Muscular had come to Akobaru to destroy and murder. He had come seeking death, earning his nickname, the Carnal Murderer. "Mommy!" Koda screamed for his mother. Izumi acted. Power slash. The group that had been running towards them suddenly stopped, staring wide-eyed at the scene in front of them. Koichi and Satsuki hadn't stopped though, and skidded on their knees across the sand just in time to catch a coughing and sobbing Kota, rubbing his bruised throat with one hand as he desperately held on to his mother with the other. Izumi remained where she stood, looking past the water hose family to the villain. Muscular had flopped to the ground, the sand around him stained crimson. His head lay in the surf a short distance away, eyes forever frozen open in a look of shock as the waves lapped at it, his blood turning the sea foam red. Izumi fell to her knees and released a heart-wrenching cry of rage and sorrow, her daughter and siblings quickly rushing to her side to comfort her while the police, pussycats, Manchu, and recovery girl watched on, wondering how everything had gone to hell so quickly. Muscular had come to Okoburu to destroy and murder. He had come seeking death. And OkamiHeroAmaterasu had given it to him. Next chapter, Blood on Her Hands Part 2 to be released, October 22, 2021. So, that just happened. As you can no doubt tell, this is the end of Muscular's role in the story. As a character, Muscular isn't someone I found particularly interesting, either personality or quirk-wise, and considering his role in the canon story, I couldn't think of anyone better to play the role of Izumi's first human kill. Her killing of Muscular was meant to serve two purposes, firstly to contrast with her refusal to kill Overhaul, the difference between killing an active threat to someone's life versus revenge killing a helpless former threat, and secondly to show that, if she really had to, Izumi is capable of killing for the sake of saving someone. Next chapter, expect to see the emotional aftermath to this event in the penultimate chapter of this arc. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7 to 9, Blood on Her Hands Part 2. Sunday 1/3 November 228 1. Okoburu General Hospital. No one had really known what to do following the events on the Okoburu beach. An awkward, crushing silence had descended over everyone who'd been there, everyone who'd watched as the villain Muscular lost his head. It had all been going so damn well. Izumi, with some help from Katsuki, had beaten Muscular and successfully knocked him out, giving the police the opportunity to arrest him and slap some quirk restraining cuffs on him. That should have been the end of it, but instead it was followed up by a cascade of screw-ups that had almost led to a little boy losing his life, and the youngest hero present being forced to take a man's life in order to save the child. The only noises on the beach for quite a while were the sound of the waves, Kota's slowly quieting sobs, and his parents' soft whispering as they soothed their terrified child. Even Izumi, who had screamed out in fury and misery over what she'd done, had now fallen silent. She had just sat on her knees, staring glassy-eyed at her hands and ignoring, or unaware of, her daughter and siblings standing comfortingly around her, hugging her. The silence had been ended with the arrival of the police's prisoner transport, arriving too late to be of much use. Seeing as everyone else was too upset or distracted to take responsibility, Recovery Girl had ended up being the one to inform the newly arrived officers what had happened, and begin the cleanup operation. The police officers that Izumi had saved with Vine took on the duty of covering and retrieving Muscular's body, then preparing it to be loaded into the prisoner transport and taken to the morgue at the nearby jail. Recovery Girl promised to oversee everything and make sure it was taken care of, then she ordered Manchu to get everyone else to the hospital for checkups. Manchu and the Pussycats escorted Eri, the teenagers, and the water hose family back to the hospital, along with a small group of police officers, which included one of the men Izumi had saved with Vine. Izumi remained silent, staring forward with glassy, unseeing eyes as she walked, moving on autopilot. Ishiko had crawled out of her protected pouch and was now sat on Izumi's shoulder, stroking her cheek lovingly and trying to find the words to comfort the distraught girl. Somehow, "It's okay," didn't seem like it would be enough. The group ended up back in the water hose duo's hospital room, but still the silence persisted. No one knew what to say. Eri wasn't trying to think of any words, she just forced her mama to sit on one of the beds, then sat beside her and hugged her. The little girl didn't know what someone was supposed to say in a situation like this. She briefly thought of how her mama had killed that mean imp back when they were the bad men's prisoners, but Eri knew enough to know killing a demon was very different from killing a human. She didn't understand why it was different, after all, just like with that imp, her mama had killed the big villain to save Kota's life. Didn't that make it okay? Or was that not how it worked? Eri was only 5 after all, and no one would think to explain the intricacies of life, death, and morality to a kid like her. So Eri did the only thing she could, the very same thing her mama did for her when she was upset, she hugged her and tried to convey all the love she could through the simple gesture. Katsuki and Himiko were just as clueless. Katsuki was mostly angry that Izumi had been the one to kill Muscular. There were cops with guns, and 5 other healthy heroes on the scene, so why the hell was it down to Izumi to save the day again? She'd been through enough that day without having a human life added to her fucking conscience. Katsuki wished he could have done something to save Kota himself, But he wasn't so deluded as to believe he could have freed the boy from Muscular's grip without him getting hurt, and short of getting close enough to use a huge explosion to vaporize Muscular's head himself, an act that would have landed the unlicensed boy in prison, there would have been no other way to save Kota. As usual, it was left to Izumi to bear the burden of others' mistakes. One of those mistakes had been by Himiko, and the girl was racked with guilt for it. Eri and Kota had only been there on the beach because Himiko had insisted on coming, and so the kids had come too. The blonde had been sure they'd be safe, she'd been sure the battle was over. She had been right too, the battle had been won and Muscular cuffed before either of the kids had gone onto the sand. But then it had all gone pear-shaped and Kota had been grabbed. It wouldn't have happened if Himiko had agreed to stay at the hospital like she was supposed to. Surely a little stressful anticipation on her part would have been healthier than the grief she'd forced onto Izumi with her foolish choice. Himiko knew she'd be grounded for a long time for this. The Togas would have beaten her bloody if she'd done something like this while she'd been their daughter, and for once, Himiko felt she would have deserved it. Manchu and the Pussycats didn't know what to say or do now. They were all heroes, and while it was taboo to mention it, most heroes who fought villains had been responsible for a death or two during their career. It was the reason things like the tribunal system had been created. Manchu had once killed a villain only a short time into his career as a sidekick, when he'd gotten carried away with the sword that the Tao Agency gave him as part of his uniform. Pixie Bob and Tiger had killed two, the former with an earth beast that had fallen on and crushed a kidnapper that had fled into the Pussycats' forest, thankfully without their victim, and the latter had accidentally broken a villain's neck while trying to restrain him with Pliabody. Even Mandalay and Ragdoll had indirectly caused deaths by distracting a villain with telepath, opening them up for a lethal attack from another hero, or using search to find their weak point, which was often exploited to lethal effect by other heroes. Death was an ugly part of being a hero, and few heroes avoid killing a villain at least once in their careers, but Manchu and the Pussycats hadn't been 15 at the time. They were all kicking themselves for their mistakes. They should have forced Himiko to stay back, or ordered the doctors at the hospital to watch the kids. Sure, Himiko had made her own choices, but she was still only a teenager while they had been responsible heroes. They should have paid more attention to where the kids were when Muscular escaped. Mandalay felt she should have warned the kids to flee with her telepath, while Pixie Bob felt she should have ignored the less-than-ideal terrain and just used Earth flow anyway, even if the sandy constructs would have been weak. But it was Tiger who had the biggest regret. If only he'd paid more attention and opted to bind Muscular rather than strike him, if only he'd realized the children were behind him so he could have protected them rather than dodge. Each of them were pro-heroes with years of experience, and yet it had been the 15-year-old girl with 6 months' experience that had been forced to save Kota, and take Muscular's head in the process. Secretly, and to his eternal shame, Manchu was glad it had been Kota and not Eri who'd been caught. If Muscular had hurt the white-haired child, Izumi might have become a demon and done some real damage. The small police escort stayed outside the room, guarding it with grim expressions. They assured the hospital staff and the evacuated civilians that the villain had been beaten and there were no serious injuries, but their frowns and shame-filled faces made it obvious something else was going on, so they'd simply said that a mistake on the part of the police led to a hostage situation. The Okobura police were ashamed of themselves. Not only had they taken too long to come to the water hose duo's aid when Muscular injured them, but they'd also failed to stop him escaping and then marching back into town with impunity. Then they'd taken too long to help the heroes again, though it was Amaterasu who'd needed the help this time. Thankfully the girl was more prepared for battle than the water hose duo, but that didn't make it okay for the police to take so long. And to top off a cavalcade of screw-ups, they hadn't even been able to keep Muscular under control even after Amaterasu had him basically wrapped him up with a bow for them. Instead, they'd managed to get the cuffs on him before he woke up, then completely lose control of the situation. The cherry on top of that was that the heroine had been forced to save a few of their officers, the same men that couldn't control a handcuffed and exhausted man, even if that man was the size of a barn. If she hadn't been focused on saving them, Amaterasu might have been able to use those vines to tie Muscular up instead, or she might have been able to pull those children to safety faster. As much as the police could see how badly it had hurt Amaterasu to take Muscular's life, they were rather impressed by it. It showed that she had the mental fortitude to make impossible decisions in tense situations. They kept their compliments to themselves on that matter though. They doubted the wolf heroine would appreciate it. Guilt was becoming a rather omnipresent feeling in the water hoses hospital room. Eri, Kota, and Katsuki were the only ones who didn't feel guilty, since they couldn't have done anything to make the situation end differently. Even Recovery Girl, who was still down at the beach, felt guilty for her part in this catastrophe, as she had been responsible for healing Muscular. If he'd still been suffering from the minor burns Izumi and Katsuki had inflicted, he might not have been able to resist the police, though her guilt was tempered by the fact that she'd acted as she was supposed to. Koichi and Satsuki didn't have that luxury though, especially since they weren't even supposed to be on the battlefield at all. They'd been ordered to rest so their bodies could acclimatize to their new limbs and organs, but upon learning it was Muscular, the one who hurt them. Fighting Ami, the one who saved them, they had been eager to help in any way to repay both their enemy and their savior. Had they stayed back at the hospital like they were supposed to, then they could have kept the kids back too, but instead they'd acted recklessly and their son had been hurt and nearly killed by the very man they wanted to bring to justice. Then their savior had saved their family again, by breaking her own heart and killing a man. Neither Satsuki nor Koichi felt even the slightest flicker of sympathy for Muscular. He wanted to kill their son, and they had been glad to see his head roll off his shoulders, but hero or not, Izumi was still a teenage girl and she'd been forced to kill, and now the water hose duo didn't even think they could thank her for saving their son, as it would also mean thanking her for killing Muscular. The eerie silence of the hospital room was broken by Kota, who coughed a bit and then whimpered at the pain in his bruised throat. The poor boy had been through such a harrowing ordeal that he hadn't really thought about the fact the villain was dead, or even that his hero was so broken up over it. He coughed again, wincing and tearing up at the pain. "It's okay dear, drink some water and soothe your throat," his mother said, having her husband pour some cold water into a glass and handing it to Kota. The child gingerly sipped at it, though it was a bit painful. Koichi and Satsuki exchanged a look. They were tempted to ask Izumi if she could heal Kota's throat, but the girl was still in her almost catatonic daze, so they decided not to bother her. "It'll be fine soon. Recovery girl will be back soon and she'll fix you right up," Koichi promised. Kota's lower lip wobbled, but he refused to cry again. He didn't want to look like more of a wuss in front of Eri. The white-haired girl gave him a sympathetic smile, but then to the surprise of everyone in the room, Izumi suddenly looked over to Kota. Her eyes were still unfocused and her expression was still blank, but at least she was responsive now. Izumi gently removed herself from Eri's embrace and moved over to where Kota was being held in his parents' laps. She gently put one hand on his shoulder and the other carefully held his chin, allowing her to move his face up so she could get a good look at his throat. Without a sound, she produced ink from her fingers and moved them from Kota's shoulder to his neck. She slathered some ink over the finger-shaped bruises, before suddenly freezing as she was about to activate rejuvenation. A look of genuine fear replaced her emotionally drained mask, and for a horrible moment, everyone in the room realized why she was afraid. She was about to use a brush technique on someone's neck. The look on her face made it appear that Izumi was terrified of making a mistake, of using the wrong technique, of repeating what she'd done to Muscular. Katsuki slowly moved forward and patted Izumi on the back. "Come on Izuken, the kid's throat hurts. Work your healing magic already," he said, before thumping her on the back slightly harder. His bluntness appeared to work, and Izumi shook her head and regained a bit of normal emotion again, now wearing the same look of concern and concentration she always wore while working. She took a deep breath, and after one more moment of hesitation, Izumi activated rejuvenation. Kota sighed with relief as the pain in his throat immediately vanished, and the ink disappeared to reveal pristine, unblemished skin. "Thank you Ami." Kota smiled, relieved that his voice didn't crack anymore. Izumi managed a small smile of acknowledgement, before her face suddenly paled, then turned green. Her hands flew to her mouth and she ran to the room's attached bathroom, slamming the door behind her. There was a brief moment of silence, then everyone in the room winced with sympathy as they heard the sounds of vomiting. "That poor girl. She's 15 and only been a hero for 6 months, but has already been forced to kill. How terrible." Mandalay sighed sympathetically. Eri got off the bed to go to her mama's side, but Katsuki just grabbed her and handed her to the water hose duo, "Not this time Snowball. Let me take care of your mama. You stay and cuddle with the water brat," the explosive blonde smirked. Eri pouted but obeyed, cuddling up to a now blushing Kota. Without a word to anyone else, Katsuki went to the bathroom and let himself in. "Coming in. Don't barf on me," he yelled, then slammed the door shut behind him. Izumi was slumped against the wall beside the toilet, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she avoided looking at Katsuki, tears streaming down her face. There was a bit of life in those tearful eyes, though they were still missing the sparkle that Katsuki was accustomed to seeing. The red-eyed blonde hated to see his partner and rival with such a miserable face. With a theatrical sigh, he leaned against the wall beside Izumi and slid down it, until he was seated on the bathroom floor beside her. Izumi turned her face away even more, but Katsuki chose not to comment on it. Honestly, first it was that dirty forest back home, then the astral plane, and now a hospital bathroom. Are we ever going to have a heart-to-heart in a normal place? Katsuki asked with a smirk. Izumi made a noise halfway between a scoff and a laugh, and Katsuki could tell she had almost smiled. "Our lives are never normal Kaken," she said, her voice shaky with suppressed sobs. "True that. I've got to hand it to you Izuken, losing a limb fucking hurts. You had to cut off your leg with a scalpel and your fucking fists, while I lost my arm to one good cut from that sword of yours. How the hell did you not go mad with the pain? Katsuki asked. Izumi turned back a little, so Katsuki could see a part of her face, though she still wasn't looking at him. I just focused on Eri. I needed to protect her, she was just a little kid, I was willing to suffer any pain to save her. Katsuki hummed in understanding. He allowed a few moments of silence to pass, then replied almost casually, kind of like what happened today, huh? Izumi flinched and hugged her legs, it's not the same Kaken. Really? Suffering pain to save a little kid? Seems pretty similar to me. I'm not the one who lost anything this time. Izumi snapped, finally looking directly at Katsuki. Her silver eyes filled with unshed tears as a look of anguish covered her face. I killed a man Kaken. Muscular is dead because of me. Only I suffered when I had to cut off my leg to save Eri, and I was able to heal. It wasn't me who suffered this time, and there's no way I can heal what I've done. Her tears began to flow again, how can you even stand to look at me? Katsuki sighed, if you hadn't killed Muscular, then Kota would be dead. You know that's the truth. Do you think that would have been better? Better an innocent die at someone else's hands than a villain die at yours? No. Of course not. Izumi cried. Then what were you supposed to do? Katsuki asked. I don't know, okay. I never should have let it get to that stage. Katsuki scoffed, Izuken, between Manchu and the Pussycats, there were 5 other healthy heroes there, not to mention a fuck ton of cops. You did your part by defeating Muscular and knocking him out. It was up to them to put the guy away. The fact that Muscular got a hold of Kota was the fault of just about everyone other than you. Izumi buried her face in her arms, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Katsuki ran a hand through his hair as he tried to stop himself from shouting, he didn't want the next part to be heard by everyone outside. Look, blame could be put on all of them, and me too. The police, Manchu, and the Pussycats should have had everything under control. Himiko should have stayed here with the kids instead of bringing them along. The water hose guys should have stayed here as well since they were recovering. Recovery girl should have stayed here and convinced the others to stay put, hell, even I am partly to blame, as if I'd stayed away then Himiko might not have been so eager to come to the beach to help too, and the kids would have been safe. A lot of people should have done things differently, the only one who didn't make a mistake was you. You saved the cops and the kids, even if you had to kill Muscular to do it. You're wrong, there were other things I should have done. Things that might have stopped this from happening. Izumi whimpered. Like what? Katsuki demanded, crossing his arms. I should have used my vines to catch Muscular instead of pulling the police or the kids to safety. If I'd bound his legs up, it would have given everyone a chance to back off or dogpile him. Izumi sniffled, and worse. If I'd used Sunrise on him again straight away instead of getting distracted, he might have been purified properly this time. Katsuki's eyes widened. So that was why Izumi was taking this so hard. After the deaths of Orochi and Chisaki, All Might, Eraserhead, and Nizu had taken Izumi, Katsuki, Himiko, and Dabi aside and had a frank discussion regarding the killing of villains by heroes. It had been a depressing conversation, and one that had tormented Izumi and Himiko for a while afterwards. They'd basically been told that yes, heroes did kill villains sometimes, either on purpose or by accident. Sometimes it was necessary. What did you do against villains you can't capture or knock out in any meaningful way? Sometimes accidents happened. When throwing around powerful quirks in high-stress situations, it was easy to use more force than necessary or land a strike in an unintended vital area. It had been a conversation to ensure the young would-be heroes that it was common, if unpleasant, and that they'd need to learn how to deal with it. Until today, Katsuki thought Izumi had come to terms with it, rationalizing it as being no different than killing a demon, a situation in which there was no way to do the right thing without taking a life. As it turned out, Izumi really had come to terms with it, but because of the possession by a Komanur, she was convinced that Muscular was an innocent being corrupted. She wasn't upset over killing a villain, though that would have likely led to vomiting and crying too, she was upset over killing someone she believed to be an innocent man beneath it all. Katsuki couldn't fault her for that, killing an innocent being controlled was a lot different from killing a villain who knew what he was doing, and Izumi had every reason to believe Muscular was simply corrupted. Every brush demon had been possessing and corrupting a good person, so there was no reason to think this case was any different. But just as a bad person being possessed hadn't happened before, neither had Izumi supposedly screwed up a purification before, something Katsuki decided to point out. Why are you so willing to believe you fucked up your Sunrise technique? Muscular being a piece of shit even without being possessed seems more believable to me. Katsuki asked, if it's your martyr complex again, I swear I'm going to smack you. It's not that Kaken. Izumi said softly, I used a lot of power casting Otoheim's garden. So much that I didn't really have much left for other techniques. Then I had to use Vine to stop a Kumanur dodging, so you could smash her gourd, then I had to use a 3 shears combo and a true reflection. I barely had the energy to maintain my demigod form after I finished casting Sunrise. I don't think I put enough power into it, which is why it feels like I only partially purified them. Enough to purify a Kumanur, but not enough to purify Muscular. Plus, Muscular did a few weird things in the fight, using stupid moves or pausing when I mentioned him being controlled. It looked the same as when you and the others resisted demon control. Izumi explained. Katsuki frowned heavily. Well, only one way to find out, he declared, before suddenly grabbing one of Izumi's wolf ears. Izumi yelped, thinking she was about to be dragged out by ear like a naughty child, but instead of pulling it, Katsuki leaned closer to the ear and spoke, Hey, you brush gods can hear us right? Wake up that damn snake and have her tell us about Muscular. The wolf girl squirmed, Katsuki's voice booming in her sensitive ears, even though he wasn't shouting. Izumi felt the brush gods within her startle, before they began arguing. I'm not sure if I should be angry with the disrespect, or pleased that the boy is calling out the lesser reptile. Yamagami's voice rumbled. He sounded as if he was smirking. Be angry. A human has no right to speak to us so casually, nor make demands of us. Tashigami complained. Bakugami chuckled and chimed in, Come now, young Bakugu is simply concerned for our mistress. We can't fault him for that. If anything, we should be glad he cares so much. You give him a bit too much credit, Bakugami. You have a soft spot for him because you once possessed him. Moegami pointed out. Gotta agree with him though, began one Hanagami monkey. Yeah, some you are way too stuffy, continued the second. A bit of disrespect will keep you grounded, finished the third. Izumi winced at the cacophony. Guys, Kaken can't hear you, is Nuregami awake? I am now, great mother, came the sleepy voice of Izumi's newest brush god companion. Kaken asked if you corrupted Muscular, or if he was evil before you got to him. Did I mess up the purification, or was he always like that? Izumi asked. There was a tense silence, followed by Nuregami's confused, what? Mess up a purification? I don't think that's even possible. We thought the same, but since we didn't know about Muscular, we kept out silence in case it was possible. Moegami said. Izumi gasped, startling Katsuki a bit, before replying out loud rather than in her head, so I didn't mess up. Oh no, of course not. Muscular was a rotten piece of work, my possession of him was more an act of taming than corruption. I didn't change his personality or morality at all. Nuregami said. You didn't change him. Muscular was really evil. So I didn't murder an innocent man, she gasped. Katsuki's grin grew wider, and his eyes shone with a clear, I told you so. But then why was he acting so weird? It looked like he was resisting control at times. Izumi pointed out. He was. Muscular was an idiot and disdained any kind of tactics or cunning. He just wanting to crush everything with his quirk. I spent most of my time as a demon making sure he didn't get himself caught or defeated. When he started being too foolish during the fight, I tried to wrestle control away from him, though he resisted. Muscular was too stupid for his own good, and he had a cruel streak, as you no doubt guessed. Nuregami sighed, very glad to no longer be corrupted and stuck inside the fool. What about when I mentioned him being controlled, and he acted off? Izumi asked. Nuregami chuckled, the idiot was confused. He didn't understand why you'd think he was controlled. Izumi's jaw hung open, are you being serious? Please, you're not lying to spare my feelings, right? I, Nuregami, god of water, do solemnly swear upon my honor as a brush god that all that I've told you since I awoke was the honest truth. Nuregami swore. That oath ended any doubts for Izumi. A brush god offering their solemn vow was basically the ultimate proof for a spirit. Gods that broke their vows or made false vows were at risk of becoming demons, as such a thing represented a betrayal to their nature. To swear an oath as a god was a serious act, and one that could not be doubted. Izumi began to cry again, though this time it was with relief. Thank you, she whispered. I'm guessing I was right then? Katsuki asked, wrapping an arm around his crying sister's shoulders. Izumi just nodded and cried everything out, feeling all the anxiety and self-hatred bleed out of her. It took her almost 20 minutes to calm down again, and by the way she was slumping against Katsuki's side, the explosive blonde could tell she was drained, both physically and emotionally. Izumi, in a tired voice, recounted what the brush gods had told her, making Katsuki offer a silent prayer of thanks to them for helping. He didn't know about the importance of god vows, but he didn't need to believe Nuregami's words. So, are you feeling better about it all? Katsuki asked. A little. I still feel awful for killing Muscular, but now that I know he wasn't being controlled, I don't feel as guilty. I still should have done things differently, but I know that once Muscular grabbed Kota, there was no other choice. It was his life or Kota's, and I think I made the right choice. Izumi said, a small sad smile tugging at her lips. Geez, I'm going to have to go therapy again. It feels like I only just got done with the sessions for the Shai Hasaikai thing. Better that than going off the deep end. Now, we should go back out before the others think I've blown you up or something. Katsuki joked, getting to his feet and pulling Izumi up with him. Izumi giggled and used the sink to wash her face and erase the evidence of her crying. No doubt everyone outside would know anyway, but no need to let the kid see something like that. Once she was done, she turned back to Katsuki and gripped his hand before he could open the door. He turned back to face her, and suddenly found her hugging him tightly. Izuken. Thank you, Kaken. You helped me a lot today, both in the battle and here in the bathroom. Izumi said quietly, before leaning up and kissing him on the cheek. You say you're bad at emotional stuff, but you did a lot to help me feel better. You're a good big brother, and you'll be a great hero, she said earnestly. Katsuki blushed a bit at the praise, then put on a cocky grin. Of course I will be. I'm going to be the number one, he boasted. Izumi rolled her eyes and led him by the hand. Come on, number one. She opened the bathroom door and stepped out, just barely hearing the quiet, thanks Izuken, from her companion before they both rejoined the others. They stepped back into the hospital room and were immediately met by dozens of concerned looks. You two okay? Asked Ashiko. Izumi gave her a look, wondering why she was exposing herself. The punkle just grinned. Kota and Eri explained to everyone else about the technique that lets you create me, the punkle said, explaining why she could be out in front of people who didn't know the truth. Izumi wondered why she hadn't thought up the fake celestial envoy technique years ago. Her fake quirk was already ridiculous, making it a little more so wouldn't harm anything. I'm okay, Ashiko. It was just a shock, so I needed time to sort out my feelings. I'll need to see Dr. Nishikata for some more sessions, but I'll be fine. Kaken was a big help. Izumi promised. She gave her family an expression that made it clear that, yes, she was hurting, but she really would be okay and would be getting help. That put Himiko and Ashiko at ease, and while Eri couldn't read Izumi's expressions, she could feel the peace that had settled in her mama's heart, letting her know everything would be fine. Izumi turned to Kota, who was looking at her nervously. The boy wanted to apologize, knowing it was him getting caught that had caused this, but before he could muster the courage, Izumi dropped to her knees in front of him and hugged him gently. Kota. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry that you had to go through something like that. Izumi said. Kota returned the hug. It's not your fault. You saved me, even though it made you sad. Izumi pulled away so she could face the boy, though she kept her arms around him. Yes, killing that man made me sad. Taking a life is a terrible thing to do, but while I wish it didn't have to happen that way, I'm glad I did what I did, as it means you get to keep living. The choice was between you, a good little boy with a promising future, or Muscular, a man that lost his chance at a future the moment he decided to kill you. I believe I made the right choice. It hadn't occurred to anyone before Izumi mentioned it, but if Muscular had succeeded in killing Kota, then he really wouldn't have had a future. If he'd managed to avoid being killed by the enraged heroes and police officers, he would have been behind bars and then received the death penalty. The intentional murder of minors was one of the few crimes to still carry that sentence in Japan. So in a way, Muscular's life really had ended the moment he decided to kill Kota. He'd wanted to hurt the people he hadn't been able to beat, and lost his head in the process, an ugly end to an ugly life. Kota took comfort from Izumi's words and began to feel better. Shortly thereafter, Izumi's strength finally gave out and she lay down on her bed and fell into a deep sleep. She'd been afraid nightmares would haunt her, but she slept soundly in the knowledge that while she now had blood on her hands, it was not the kind that would stain her very soul. Innocence had been saved, and for a hero, that was enough. The rest she would have to bear. Next chapter, Storm's End. To be released, October 24, 2021. An emotional chapter for poor Izumi, but with the help of Katsuki, she seems to be getting through it fairly well. A big portion of Izumi's grief was caused by thinking she'd messed up the purification and somehow left Muscular as evil, since she didn't think the brush demons would bother possessing someone who was already evil and thus essentially on their side already. Now that she knows she didn't mess up, she's, well, not okay but definitely better. It was kind of fun to write Katsuki as the supportive, shoulder-to-cry-on type character for once, so I hope you guys liked it. The thing with Himiko was a bit different though. She basically forced the kids to be on the beach and thus in danger since she wanted to go support her siblings, and with all the heroes going too, there was no one left trusted to watch the children. Even though she thought the battle was over thanks to Eri, Himiko didn't actually know it was over, so she should have stayed back until the authorities said it was okay. Ergo, she's in trouble too. Next chapter will wrap up the events in Akoburu and the arc as a whole, with some of Izumi's family coming to pick them up and share some moments with the Akoburu crowd. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 7 to 10, Storm's End. Monday 1/4th November 228 1, Akoburu General Hospital. Izumi ended up sleeping for so long, that she slept right through dinner and into the next day, waking up in the mid-morning. When she finally opened her eyes and sleepily looked around, she found herself in a repeat of the previous morning, in which she was the last one to wake up while everyone else was present and waiting for her. Looking around at Eri, her siblings, Ishiko, Kota, the water hose duo, the Pussycats, and Recovery Girl, Izumi briefly wondered if the whole last day had just been a dream, and she was waking up on Sunday again after healing the water hose duo, but the ever-present feeling of her new brush god in her chest let her know it was indeed a new day. And if that didn't, then the presence of Manchu, Inko, Sakuya, Hawks, Dabi, Jean, and the Bakugas definitely would. Good morning Mama, Mom. What are you guys doing here? Why are you all here? Izumi asked, mildly startled. Manchu called us last night about what happened, and we also had the reports from Ishiko. We hopped on a plane and got here last night. Inko informed her, moving over to Izumi's bedside so she could give her a gentle hug. Izumi enjoyed the hug, but her mama's words made her think, wait a second, last night? Then today is Monday. Her sudden cry startled everyone, and Sakuya quickly joined Inko in hugging her and trying to calm her down. The group had been told about Izumi killing Muscular and her resultant breakdown, so they assumed this outburst was part of it. Turned out it was more mundane than that. We missed the plane. We were supposed to head back home last night. Kaken, Himiko, and I have school today. And training too. And Eri's lessons. We're all going to be behind again. Izumi whined, beginning another mutter storm over how to reschedule to account for their lost time. The Akoburu group watched wide-eyed as the Mizutafu group just chuckled and shook their heads. Does this happen often? Tiger asked. Oh yeah, Izumi is kind of high-strung. Teenage hormones and hero work combined with her various experiences has led to quite the neurotic kid. She gets plenty of therapy. Hawks grinned. Eventually, Inko grew tired of her daughter's worried ramblings and gently shut her mouth by lifting her jaw with a finger. That's enough now, dear. You and Katsuki have both been given the rest of the week off from school to recover from what happened. You go back next Monday instead. You're both also grounded from training for 2 weeks, along with Himiko. On a related note, you're all grounded for a month in general. Unless you're needed for hero work, you're to be at home or school. Inko said, her tone gaining a hint of steel during that last sentence. Izumi gulped and bowed her head, I understand. I'm sorry everyone. Inko's expression softened and she hugged her daughter again, while Sakuya pet her hair, we know Izumi. You and your siblings aren't bad children, you simply acted how you thought was best, though without thinking it through properly. We'll discuss it in a bit, after we've had some breakfast, the tree spirit said. Yes, we will. Mitsuki said, looking irritated. Izumi looked over and saw Katsuki being oddly meek, and so was Himiko, so Izumi guessed they'd already gotten their own scoldings for their actions. Breakfast was provided by the same take-out place as the previous day, though it was on the house now, as thanks to the heroes of Akoburu, and as they all ate and socialized, Izumi couldn't help but ask, hey mom, mama, how come you're all here? I understand you guys, auntie, and uncle since you kind of set your own hours, but how did Hawks and Dabi get the time off? And what about Jean? Today was supposed to be a day for me to go out and visit Himiko anyway. The docs let Lady Sakuya sign the forms to supervise me on an overnight trip. Jean/twice answered. Hawks grinned while Dabi grumbled. Well for me, the commission learned that all the heroes in Akoburu were currently in the hospital for one reason or another, they agreed to let me come over and keep watch over the place until Water Hose recovers, and I got Dabi to accompany me. The wing hero said excitedly, throwing his arm around Dabi in a teasing fashion. Izumi and the teens smirked at the slight pout and blush on Dabi's face. Weren't you on an internship in Hokkaido? Izumi asked. Yeah, but it ended last night and I got back to Mizutafu Airport as these guys were heading here. We literally passed each other in the boarding lounge, where Flyboy decided to grab me and bring me along. He then called my professors at the college and told them he was borrowing me for an impromptu internship in Akoburu, and since he's the number 3 hero, they jumped at the chance to allow it. Dabi groused. Katsuki barked out a laugh. Chicken Wings abused his number 3 position to drag his boyfriend on a week-long date to the beach. He's not my boyfriend, you spicy Pomeranian. Dobby shot back with a slight blush. Hawks gripped his heart in faux hurt. Ah, Dobby, you wound me. Do not deny our love, my crispy tsundere. Dobby went red and grabbed Hawks by the front of his jacket. Call me that again and I'll wound you for real, you freaking six-piece McNugget. Dobby and Hawks continued to exchange flirt/insults, mostly inoffensive for the sake of the children present, while their audience laughed. Are they always like this? Jet Spring asked while her husband was beside her, gripping his ribs that ached from laughter. Yeah. They're not actually dating, but there are bets on how long it's going to take for both of them to just say screw it and start tearing off each other's clothes. Mitsuki grinned, keeping her voice low so the giggling children didn't hear. The group enjoyed their breakfast and the impromptu entertainment for a while longer, but before long it was time to get back to business. The water hose duo went with Recovery Girl to attend some rehab for their repaired bodies, with Mandalay and Kota going with them, while the rest of the Pussycats headed out to patrol the town. With everyone unaware of Izumi's true nature out of the way, Manchu and the Muzutafu group gathered around Izumi's bed so they could talk. Before we talk about what happened over this weekend, I want you to be honest with me, Izumi. Are you truly okay? We've heard about Muscular, and Katsuki gave us the abridged version of why you felt so devastated by his death. He said you were feeling better, but I want to hear the words from your mouth. Sakuya said seriously, holding one of Izumi's hands while Inko held the other and Eri sat in her mama's lap. Izumi gave her mother's a sad smile. It hurts, I'll admit it. Even though I didn't really have a choice, and Muscular was evil, it still hurts to know I killed him. With demons, killing them is the only way I can really save them, but Muscular was a person that could have been rehabilitated. Still, he chose his fate the moment he decided to try and kill Kota, so while I regret that it was necessary, I don't regret doing it. I had no choice, she said firmly. I'll probably spend most of my grounding with Dr. Nishikata. Ishiko, Katsuki, Himiko, and Manchu already knew this, so they stayed silent while the others responded. Eri didn't get it, so she just enjoyed cuddling with her mama, while Sakuya and Inko nodded in acceptance, clearly unhappy with the choice Izumi had to make, but glad she was able to move past it. Hawks averted his eyes and thought back to the first time he'd had to kill on the job. He'd struggled with it terribly, and Izumi had unknowingly helped him through it by cuddling with him after what she assumed to just be a bad day. Dobby couldn't help but compare the difference between Izumi and Endeavor, remembering how his father had acted after killing a villain with his flames. The man showed more emotion when picking his socks in the morning. Jean and Twice noticed no one else speaking and decided to stay quiet too, thinking it was out of respect. He didn't really know what to say anyway. The image of Izumi cutting off a villain's head was just too outlandish for him to imagine it. Mitsuki and Masaru could imagine it however, but they could also imagine the sight of the water hose family wailing over the body of their dead child. It was a dark thought, but both felt Muscular got what he deserved. If it had been Katsuki in that bastard's grip, they would have been happy to take the shot themselves. After giving Izumi a moment to ensure she was calm, Sakuya continued, okay. We're proud of how well you're handling this, and yes, you will be spending a lot of your grounding in sessions with Dr. Nishikata, as well as some remedial healing lessons with Recovery Girl. She's already agreed to it, and from what I heard happened on Saturday, you could do with some revision. Sakuya said, a stern expression on her face. Izumi nodded meekly, not arguing. Now, take your time and tell us everything that happened from the moment you got off the plane on Saturday to before you went to sleep yesterday afternoon, the Wood Sprite ordered. Izumi promptly obeyed. She told them all the full story of what happened, the EMT waiting for them at the airport, the worsening conditions of the water hose duo, the meeting between Eri and Kota, her mistakes with her own healthy while healing the injured heroes, the scolding she'd gotten for it, the talk with the heroes the next day, Kota and Eri's analysis, the trip to town, Muscular's attack, Katsuki's return to the battlefield, the battle with Akumanure, the second defeat of Muscular, the arrival of the backup, Muscular's death, and finally, the talk between Katsuki and Izumi in the bathroom. The adults remained mostly quiet, though they reacted at different points. They thought the meeting between the children was cute, along with their analysis attempt, and Kota becoming a fan of Izumi and Katsuki. They'd all worn angry frowns at hearing Izumi's mistakes, getting herself killed because she'd overestimated herself and not accounted for the worsening injuries, as well as forgetting about both pouches of stamina restoring snacks, was such an Izumi mistake that they could do little more than groan in annoyance as they listened. Mitsuki and Masaru had groaned as well when they heard of Katsuki blasting himself back to the battlefield, but those groans had turned to cries of shock as they heard of Katsuki sacrificing his own arm to defeat Akumanure. Mitsuki actually held Katsuki to her chest after that, much to the boy's embarrassment. And any residual irritation over him joining the battle was replaced by pride as Izumi described how he'd helped her through her slump. Himiko. shrank in on herself a bit when it came out that she'd joined the heroes and police in going to the battlefield, a place she had no business going, and that was made worse by the fact her leaving the hospital meant the kids had to go with her, since she didn't trust anyone else enough to watch them. Still, both Himiko and Katsuki had been scolded already while Izumi was asleep, so their parents didn't say anything else. Once Izumi's story was complete, her mothers both sighed with relief, glad that was over. Okay. First things first, you aren't in trouble for anything that happened on Sunday. Inko promised, you were responsible, ordered everyone to evacuate while you fought the villain, and had no choice when it came to killing Muscular. You did well, and both Sakuya and I are very proud of you. However, Sakuya cut in sternly, you are in trouble for your mistakes on Saturday. You should know your limits by now, so you have no excuse for going over them. We know you could have accounted for the hero's worsening condition, but you foolishly chose not to. Moreover, you forgot the stamina-restoring snacks that you always carry. Because of all this, you ended up working yourself to death, not only hurting yourself but also causing a lot of distress for the other healers. What do you have to say for yourself? The tree spirit asked, remaining firm without releasing her gentle grip on Izumi's hand. Izumi looked down ashamedly, nothing ma'am. I screwed up and worried everyone. I have no excuse other than, I got carried away and forgot. Sakuya nodded, expecting that answer. Very well. Then the punishment your mama and I decided on will stand. You are grounded for 1 month, starting once we return to Mizudafu. You'll be driven to and from school by Kabuto, and the Onikawas will ride with you, once they get back from visiting their family. If you're not at school, then you're at home or the hospital, where you'll be taking some remedial healing classes with Recovery Girl, to make sure you don't repeat your mistakes. You're still allowed to do hero work. Do you agree that this is fair? Yes ma'am. Izumi nodded. She was getting off rather light, considering she had technically killed herself due to foolishness. It's fair, and I deserve it. I'm really sorry. We forgive you, dear. We always will. Inko and Sakuya both said, hugging their shared daughter. All parents have to punish their teenage children from time to time, I just wish it was for normal things like rebellion, rather than suicidal heroics. Inko added. Oh, and like I said before, you're forbidden from training for 2 weeks, though that's not intended as a punishment. It's more so that you can rest and focus on your mental recuperation. Sakuya informed her. That hadn't been her idea, but rather Master Onigiri's. Izumi accepted that easily, though she did feel it was bad timing, since she just unlocked a new technique that needed training. Still, it was best not to complain. Sunny and I are in the same boat. Katsuki admitted, grounded for a month, no training for 2 weeks, and stuck riding with you on the way to and from school. Yeah, but we messed up too. You may have stupidly worked yourself to death, but Kaken technically broke the law and went back to help you fight. He'd have gotten it worse if he hadn't been a big help or lost an arm. I ended up getting the same since I didn't have a good reason to follow the other heroes, and I stupidly brought Eri and Kota. Himiko said with a sigh. A month's grounding was a bit harsh for what she'd done, since the adults really should have put their foot down about her joining them, but since she was old enough to be responsible and Kota wouldn't have been in danger otherwise, she ended up accepting a harsher punishment. The 3 teens commiserated over their groundings, accepting that they were deserved, when Izumi suddenly had a thought. Wait, is Kaken going to be in legal trouble? For joining the fight with Muscular without a license, she asked. Manchu shook his head, no, but it was a close thing. Young Bakugu got very lucky. Technically, the only evidence that Katsuki was involved in the fight was the fact he returned to the battlefield, the sounds of explosions from the beach, and the collaboration move you and he used to take down Muscular. The first one could get him a formal warning, but the second and third could have gotten him in legal trouble, unless a hero gave him permission to fight. Hawk said, giving Izumi an obvious wink. Izumi's mouthed a silent "oh," as she realized what Hawks was getting at. There was no one other than Katsuki and Izumi who could say what happened between Katsuki running back to the battle and the first explosions of the fight. With Muscular dead, there was no one to say that Katsuki didn't receive permission to fight from Izumi before he hit Muscular. Of course, Katsuki had hit Muscular before getting permission from Izumi, but that was a conveniently forgotten detail. Since Katsuki had permission for everything else, he wasn't legally culpable, as Izumi had taken responsibility for his actions, and since Katsuki had been crucial to beating Muscular, the young heroine could reasonably argue that she'd made the right choice. As for the potential trouble he'd get for running into the fight in the first place, well, considering that they owe you one for being of so little help, the Akubra police and the Pussycats are willing to say that Katsuki's leaving was due to them ordering him to help warn the rest of the townspeople, and you recruited him for the fight while this was happening. Manchu said, there'll be no formal warning or reprimand for his actions, though I have already passed along a very stern, unofficial, warning on the matter. Katsuki scowled, "TCH, you mean you told the hag and let her scream my ear off?" He muttered, earning a swat to the head for his troubles. Izumi smiled, glad that Katsuki's dream hadn't been jeopardized by his recklessness. She felt that losing his arm had been more than enough punishment for his actions, even if she'd regrown it very quickly. So what now? The mission I came here for is complete, and Muscular is gone. The brush demons sent to possess 4 potential future villains have been purified, so we've set back the evil one. What do we do now? Izumi asked. We'll be leaving tomorrow evening, so you can have the rest of today and tomorrow as your promised vacation before we go home. We've already rebooked the return flight, and extended our stay in the hotel. We actually got an extra room and 2 more nights for free, as thanks for you saving the town's heroes and beating the villain that hurt them. Sakuya grinned. Izumi and Eri both cheered, glad to spend a couple more days with Kota, Water Hose, and the wild pussycats. Plus, it would be nice to finally stay in the hotel, rather than the Water Hose's room in the hospital. And so, until the evening of the next day, Izumi and her family remained in Akoburu, enjoying an actual vacation and spending time with the new friends they'd made in the town. They spent the time exploring the town, finishing the tour they'd started before the Muscular attack, only with the Bakugas, Jin, Sakuya, and Inko coming along for the ride. Kota was allowed to join them again too, much to Eri's happiness, and after proving they were healthy enough to at least walk around unassisted, Koichi and Satsuki Izumi were both allowed to join the group on Tuesday. Dabi and the fully licensed heroes took over patrol duties for the town, with Hawks acting as the leader since he was the highest-ranking hero. Between him, Mandalay, and Ragdoll, the town had such an amazing early warning system that the police would be sad to see them go once Water Hose was cleared to work again. Speaking of the police, Izumi and Katsuki received thanks from the local officers, unofficially, in Katsuki's case, and were frequently waved to when they ran into them in the streets. It didn't take long for Izumi's identity to spread around the town after that, and they quickly found themselves being stopped and asked for autographs or pictures. They were offered free food at every restaurant they went to, which they politely declined. They were wealthy enough to pay for their own food, and given preferential treatment, which made them feel like celebrities. Izumi wasn't a fan of that, but it was a sign that the people liked her, which meant she was doing a good job as a hero, so she didn't complain. When schools finished on Monday afternoon, Kota took them to some of the hangout spots for schoolchildren so he could show off his new heroes to everyone, which led to Katsuki and Izumi being mobbed by children. Eri had been shy in the face of a large group of kids her own age, but she was cute and the daughter of a hero, plus friends with Kota who was fairly popular among his peers, so Eri was quickly integrated into the group as a new friend and Izumi was, amusingly, dragged into the group of supervising mothers. It was a bit strange for her to be rubbing shoulders with housewives and working mothers alike, but she did learn a few tips on raising a healthy daughter. Inko, Mitsuki, and Sakuya found it hilarious. The only less than enjoyable experience had been when Izumi wanted to return to the beach before they prepared to leave on Tuesday. The place was cordoned off as a crime scene still, but the police allowed her through, accompanied by Inko and Sakuya while the rest returned to the hotel to prepare to go home. Izumi used her sharp nose to find the spot that Muscular had fell, the tide having long washed away any visual evidence he'd been there, but when she found it, the girl bowed her head and prayed, just as she had for Kai Chisaki. She spoke, but the words she'd said were heard only by the waves, as her mother stayed back so she could have some privacy. Once Izumi had said her piece, she wiped away a few stray tears and left the beach, moving on from what had happened. And thus, Izumi's time in Akoburu came to an end. Tuesday 15th November 2 2081. Minamisoma Airport, Fukushima Prefecture. So, this is goodbye for now. Koichi said, standing beside his family and the wild pussycats in the boarding lounge of the airport, seeing off Izumi's party before they returned to Mizudafu. It is for now. Izumi nodded, feeling sad to be leaving. You've done so much for us, it doesn't feel like we can ever thank you enough. Satsuki sighed. Izumi smiled and waved off her concern, I'm a hero, the same as you guys. I was glad to help. It didn't work out how I hoped, but I don't regret any of it. We'll see if you say the same after my remedial healing classes. Recovery Girl said with a roll of her eyes, honestly, I need a vacation after my vacation. At least you didn't have to do the paperwork. I think I'll take a page from the teens and kick Profit in the balls when I get home. Manchu complained, earning a round of laughter from the group. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger quickly burst into their wild pussycat catchphrase and pose, making Izumi's eyes sparkle like an excited little girl. So cool. It was good to meet you all. Amaterasu, Katsuki Bakugu, Himiko Midoriya, we hope to work with you in the future. Tiger declared. Definitely. I'll be looking forward to seeing how you grow into adulthood, especially you. Pixie Bob pointed at Katsuki with a lecherous grin, you're gonna be a real hunk in a couple of years. Meow. Katsuki paled and backed off, sorry lady, but I'm still not into girls. Ah phooey. Ragdoll began laughing, you guys are so much fun. The Wild Pussycats and Team Sunburst will definitely need to do team-up missions together in the future. That sounds fun. But the Sunburst Hero Agency will be topping you guys in the rankings. Himiko teased, exchanging cat-like grins with the yellow-clad member of the Pussycats. Dobby scoffed, TCH, leave smack talk until you've got your license. The rekindled hero, Black Phoenix will be taking flight before you guys. Jean began giggling, didn't you say not to smack talk until you've got your license? You don't have your provisional license yet. Twice. Finished, struggling to speak through his head mates giggling. He's got you there, Smokey. Hawks grinned impishly. Do I look like a bear to you? Dobby shot back. Nah, more like a twink. Oh you Sonova language, Dobby. Inko cut in swiftly. She turned back to the Akobara group, thank you for making us feel welcome for the last few days. We should stay in contact. Definitely. Should we send our messages through the commission? Satsuki asked. I'll talk it over with our legal team, just so we can make sure no one can accuse us of playing favorites with our hero friends. Once we're sure there'll be no legal problems or accusations of nepotism, I'll send you our phone numbers so we can keep in contact. Sakuya promised. Masaru shook hands with Koichi, it'll be nice to have another dad in the group. I'm completely outnumbered, he joked. Koichi laughed, ha. My lovely wife outnumbers me by herself. We'll have beers together again when we're next in one place. Mitsuki rolled her eyes at the men while the rest of the gathered mothers giggled. We'll have to involve Rei too. Between the four of us, her, and Izumi, we mothers will take over this little group, she joked. Inko smiled at the thought. Izumi and Himiko had been visiting Rei Todoroki on occasion when they went to meet Jean at the hospital, and had become fairly good friends with the withdrawn woman. Inko and Mitsuki had gotten involved too while the former was still going to hospital for rehab, and so they and Rei had formed a kind of mothers group, which they involved Izumi and Sakuya with. Rei was making good progress now, and had begun receiving visits from Fuyumi and Natsuo, though still nothing from Shoto, and she still believed Toya was dead, as Dobby couldn't bring himself to reveal himself whilst he was still working through his issues. The day would come when Rei got all four of her children back, but that day was still a ways off. While the adults were saying their goodbyes, Kota tearfully approached Izumi, Katsuki, and Eri. Do you guys really have to go? He asked tearfully. We do, but we'll come back before too long. It's your birthday in about a month, right? On December 12th. You've already invited us to your party, so we'll be sure to come. Izumi promised. Really? Kota asked hopefully. Yeah. We'll come and bring a cool present, promise. Eri declared, trying not to cry now that she had to say goodbye to a friend for the first time, and it's my birthday after. Mama said it's on December 21st and that's only. The white-haired girl began counting with her fingers, 9 days after your birthday. And then it's Christmas. And New Year's. We'll see each other lots, okay? Kota smiled with pure joy, even as both he and Eri lost their battles with tears and began crying. The two adorable children hugged each other tightly, and Eri even kissed Kota on the cheek, though she didn't understand why it made him blush so much. Izumi cooed at the cuteness, while Katsuki knelt down to ruffle Kota's hair. Hey now, you're going to be a hero one day, right? Our rival and teammate. So leave the waterworks to your quirk. Katsuki said in his usual abrasive manner, you're both gonna have to work hard and train your bodies and your quirks if you want to come work with us one day. The Sunburst Agency is aiming for the top, so you'll need to be the best. Kota and Eri both wiped their eyes and nodded determinedly, yes sir, Uncle Kaken, they said together, making Katsuki smirk. That's more like it. Get strong, and we'll see each other soon. Ah, Uncle Kaken has a soft spot. Ishiko teased, poking her head out of the breast pocket of Eri's cardigan, I look forward to seeing you again Kota, grow up to be a fine man. The goodbyes came to an end as the Muzutafu group were called to board the plane home. The departing group waved and shouted their final goodbyes as they headed for the plane. We'll see each other soon. The Pussycats work with you sometimes, so we'll see you there. Work hard guys. Mandalay called. Thank you so much Amaterasu. We'll repay you someday. Koichi and Satsuki both yelled. Bye-bye Eri. Auntie Ami, Uncle Kaken, you're my heroes. Kota cried, smiling brilliantly even as he was crying again. Izumi and Katsuki waved back, both a little misty-eyed as they said goodbye to their newest fan. Eri shouted back, bye-bye Kota. I'll work hard with my quirk, so you've gotta do it too, she cried. A few minutes later, the Muzutafu group were in the air and heading home. They all sat back in their seats and relaxed, looking forward to sleeping in their own beds tonight. Izumi smiled at the memories she'd made with Kota and his family, which drew her mind to what Mandalay had said. We start U.A in April, only a few months, and we'll finally be there. To think I'd already be a hero when I attend. I have a good feeling about this coming year. Izumi whispered to herself, before turning to watch Eri work on her coloring book. U.A was right around the corner, and who knew what challenges and adventures it would bring. Meanwhile, unknown location, it seems that Amaterasu has proven more difficult to deal with than I initially thought. She has countered my every plan rather effectively. She exposed my spy within the Hero Commission and defeated Akumayomi, parried my assassination attempt using her friend in Akumabaku, completely ruined my plan regarding the 4 future villains and gained 4 more brush gods in the process, and on top of it all, she defeated Orochi and exposed the Shai Hasaikai, leading to their destruction. She also came into contact with that blowhard, All Might. That is a team-up that could prove disastrous for us both. All Might is only a minor concern. Besides, I have left you to deal with him. I am more worried about the loss of half my brush demons and the villain lieutenants they were supposed to bring me. Those plans were foolish. The brush demons acted rashly, and it is because of them that your future villain plan failed. Oh. Care to explain that, human? Akumayomi foolishly attacked Amaterasu in broad daylight and in a manner that drew suspicion and thus assistance. Trying to kill her is already foolish. He should have lured her into a false sense of safety then kidnapped her before she could grow attached to her new carers. As for Akumabaku, his stupidity in causing the Hibana incident led directly to the failure of the future villain plan. He exposed it once purified, but that is not enough. No, but the Hibana incident itself led to the plan's failure. If Akumabaku had been beaten and exposed in another way, the plan could have gone ahead without a problem, but by causing the incident, Amaterasu and the explosion brat ended up attending Origami Junior High. Which allowed Amaterasu to meet and purify Toga, who in turn led to the defeat and purification of Twice. It is also the school's fairly close proximity to Dagobah that drew her to the beach, and thus Dabi, to Amaterasu's attention. With one incident, Amaterasu increased her bond with the Bakugo boy and turned 3 of my future villains into her own allies. Muscular was pure chance, and it is better for us that he died as opposed to joining our little heroine. So, how should we handle things now? 6 brush demons remain. Akumite is installed in ideal position to destabilize the enemy, Akumakasu is in my employ, and the other 4 are on standby. Not to mention the remaining generals and Yami. I am saving Akumayumi for a specific target. If she possesses the target at the proper time, she'll be able to corrupt Amaterasu. I'm sending Akumakaze and Akumakabe to possess people in position to become spies in both the east and west. As for Akumageki, I'll wait for an ideal opportunity. My generals are currently working on their tasks, you need not concern yourself with them. Very well. So what should we do next? Continue your plans for the coming year. Amaterasu plans to finish her schooling in U.A, you already plan on striking there, so we will combine the attempts. Remember, my human companion, despite your feelings on the matter, we will need to kill Amaterasu if we cannot corrupt her. I have no choice but to accept it, but I do not like it. Neither do I, my friend. She is the same to me as she is to you, after all. If we cannot control her as Izumi Midoriya, we will have to take her life and try our luck with her 4th incarnation. Now, prepare your attack plans for UA. I wish to review them. And with that, the evil one retreated back into the darkness, leaving his human ally to begin preparations for the coming year. End of Arc 7, Wrathful Storm. Next arc, Road to Academia, first chapter, a Yukiana's request. To be released, October 30th, 2021. And that wraps up the first arc of Act 2, Herohood. Izumi has a new brush god, a new fan, and a new trauma. I think that's a mostly positive result. This chapter was a lot of fun to write, especially with some of the banter and cheerful moments between characters. That was really needed after the last few chapters, since we went straight from Izumi killing herself with healing, to the Muscular/Akumanure fight, to Izumi killing for the first time, to the emotional reaction to that killing. We've also gotten to see from the villain's perspective for a bit, without first glimpse of the evil one and his ally. No prizes for guessing who the human ally is. Next arc will be the U.A entrance exam. Katsuki and Himiko will be taking the heroics exam and having encounters with some potential future classmates, while Izumi has some business of her own to take care of at the school. But of course, things aren't going to be that easy, as what's the fun in sticking to the canon events when there are so many ways to mix things up? Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. 8-1, a Yukiana's request. Following the events of the Battle of Okoburu, Izumi and her friends found themselves slowly returning to their everyday lives, or as close to normal as it got for the group. The moment they got off the plane, the teenagers' groundings began, and would last for a month, 2 weeks of which they also couldn't train in. Despite being grounded to their homes, with Katsuki also allowed to be at the Konohana Manor, the trio found plenty to occupy themselves with, namely the aftermath of Muscular's death. The Konohana household and Udata staff had all been incredibly worried and reached out, offering their support to the teens, helping Izumi with her feelings and helping Katsuki and Himiko deal with the fact that they witnessed a man die. Thankfully, Eri hadn't seen it, so she didn't suffer any emotional problems as a result. Izumi spent the entire week before returning to school in near-constant therapy sessions with Dr. Nishikata, helping her work through the guilt and other negative emotions that came with the choice she'd been forced to make. It hadn't been too tough to deal with it, and most of her stronger bad feelings were erased by the time her month of grounding ended, as Dr. Nishikata and surprisingly, Eraserhead were invaluable in their advice, often just listening to Izumi ramble about her feelings or hugging her when she cried. Toshinori would get jealous when he saw Eraserhead hugging Izumi, but Izumi just assumed it was because he wanted to hug her too, since she often turned into her wolf form, so her crying didn't bother Eri. Along with her therapy, there was also her remedial lessons in healing with Recovery Girl, which Himiko and Katsuki joined simply out of boredom. Those two spent the lessons doing basic first aid and cleaning up around the hospital, while Izumi was asked to assist with various complex medical procedures, healing incisions and bleeds during surgery and similar things. The healing was fine, if tiring, but it was the constant reports Izumi had to write afterwards that made the whole thing tedious and hammered home that she needed to be more careful managing her stamina while healing. On a more depressing note, the legal repercussions for Muscular's death came not long after Izumi started school again, leading her to take another few days off. Izumi learned that, legally, she existed in a kind of gray area, as she was both a hero and a minor, and that meant certain laws were up for interpretation. One such law was reports of their actions. A minor needed permission from a guardian to have their name and similar details reported in the media. Inko and Sakuya always gave permission if Izumi agreed, but with the Muscular battle, the loopholes in the law allowed the Okoburu police to stretch the truth a little. It was reported to the media that the Okami hero, Amaterasu, defeated Muscular on Okoburu Beach and allowed the police to arrest him, but that due to a mistake on the arresting officer's part, Muscular escaped and was able to take a hostage. Koda wasn't named in the report. The story went on to say that after a tense standoff with law enforcement, Muscular went to kill his hostage and was taken out by law enforcement, killing him but saving the hostage. As Izumi was a hero and technically a kind of law enforcement, the story was all true, just with a different spin put on it, so Izumi wasn't identified as the one to take out Muscular. Since the names of police officers who take kill shots aren't publicized in order to prevent reprisals, the media never pushed to learn who killed the villain, and if they asked about Amaterasu, the Okoburu police would say she had been busy saving several officers and another potential hostage, which was also technically true. This was the Okoburu police force's way of apologizing to Izumi for not helping more, and a thank you from them for protecting their people. Izumi appreciated it greatly, and arranged to visit their police station when she next went to Okoburu, so she could thank them in person. Of course, while the media and public weren't told that it was Izumi who killed Muscular, the government had to be told. This meant Izumi had to face another tribunal, to see if she was justified in killing Muscular. The lead up to it was just as tense and stressful as the one after the Orochi battle, but Izumi endured and faced the trio of representatives alongside Water Hose and the Pussycats, who came over to act as witnesses in her favor. The three members of the tribunal were different from last time and weren't aware of Izumi's true nature, as that wasn't relevant to the case. It was a completely fair tribunal, and after the evidence was given, the judges unanimously agreed that while it was regrettable, Izumi's actions were justifiable, as she had taken a villain's life to save an innocent child. The case ended in a justified verdict, and Izumi was allowed to go home with only an informal reprimand over her granting Katsuki permission to fight, though the Pussycats received the same reprimand, since they lied and stated they'd sent Katsuki out to help evacuate civilians. All of this happened during the first 2 weeks of the teenagers' groundings, and so their ban on training came to an end and they were once again allowed to get to work. All three made some good progress, but it was Izumi and Himiko that made the most thanks to a few new techniques. The first was Izumi, who quickly grasped her water spout technique due to how similar it was to Inferno. Once she got the hang of how water moved versus how fire moved, she was able to control it incredibly easily, especially since Izumi found the flowing movements of water much easier to manipulate than the wilder movements of fire. Izumi even learned how to freeze and evaporate liquids with water spout by mimicking jet spring of the water hose duo, compressing or expanding the water she controlled as she needed it. However, as water spout could only control liquids, That contained water. If Izumi froze or evaporated anything, she wouldn't be able to control it anymore. Izumi also learned that while her ink was special and didn't contain water, she could mix it with water to control it and paint various marks on surfaces out of her reach, though the resulting techniques were weaker since the ink was diluted. To accommodate this new ability, Izumi adjusted her costume, adding a pair of red flasks filled with water that were strapped to the sides of her thighs. On the negative side, however, the shadow of the muscular fight still lingered over Izumi even after she'd made decent progress in her therapy and been cleared of any wrongdoing. When her training began again, Izumi had practiced with all her techniques to warm herself up, only to discover that she could no longer use power slash. Strictly speaking, she hadn't lost the ability. If she drew a line with her ink and activated it, the technique would work. The problem was a mental one. The first time she tried using power slash, it was against a human-shaped target, and Izumi had immediately begun having a flashback, and then hyperventilating. Once Master Onijirai and her family had calmed her down, they switched the target out for a more generic circular one, and while she didn't experience a flashback, Izumi did hesitate before casting the technique, and upon seeing the target cut in half, Izumi had thought of Muscular's head, staring lifelessly at her from the surf. She'd promptly vomited. Since then, she'd been slowly working on regaining the use of power slash, but it was slow going and she still couldn't cast it at all if the target resembled a person. Himiko's training took a large stride forward when she managed to develop a new technique to greatly improve her stealth abilities. While she hadn't needed it for a long time, Himiko had developed a kind of mental technique that erased her presence from the awareness of those around her. She'd used it to avoid her parents while she'd still been a toga, so as to avoid some of their abuse, and while it hadn't been foolproof, it had saved her on occasion. By holding her breath and clearing her mind, Himiko could make herself beneath the notice of others around them, hiding herself from the kind of sixth sense that humans use to sense a person's presence. It essentially made her beneath the notice of others. Combined with her stealth training and meditations with Izumi, Himiko had taken the core of this old ability and refined it, if she could get out of a normal person's sight, Himiko could hold her breath and clear her mind to basically vanish from their awareness. It didn't work on those with superhuman senses, but for those that relied on their sight, it was as good as invisibility, and according to Izumi, it rendered Himiko undetectable by her instincts. Master Onijirai believed it worked by using Himiko's natural stealth talents and a form of meditation to achieve the opposite of the famed killing intent technique. Himiko cleared her mind and erased all aggression, preventing a person's normal danger sense from working to detect her. It wasn't perfect, but against all but the strongest of people, such as All Might, Himiko was able to use the technique to get the drop on them. One had to be very quick to escape the technique, as it was only broken if the target caught sight of Himiko, detected her through smell or sound, or Himiko went to strike, allowing her aggressive intent to leak out for a single instant, which was enough for faster and stronger opponents to block, evade, or counter. During a pure stealth practice match against Eraserhead, Himiko was actually able to get the drop on him and land a blow, causing the man to rank her technique as A+. She never beat him with it a second time, but even once was a major achievement. Himiko began to win occasional matches with Katsuki even when he was allowed to use his quirk, though she never managed it against Izumi, who could always detect her with her nose and ears. Compared to Izumi and Himiko, Katsuki made very little progress since he'd already refined his technique as much as he could with his current level of strength. Instead, he spent his time honing his hand-to-hand skills without his quirk, or strengthening his arms so he could begin handling stronger explosions. Since the teens behaved themselves and worked hard in school, training, and their work at the hospital, plus a couple of small hero missions for Izumi, the trio were let off their grounding 5 days early so they could go back to Okobura for Kota's 5th birthday, accompanied by their parents and the Onikawa brothers this time. Eri, the 3 teens, and their family journeyed to Okobura via a normal commercial flight this time, and spent 4 days there, the weekend before Kota's birthday, the birthday itself, on a Monday, and the Tuesday that followed, before heading home that evening. It was a fun time and Kota spent as much time as possible with Eri, Izumi, and Katsuki, showing off the little improvements he'd made with his quirk in the month since they'd last seen each other. Saying goodbye afterwards was hard for all of them, but since the water hose family would be coming to Muzutafu in a week for Eri's birthday, they managed to keep the kids from crying. 8 days after returning from Okobura for the second time, it was Eri's 6th birthday and the first time she'd ever celebrated, so Izumi was determined to make it extra special, even if Christmas was only 4 days later. Izumi went a bit overboard, decorating the entire manor, inviting everyone Eri knew and liked, and working with Doi to cook all the food, as well as spending an obscene amount of money on presents. It really was a bit much, but Izumi wanted to spoil her little girl, and no one was going to tell her no. The party almost turned into a full-on festival, with the Midoriya Kanahana family, the Bakugas, the Water Hose family, All Might, Ingenium, and all the Udata teachers being in attendance. Eri was swamped with presents, and got to eat tons of delicious food all made by her mama, with a lot of help from Doi. After a day of fun, games, and celebration, Eri actually cried with happiness, overwhelmed by all the love she was being shown. Izumi felt it was all worth it, and told her, "We had to fit 6 years' worth of birthdays into one day. There's no such thing as too much for my beloved pup." As it was a sleepover too, Eri went to bed that night with her mama on one side and Kota on the other, though Eri still didn't understand why he blushed when she hugged him or held his hand. Christmas was almost as big, and the water hose family stayed with them from Eri's birthday all the way to the 27th, so it was almost as busy too. Strictly speaking, since Christmas was more of a Western thing and the Kanahana household generally stuck to Japanese traditions, most of the traditional Western/American traditions were followed solely for the sake of the children and All Might, who preferred those traditions. Things like Santa and Christmas trees were always going to be more interesting to children than just chicken and Christmas cake. After the birthdays of Kota and Eri, followed by Christmas, their families were all fairly exhausted, as were their wallets, so they all decided to spend New Year's in Okoburu, which was nice and quiet. The Kanahana household rented a beach house and they all stayed in the water hose family's hometown. Until the new year, enjoying a quieter holiday with only fireworks and mochi making as really notable activities. After spending so long together, it was odd for the group to split up again, and the farewell at the airport was even more tearful, especially since they didn't know when they'd all get a chance to see each other again, but Eri and Kota could keep in contact via special kid-friendly smartphones they'd been gifted on their birthdays, so they managed to get through the separation with only a bit of sobbing. And thus a new year began. The first 6 weeks of 2282 were fairly quiet and normal, though they too had their share of excitements. Inko and Toshinori finally stopped dancing around the issue and openly admitted they'd been dating for a while. Izumi screamed and fainted when they told her, and the two were growing closer at quite the steady rate. Toshinori's health kept improving, and while he would never attain the physique he used to have in his civilian form, Recovery Girl said he was healthier than average for a man his age, and his lean and muscular frame proved it. Her examination also confirmed that finally, Toshinori's health had improved to the point he could maintain his hero form for as long as he wanted, fully removing the time limit he'd suffered. With All Might now able to work at any time, and with him, Amaterasu, and Hawks all patrolling Muzutafu from time to time, crime in the city fell to basically zero. Then, just as January was coming to an end, Dabi received permission from his college to take the provisional hero license exam. The college exam was different from the high school version, so Dabi had to arrange a time for the exam himself. Everyone wished him luck, and Hawks went to observe the exam. Izumi would have gone too, but she had school. That evening, Dabi returned to the manor with a pleased smirk and a shiny new provisional hero license, officially proclaiming him as the rekindled hero, Black Phoenix. Naturally, there was a party to celebrate and Izumi almost managed to convince Dabi to reveal himself to his mother, but he ultimately refused, wanting to wait for the ideal moment. Coincidentally, Izumi was contacted shortly after by Kuma Morinozuka, aka the Grizzly Hero, Ursa Major, the Shiketsu student she'd fought with and against during her own provisional license. Izumi and Kuma had sent the occasional update to one another since they met at the exam, filling each other in on what they'd been up to. Ursa Major, having been a second year when he got his provisional license, graduated and got his full license around the same time Izumi was granted early promotion, and he'd been working as a full hero for the last 8 months just like she had. He was contacting her to inform her that he'd been offered a teaching assistant's position on the Shiketsu staff, and wanted to thank her since it was partially his dealing with her during the provisional exam that made his old teachers think he would be a good fit. Kuma loved the idea of teaching heroics, but thought his scary appearance would keep him out of the position. The same thing happened to Gang Orca allegedly. Izumi was ecstatic and congratulated her friend, though teasingly told him she was still aiming for U.A, which made him send back a joking, "damn," message. And so time marched on as it always did, until finally the day arrived, the eve of the U.A entrance exams. Saturday, February 25, 2282. Muzutafu General Hospital. The evening before the U.A entrance exams, Izumi, Himiko, and Sakuya went to the hospital to get permission for Jin to stay with them at the manor for a few days, so he could see Himiko off in the morning and wish her luck, as well as be there for her when she got home afterwards. Sakuya had been given permission by Jin's doctor and therapist to act as his temporary guardian, and she was now off signing the necessary mountain of paperwork while Himiko sat with Jin in his room, asking him about his week and stressing herself out over the exam. Jin was doing his best to keep her upbeat and wish her luck, fully confident that his hero would pass the exam without trouble. Since Izumi wasn't taking the exam, instead using her recommendation to let her bypass the written exam and enter the general education course, she felt guilty watching her sister agonize over it, and so instead of visiting with Jin, who was coming home with them anyway, Izumi went next door to visit with Rei. Todoroki. Ray had been happy to see her and made some tea for them to enjoy, and after the usual greetings and pleasantries, the two fell into comfortable conversation. So, tomorrow is the U.A entrance exam. Are Himiko and Katsuki prepared for it? Ray asked gently, speaking in the same soft and kindly tone she always did. Ray had aged very well for a woman in her circumstances, looking to be in her early 30s with only some age lines around her gray eyes to show her true age and the stresses she'd had to go through. Her long white hair was neatly combed and reaching the center of her back. She was wearing a set of baby blue pajamas with a beige cardigan over the top, which Izumi noted was a gift she'd given to Ray on Dabi's behalf. Izumi nodded in response, "Yep, the exam's tomorrow. Himiko is stressing over it next door with Jin-chan. Kaken is at his place, he said he'd do some light working out and then get an early night. I'm a little nervous too, even though I'm not taking the exam." Ray hummed, "That's right, you're entering general education with a recommendation. I suppose there's no point for you to enter the hero course when you're already a hero." "That's what I thought. The recommendation system mainly lets you skip the normal written exam anyway. I've had recommendation students entering the hero, support, and business courses have to take their own written exam, as well as a special practical exam, different from the normal one. Thankfully Gen Ed doesn't have anything like that." Izumi said happily, taking a sip of tea. Ray made good tea. Ray fell silent for a few moments, trying to find the words she wanted to say. Eventually she set her tea down, and without raising her head, quietly asked, "Have you heard anything about?" Izumi smiled kindly and gently took Ray's hand, "I have. Principal Nizu told me about the other students with recommendations for heroics. Shoto Todoroki was offered a recommendation due to the glowing assessments offered by multiple heroes. He'll be taking the recommendation hero exam tomorrow." The principal noted that all the heroes who offered these glowing assessments shared a connection to a certain agency. Ray winced. Shoto isn't going to like that. From what Fuyumi and Natsuo have told me, he hates anything to do with his father. Getting in on a recommendation he only got because of him is going to upset Shoto. My contacts in the Endeavor investigation team have told me the same. Unfortunately, they can't say anything about it. Endeavor isn't technically doing anything bad by using his influence to offer his son a good opportunity. The worst they could say was that he was ignoring his son's wishes, but since Shoto can only benefit from this action, the investigation can't use it against Endeavor. Izumi said reluctantly. Ray sighed sadly and took another sip of tea. Izumi watched her patiently. Something they'd all learned about Ray was that her time with Endeavor had conditioned her to stay quiet and think carefully about any words she spoke, and even 8 years after being hospitalized, she still hadn't broken that conditioning, though the fact she'd only been getting proper treatment since the commission stepped in was partly to blame there. "Since you're in general education, you won't be in the same class as Shoto. Do you think Himiko or Katsuki will be?" Ray asked. "It's possible, but I don't know for sure. From what I've heard, hero students are split between class 1A and 1B randomly, with the teachers of those classes occasionally picking students they feel would fit their teaching styles. There's a good chance Shoto will end up in the same class as at least one of them," Izumi told her. Could you maybe ask the principal if he'd put them all in the same class?" the woman asked. Izumi didn't question her and simply nodded. "I can't promise he'll agree, but I promise I'll ask. I know Kaken and Himiko want to be in the same class anyway, and I'm sure they'd get along with Shoto after getting to know him," she said. Technically, she wasn't being completely truthful there. From what she knew of Shoto from the investigation team, she doubted he'd want anything to do with Himiko or Katsuki, and Katsuki would never tolerate anything he viewed as looking down on him, so Izumi expected the two boys to be rivals at best. Himiko could get along with almost anyone though, so if she managed to crack Shoto's icy shell, Izumi imagined they could be friends. Ray looked relieved, "Thank you. Shoto was always so lonely once his father took an interest in him. He couldn't be with his siblings, and he was isolated from others at his school too. I want him to have friends. He will, I'm sure of it. And even if we aren't in the same class or even the same course, I can still be his friend. I'm actually hoping we will be. I'm always hearing about your handsome and sweet Shoto, so it'll be great if we become friends," the brunette said with a cheeky smile. Ray beamed at her, "Thank you Izumi, you're very kind. You remind me a little bit of Fuyumi, especially when you use your quirk to have white hair like hers." Izumi chuckled awkwardly in response, remembering how Dabi had once called her Fuyumi in a moment of frustration. "Don't worry Ray, I'll do everything I can. Principal Nizu wants me to attend a meeting with him tomorrow while the others take the exams, so I'll ask him about Shoto's class then. We'll do our best to help Shoto, and maybe you'll finally be able to see him again. That would be wonderful. Fuyumi told me that he doesn't want to face me until he becomes a full hero, until he surpasses his father. I can't blame him after what I did. Rei said, clenching her fists as tears built up in her eyes. Izumi quickly moved so she was sat beside Rei on her bed, then hugged her gently. Hey now, that wasn't your fault. You endured so much because of that man. Lesser people would have broken even earlier and run for the hills, not stayed to protect their children. Not even Shoto believes it was your fault, he blames Endeavor, just like everyone else. Rei sniffled, but managed to get herself under control. Thank you Izumi, you're always taking care of us. Helping me, planning to help Shoto, helping Toya. Izumi suddenly choked on her tea, sending her into a coughing fit. Rei watched her with amusement for a few moments while patting her on the back to help her clear her throat, but as soon as Izumi got her breathing under control and looked at her with shock, Rei nodded as if to say that the younger girl hadn't misheard. Izumi paled. What did you say? Izumi asked desperately. I was thanking you for helping my family. Including Toya. Rei answered. Izumi gulped, but Rei, Toya is alive. Rei interrupted, I know he is, and I know you know him. Rei. The white-haired woman shook her head with a sad smile, don't try to deny it, I'm not mad. The truth is, I never believed that Toya was gone. Call it mother's intuition, but I was always sure Toya was still out there somewhere, though I never knew where or in what condition. But then why do you think I know him? Izumi asked. Whenever someone mentions Toya or is about to mention him while around me, they all react apologetically and sadly, saying they shouldn't have mentioned it. Fuyumi, Natsuo, my therapist, they all act like Toya is gone. But you, Himiko, and the other mothers I've become friends with from your group are all different, you apologize too, but you don't seem sad. It feels like you're keeping a secret rather than sparing my feelings. Plus, you and your friends came out of nowhere to help me and my children, no one had noticed what Endeavor was doing before, and suddenly you appear and were being listened to. Someone had to have told you our situation, and I don't believe it was Fuyumi or Natsuo. Rei explained. Izumi rubbed a hand over her face, you're way too perceptive Rei. So my belief is true? Rei asked, face full of hope. Yes. Toya is alive, and healthy as can be expected. He's doing well and making something of himself. He told me all about what happened, and I went with him to my adoptive mother Sakuya, who helped me organize the investigation. Izumi told her. All the tension in Rei's body seemed to vanish and the woman almost collapsed into Izumi's hug. She was so happy and relieved that her eldest son was all right, she almost wanted to burst into tears. Instead, she burst into rapid-fire questions. Is he eating healthily? Is he getting enough sleep? Is his quirk still hurting him? Where has he been living? What is he doing every day? Is he staying on the right side of the law? Rei rambled, doing a passable imitation of Izumi's mutter storms. Izumi was rather amused by seeing how it looked from the outside, and answered happily. He eats pretty much anything, so he tends to get 3 balanced meals every day. He probably could do with more sleep, but he says he's used to operating on only a few hours, so these days we're lucky if we convince him to get 6 hours. His quirk still hurts if he uses it too much, but I've been working with him to build up his tolerance and he's slowly getting better and using it for longer. He used to live in an RV, but I managed to convince him to stay in one of the guest rooms at my house. He's actually in college now and doing really well. As for the law, well, he couldn't get any further from a criminal if he tried. Rei's gray eyes shone, almost looking like the silver eyes of Izumi's demigod/wolf forms, so he's healthy and living with you. And he's even in collage. What's he doing there? He's training to become a hero. He actually got his provisional license a little while ago, but I can't tell you his hero name. He said he wants to tell you that himself when he finally sees you again. Izumi said, enjoying how animated Rei was becoming. The woman was usually like an ice sculpture that someone had carved a pleasant smile on, pretty to look at and appearing happy, but with a coldness and hardness beneath it. Now she was like a bubbling spring. A hero. To think my Toya would become a hero. Oh, I'm so proud of him. And now I understand what you meant about him being as far as possible from a criminal. Rei giggled. The woman smiled happily for a few moments as she thought of her eldest son being alive and happy, until her smile suddenly became melancholic. Do you know why he won't come here? Why he won't come and see me? Izumi sighed sadly, he's stubborn. The stuff that made him leave home left him with a lot of issues, and he can't bring himself to face you until he's faced those issues. I think he wants to keep you from having another person to worry about, until he can prove you don't need to, though he thinks you believe he's dead. Rei chuckled softly, oh, Toya, it's a mother's job to worry for her children. It's funny, he and Shoto are the ones who hate Endeavor most, and yet they're a lot like him. Tenacious, stubborn, and with a willpower that borders on bullheadedness. And they all want to be heroes. He and Shoto remind me so much of Enji, back before he was consumed by endeavor. Izumi scowled briefly, before slamming down on her emotions so Rei wouldn't know what she was thinking. She wasn't quick enough though, and Rei noticed, raising a questioning eyebrow. Izumi sighed and spoke, I don't think Toya would be happy to hear that. If Rei noticed her slip of the tongue, she didn't show it and instead stared wistfully at her reflection in her tea. Endeavor is a monster, but he used to just be a man, and a good one too. Enji was never a soft man, or good at expressing himself, but he was passionate and straightforward. He was a man I was happy to marry, before he was swallowed whole by his ambition. It makes me sad that Shoto never got to see that side of his father, and that Toya has forgotten it. Now all that's left in him is his hatred for endeavor. Rei's grip on her tea grew harder, and without realizing it, she'd frozen the tea solid. She turned to Izumi, who looked distinctly uncomfortable with the conversation topic, and the rapidly cooling room. You hate him too, don't you? Izumi nodded reluctantly, I'm sorry. I've never met the man, so I have no right to talk about my feelings here, but Toya became an important person to me, someone I consider my brother. Seeing how much he'd been hurt by endeavor, I can't help but hate him. After meeting you and seeing what he'd done to you too, that hate grew again. It'll likely be even worse if I manage to get close to Shoto. Rei smiled, touched by Izumi's feelings for her. She ran a hand through Izumi's soft curls, thank you for caring, Izumi. I hope one day, you'll be able to join me and all my children on a day out. Somewhere nice and peaceful, and if the gods answer my prayers, maybe Enji will be there too. Izumi didn't answer, but for a single moment, as much as she hated endeavor for what he'd done, she dearly wished he would redeem himself, so Rei could have her wish. Maybe it was the goddess in her, but Izumi wanted Rei's prayers to be answered. After a few minutes of silence, the two returned to more light-hearted topics, though Rei was rather perturbed to find she'd frozen their tea. What a waste of perfectly good tea, she frowned. Izumi giggled and lightly struck her flint bangles together, she'd taken to wearing them even out of costume now, and used the resulting spark to make a small flame to melt the frozen tea and quickly heat it up again. Rei watched with sparkling eyes, it's been a long time since I've seen someone use a fire quirk like that, what a warm and gentle flame. It makes me think of Shoto. Izumi smiled, maybe next time, he'll be the one to heat your tea. Then he can show you how much he's grown. Rei laughed musically, that would be wonderful. The two women laughed together, imagining Shoto and Toya in a series of progressively sillier domestic scenes in which they used their fire quirks for mundane purposes until both of them were nearly crying and clutching their ribs from laughter. Their visit together ended shortly after, when Sakuya came by with Himiko and Jin to let Izumi know it was time to head home. Izumi said her farewells to Rei, and once again promised to help Shoto in any way she could, a promise that Himiko joined her in. Rei thanked both girls and wished them luck at U.A, and asked them to visit again whenever they could. And so the family left for home, with Rei watching them leave through her window. As she watched them go, she thought about Izumi and Himiko, and then about her Shoto. It would be nice if one of them became my daughter-in-law. She whispered to herself, before giggling quietly. At the same moment, Izumi was just getting into the waiting limo to take her back to the manor when a suddenly warm feeling came over her cheeks. What the? She muttered to herself, wondering why she was blushing, I hope I'm not getting a cold. Himiko giggled, that would be a bad omen. Also, your skirt is shaking, the blonde said, pointing at Izumi's long navy skirt. Izumi reached into her pocket and pulled out her cell phone, opening it to find a text from Tao Hiro, Prophet. The girl scowled, and once she told Sakuya, Himiko, and Jin, they scowled too. Prophet wasn't very popular with the extended Konohana family after he'd kept the truth of his predictions to himself back before the Muscular fight. What does he want? Himiko asked with distaste. Izumi read the text and groaned, it's another of his weird, cryptic prophecies. Joy. Sakuya muttered sarcastically, what does it say? It reads, one good turn deserves another, and there's an emoji of a dizzy person. Izumi reported. Jin frowned, what the heck does that mean? Izumi shoved her phone back into her pocket, who knows, but it's probably going to be a pain, she said. The rest of the trip back to the manor was quiet, though Izumi couldn't help but worry. She had a weird feeling about the exam now, and she was willing to wager her entire savings account that it would be related to Prophet's cryptic words.